Chapter 2775. How could they not be excited? It had been a few hundred years since Qin Feiyang left Great Qin. To mortals, this was a few lifetimes. Although Yang Nanshan and the others were all cultivators and were not weak, they were now living the lives of ordinary people. Therefore, to them, a few hundred years was too long. They had fantasized countless times that one day, Qin Feiyang would suddenly stand behind them, fiercely pat their shoulders, and give them an unexpected surprise. "Everyone, I'm back." They didn't expect that at this moment, he would really give them a surprise. It was simply unexpected. "It's good that you're back." Luo Chenxue walked in front of Qin Feiyang, grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand, and smiled happily. Her eyes were filled with tears, blurring her vision. "Auntie Shui," Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in front of him and couldn't help but feel his heart ache. In the past, when he was stranded in Iron Ox Town, other than Uncle Yuan, the person who cared about him the most was this woman in front of him. It was as if she treated him as her biological child. Sometimes, even her daughter, Luo Qingzhu, couldn't help but feel jealous. It could be said that, during that period of time, he enjoyed a long-awaited period of maternal love. To be able to see this mother-like existence again, he was extremely happy. "Don't let Feiyang stand there all the time. Lu Yun, hurry up and get a few more sets of bowls and chopsticks. Prepare to eat," Jiang Zhengyi urged. Okay. Lu Yun came back to her senses and ran into the backyard. Just as she turned around, she quietly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Yes. Sit here." Luo Chenxue pulled Qin Feiyang and turned to walk towards the round table. Old Master Ren and the others looked at each other, wiped away their tears, and walked towards the round table with smiles on their faces. "Grandpa Ren, you guys are too much. Uncle is back, and you treat us like air." Lu Xiaofei complained unhappily. Everyone was stunned. "Rascal. Usually, when you come to play, I've never seen you be so polite to us," Yang Nanshan scolded jokingly. Hearing this, Lu Xiaofei rubbed his head and chuckled. As expected, he was not polite at all. He ran to the round table and sat down. After everyone was seated, Yang Nanshan asked, "Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, when did you guys come back?" 3 days ago. Qin Feiyang said. Yang Nanshan frowned and said, "Then why aren't you in the capital to accompany your mother? It hasn't been easy for your mother all these years." "What a joke. How could giving birth to 7 children be easy?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I was in a hurry to visit you. I'm really touched by your words. Why don't we do it a little?" Yang Nanshan took out a wine jar the size of a rubber ball from his Chenkuan bag and grinned. "What are you doing early in the morning?" Lu Yun walked out with a bowl and chopsticks and glared at Yang Nanshan. "I'm just happy." Yang Nanshan smiled. "What's the situation?" Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other. There seemed to be something wrong with Lu Yun and Uncle Yang. "Uncle, you don't know. They have already." Lu Xiaofei stuck out 2 thumbs, moving them up and down. His smile was extremely ambiguous. "Oh." Qin Feiyang was puzzled. What did he mean? Lu Xiaofei was helpless. "Uncle, you really don't understand. You insist that I explain that they have already become partners." Qin Feiyang was stunned. The White-Eyed Wolf also looked at Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun in shock. It can't be. The 2 of them actually became partners. When Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun saw this, they looked a little embarrassed. A single man and a single woman will develop feelings over time. We'll talk about it again. They're not young anymore. It's indeed time for them to find a partner. Jiang Zhengyi laughed out loud. "No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun glared at Jiang Zhengyi at the same time. All right. I won't say it. Jiang Zhengyi waved his hand. Lu Yun put down his bowl and chopsticks and sat beside Yang Nanshan. He said with a smile, "Feiyang, I'm sorry for making a fool of myself." No. This is a good thing. I have to congratulate you." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stood up with cupped hands. "Congratulations to Uncle Yang and Auntie Yun for getting married." "Good." The corners of Yang Nanshan's mouth twitched. What's with your reaction? Lu Yun pricked up his brows. No, no. Yang Nanshan hurriedly shook his head. It looks like another henpecked husband. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Ha ha, the moment that was said, everyone burst into laughter. Qin Feiyang also laughed out loud. He returned to his stool and asked, then, Uncle Yang, Auntie Yun, what about your children? Children? The couple was taken aback. Since you are all together, you should be like my father and mother. Have a bunch of children and grandchildren. Only then will life be fun, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. A bunch. Yang Nanshan was so frightened that he trembled. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, forget it. We're all so old. There's no need to tire ourselves out. You call this old? Qin Feiyang was speechless. As a cultivator, he had to have a youthful mindset. Some people in the ancient world had lived for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Didn't they still get married and have children? The white-eyed wolf said, Auntie Shui, Uncle Yang, I heard you talking about Ling Yunfei's children. They're only 5 or 6 years old. Yes. Everyone nodded. That kid isn't good. Look at Lu Zhang and little Hongzi. Their son and daughter have already grown up. Look at Fatso and Li Yang's son. He can already take Lu Xiaofei to fragrant moon brothel. His children are actually so young. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Uncle Wolf, don't talk nonsense. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofei's expression changed as he hurriedly said, I'm talking nonsense. Didn't you say it yourself? The white-eyed wolf said. What did Lu Xiaofei want to say? But suddenly, a few pairs of eyes looked at them in unison. Grandpa Ren, listen to my explanation, Lu Xiaofei panicked and said with a flattering smile. If the white-eyed wolf didn't say it, how could we not know? Tell me honestly. When did you go? How many times have you been there? Jiang Zhengyi said. Don't be so scary. We've only been there once. Also, we just went there to eat and drink. Lu Xiaofei hurriedly explained, not forgetting to glare at the white-eyed wolf. Is that so? Jiang Zhengyi looked at him unkindly. Lu Xiaofei nodded and said, yes, yes, yes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sichu Feiyang. Who doesn't know that the two of you grew up wearing open-crotch pants? Ask him. What can you get out of him? I think you have to ask your parents about this. Jiang Zhengyi said. Don't. You can't tell them about this. Otherwise, with my mother's bad temper, she will break my leg. Can you bear to see a good young man with a bright future being destroyed just like that? Lu Xiaofei looked at Jiang Zhengyi pitifully. Brat. Jiang Zhengyi laughed and scolded him. He shook his head and said, all right, I'll let you off this time. Don't go to such a brothel in the future. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Xiaofei was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Then back to the topic. Ling Yunfei is different from Lu Zhang and Fatso. He doesn't like to be restrained. In short, he just wants to spend time with Shuang'er while he's young. If it weren't for his mother's constant urging, he probably wouldn't have the mood to have a child now. Jiang Zhengyi looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile. This is normal. Seeing that Lu Zheng and Fatso's child is already so big, Aunt Liu Ji will definitely be anxious. Qin Feiyang smiled. Liu Ji was Ling Yunfei's mother. Isn't that so? In the past, every time we met, she would frown and sigh. But now she's fine. Ever since Ling Yunfei and Shuang'er gave birth to a little granddaughter for her, she's changed completely. Jiang Zhengyi said with a smile. Little granddaughter? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. They gave birth to a daughter. Liu Ji is still urging them to give birth to a fat boy. Jiang Zhengyi said. I really envy them. They can live such a carefree life and do whatever they want. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. What about you? How's your relationship with Xiao Yu going? Luo Chenxue asked. We're doing well. Qin Feiyang nodded. You're not married yet? Luo Chenxue asked. No. At the moment, I don't have such plans. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then you have to hurry up. Otherwise, when Ling Yunfei's grandchildren are running around, you won't be married yet. Luo Chenxue said. Wait for the next time. The next time I come back, I'll definitely invite everyone to my wedding. You should also prepare a gift as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Next time? Everyone was stunned. Old Master Ren asked, "You're still leaving?" "Yes. There are still many things that haven't been dealt with properly," Qin Feiyang said. "Is it important?" Luo Chenxue asked. "It's very important." Qin Feiyang nodded. Luo Chenxue wanted to ask something more, but Jiang Zhengyi suddenly interrupted her. He glared at her and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? You can't help." "I'm just concerned." Luo Chenxue was dissatisfied. "Just keep your concern in your heart. Come on, come on. The food is getting cold. Hurry up and eat." Jiang Zhengyi looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Qin Feiyang chuckled, picked up a bowl of millet porridge, and wolfed it down. As he ate, he nodded and said, "Auntie Shue's cooking is delicious." Luo Chenxue smiled slightly and looked at Qin Feiyang without saying a word. Her eyes were filled with love. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of Qin Feiyang from back then. At that time, although Qin Feiyang lived a life full of disasters, he didn't give up and walked all the way strong. Later on, in order to save everyone, he even sacrificed himself. Fortunately, the heavens were fair and didn't really take his life. Old Master Ren, Yang Nanshan, Feng Cheng, Jiang Zhengyi, Lu Yun, Ji Shui, Li Ji, Elder 30,000 Zhong, and He Xiong also looked at Qin Feiyang with smiles. Although so many years had passed and Qin Feiyang now had unparalleled achievements, he didn't put on any airs in front of them. He was exactly the same as the youth from back then. He hadn't changed at all. Chapter 2776. After a delicious breakfast, Qin Feiyang sat in the courtyard with everyone, drinking tea and chatting. "Feiyang, what do you want to eat for lunch? Tell me and I'll make it for you." Luo Chenxue finished cleaning up the dishes and sat beside Qin Feiyang with a smile. Jiang Zhengyi said, "Didn't we just finish breakfast?" "I prepared in advance," Luo Chenxue said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "When I come back this time, I'll probably gain at least 5 kilograms. 3 meals a day, every meal was very sumptuous. If this was in the past, it would be an extravagant hope. Because this was the kind of life he yearned for. Forget about lunch. I'll go see Qingzhou and the others first, then make a trip to the Sea of Despair, and finally go to Iron Bull Town." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "In such a hurry? Are you leaving tomorrow?" Luo Chenxue frowned. "Not really. I just can't wait to see them as soon as possible." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "That's fine too." Luo Chenxue nodded and said with a smile, "You can go to Iron Bull Town and bring Ling Yunfei and his family here. Let's have a good gathering." "Okay." Qin Feiyang smiled and took out a jar of tea leaves. He handed it to Old Master Ren and said, "Old Master Ren, try my tea." "What tea?" Old Master Ren was suspicious. Yang Nanshan said, "The tea leaves that Feiyang brought back are definitely not ordinary tea leaves." Old Master Ren took the tea jar and gently opened it. A fragrant smell immediately assailed his nose. Immediately, Old Master Ren's eyes lit up. He looked at Luo Chenxue and said, "Chenxue, quickly brew a pot and let me try it." "Okay." Luo Chenxue smiled. After a while, the intoxicating aroma of tea wafted through the air. Old Master Ren couldn't wait to taste it and couldn't help but praise, "It's indeed good tea. It's indeed not bad." Jiang Zhengyi also tasted the tea and nodded with a smile. "This was planted by one of my sisters. This tea tree is also extremely rare. Even in the ancient realm, this tea is of the highest quality." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Younger sister?" Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not one of those sisters in the capital." "I knew it. How could your sisters in the imperial capital brew such tea leaves? Speaking of which, how did you feel when you first saw your younger siblings?" Yang Nanshan asked. "Although it's the first time we've met, it's quite cordial." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Definitely. Blood is thicker than water after all." Lu Yun nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "I came back this time to do one more thing." What is it? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. I deposed all the martial marquis and even expelled Qin Li from the imperial capital. Qin Feiyang said. No way. Everyone was shocked. To Qin Feiyang, this might be a trivial matter, but to the people of Great Qin, it was an extremely shocking matter. Qin Feiyang said, Do you think I did the right thing? You naturally have your reasons for doing so. Regardless of whether it's right or wrong, we will support you. Old Master Ren laughed hoarsely. Thank you, Old Master. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. In my opinion, dethroning the martial marquis is the right thing to do. Look at these people. Great Qin raised them and gave them status and identity that no one can match, but what about them? Not only do they not know how to be grateful, but they also rely on their ancestors' contributions to form cliques and oppose us in secret. If they continue to cause trouble like this, I'm afraid that the incident with the Zhuge family will happen again. Therefore, it's wise of me to depose them. On the other hand, Qin Li, I know a little about this kid's ambition, but he's your younger brother after all. Isn't it too much to expel him from the imperial capital? Yang Nanshan looked at Qin Feiyang and said, 5 years. I'll give him 5 years to reflect. If there are changes by then, I'll give him a chance. But if it's still the same as before, then I can only give up on him. Qin Feiyang said. 5 years, thinking back, you were expelled from the imperial capital by the emperor and even ended up in Iron Ox Town, where you were a cripple for 5 years. In comparison, he's still considered lucky. At least his cultivation is still there. Looking at it this way, you also put in a lot of effort for Qin Li, Jiang Zhengyi said with a smile. After all, he's my younger brother. How can I bear to let him go astray? Qin Feiyang sighed. I hope he can understand your painstaking effort. Yang Nanshan smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked up at the sun in the sky. He stood up and looked at everyone with a smile. All right, I'll go to the sacred palace now. Don't go to the sacred palace. Old man Ren shook his head. Why? Aren't they in the sacred palace? Qin Feiyang froze. Old man Ren smiled. They are in the inner hall of the sacred palace. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The inner hall and the sacred palace were not in the same place. The sacred palace was in the state capital. But the inner hall was in the Tranquility Mountain Range. The Tranquility Mountain Range was the headquarters of the beasts in the spiritual state. It was extremely dangerous, and ordinary people did not dare to enter. And the Tranquility Mountain Range was adjacent to the Ocean of Despair. Then let's go to the inner hall. I wonder how they are now after so many years. Qin Feiyang smiled. They will definitely be shocked when they see you guys suddenly appear. Feng Cheng chuckled. Lu Xiaofei opened a portal, and the 3 people and 1 wolf walked in one after another. This little guy is getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the dissipating portal, Yang Nanshan shook his head and sighed. Yeah. His current cultivation is like a vast ocean, unfathomable. It's hard to believe. What level has he reached now? Jiang Zhengyi nodded. Luo Chenxue smiled. No matter how strong he is still our child, right? That's right. Old man Ren nodded. In front of a mountain range, Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Lu Xiaofei appeared out of thin air. Lu Xiaofei pointed at the mountain and said, Uncle, that is the Tranquility Mountain Range. I know. Qin Feiyang said. How do you know? Lu Xiaofei froze. Qin Feiyang smiled. I stayed in the inner hall back then, and the Ocean of Despair at the end of the Tranquility Mountain Range is your aunt's home. Yeah. How could I forget? Aunt Wushuang also said that when you guys entered the spiritual state, she came here to pick you guys up. Lu Xiaofei patted his head and said. She told you all this? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. Aunts like me very much. Lu Xiaofei smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's right. Back then. He, White-Eyed Wolf, Fatso, and Lu Hong crossed the desert from the Yang County and came to the Ocean of Despair. It was in the Ocean of Despair that he met the Mermaid Princess. And it was also at that time that he activated the purple gold dragon soul and formed the heart's knot with the Mermaid Princess. From then on, their fates were tied together. But at that time, he, who was blinded by hatred, hid his feelings and left the ocean of despair. When they entered the Tranquility mountain range, they found that it was surprisingly big. And there were ferocious beasts everywhere. In the end, they had no choice but to send a message to Ren Wuxuang. After Ren Wuxuang heard about it, he came to the Tranquility mountain range and brought them to the state capital. Although it had been a long time, it seemed like it just happened yesterday. Take it. The white-eyed wolf suddenly threw a pill to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He quickly caught the pill and found that it was an illusion pill. He frowned and said, "What? What do you think?" The white-eyed wolf sneered. "You guy." Qin Feiyang shook his head and took the illusion pill, slightly changing his appearance. The white-eyed wolf turned into a big black dog again. He looked at Lu Xiaofei and his sister and urged, "You two hurry up. Boring." Lu Xiaojia pouted. "That's right, Uncle Wolf, you're too childish." Lu Xiaofei also said, "You don't want to, right? Then get out of here now." The white-eyed wolf said, "Yes, yes." Hearing this, the brother and sister quickly nodded and took out an illusion pill and threw it into their mouths. "That's more like it. Let's go." The white-eyed wolf chuckled and led Qin Feiyang and the brother and sister into the depths of the mountain range. Once, when they were still in the War King, it would take them at least a few years to cross this mountain range. But now, it was only a few blinks of an eye. Even standing on this side of the mountain range, one could see the Sea of Despair on the other side. Of course, the white-eyed wolf did not use his extreme speed. He just treated it as if he was revisiting an old place. A moment later, a towering mountain peak entered his line of sight. At the peak of the mountain, there were many majestic palaces. This was the location of the inner palace. "It can't be, there's actually a statue here?" Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf looked at the peak of a mountain, his eyes filled with speechlessness. "Statue?" Qin Feiyang raised his head and saw an eye-catching statue on the peak of the mountain. And the statue was none other than him. "I heard from Auntie and the others that the statue of Uncle was erected here to encourage the disciples of the inner palace. And to let them always remember that it was you who resurrected all the creatures in the spiritual state." Lu Xiaofei said. "Is that necessary? How great are you making it?" The white-eyed wolf was disdainful. "Uncle has always been great. Especially in the spiritual state. Whether it's the beasts or humans, they all regard Uncle as a god." And as time passed, the major states began to imitate him. Now, all the major cities in the 9 states and 18 counties have statues of Uncle. During the holidays, everyone still burns incense and prays in front of the statue. Lu Xiaofei said, "Damn, is it that exaggerated?" The white-eyed wolf was shocked. "It's not exaggerated at all. In short, in the eyes of the people of the Great Qin Empire, Uncle is the guardian of this land. They can forget about other beliefs, but their belief in Uncle has not changed even after hundreds of years." Lu Xiaofei said proudly. His uncle was so great. As his nephew, of course he was proud. "All right." The white-eyed wolf nodded helplessly. After all, it was Qin Feiyang who sacrificed himself to resurrect everyone back then. It was normal for everyone to be grateful. Chapter 2777. Inner Palace. At this moment, thousands of people gathered at the foot of a mountain. These people were basically in their 20s, and their temperament was quite outstanding. Their cultivation was basically at the Battle Emperor realm. "Why are there so many people?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. The inner palace disciples were selected from the Holy Palace. Thinking back, when he entered the inner palace, there were only a few people. But now, there were thousands of people. It seemed that the spiritual state had developed well these years. The white-eyed wolf chuckled, "Let's go and join in the fun." "Join in the fun?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf said, "Pretend to be one of them." Qin Feiyang was speechless. Were they here to experience life? "Don't dawdle, hurry up. Suppress your cultivation to the 1-star Battle Emperor realm," the white-eyed wolf urged. "So troublesome." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Uncle Wolf, I'm afraid that won't work. Look, They are all wearing the Holy Palace's uniform. If we run over like this, we will definitely be seen through. Lu Xiaofei said. Do you still need to ask me for such a small matter? Hurry up and get a few sets of clothes. The white-eyed wolf said. All right. Lu Xiaofei nodded helplessly and opened a portal to leave. In less than 10 breaths, Lu Xiaofei came back with 2 sets of clothes in his hands. One was a long dress with the Holy Palace's logo on it. Not bad, where did you get it? The white-eyed wolf asked. Lu Xiaofei said proudly, I have been to the Holy Palace more than once or twice. It's just a few clothes, it's a piece of cake. A piece of cake? You obviously went to steal it. The white-eyed wolf looked down on him. Didn't you ask me to go? Lu Xiaofei was stunned and said angrily. I didn't ask you to steal it. Kid, your character is not good. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Lu Xiaofei was furious and roared, Uncle, look at Uncle Wolf, get used to it, get used to it. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and change. The white-eyed wolf urged. After Lu Xiaofei gave the clothes to Qin Feiyang and Lu Xiaojia, he stared at white-eyed wolf and said, Uncle Wolf, I find that you are really shameless. After saying that, he quickly put on the clothes in his hands. Lu Xiaojia also went down to the jungle and changed her clothes. Qin Feiyang also changed his clothes. Set off. The white-eyed wolf waved its claws and flew into the inner palace in high spirits. Very soon, 3 people and 1 wolf sneaked into the crowd without anyone noticing. Hey! Why is there a big black dog? Qin Feiyang's trio did not attract much attention, but white-eyed wolf was quickly noticed. Never seen such a handsome dog. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the man. It was a young man dressed in black. He was about 20 years old and had the cultivation of a 2-star combat emperor. Handsome. When the young man in black heard this, he was slightly stunned and then looked at the white-eyed wolf strangely. What are you looking at? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. I'm just curious. Since when did our holy palace have such a narcissistic dog? The young man in black was suspicious. That's because I keep a low profile. I'm not like you guys who always jump out to make your presence known. It's as if you're afraid that people don't know you. The white-eyed wolf despised him. All right, I'll take it. The young man in black shook his head. He had seen many narcissistic people, but this was the first time he had seen such a narcissistic dog. Qin Feiyang looked at the peak of the mountain and asked suspiciously, Senior brother, what are we waiting for? Of course, we are waiting for the 3 temple masters. The young man in black said. Temple masters? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The young man in black looked at Qin Feiyang's reaction as if he was looking at a monster and said, It can't be. You don't even know the 3 temple masters? This, Qin Feiyang really didn't know. Seeing that they were about to be exposed, Lu Xiaofei quickly took over the conversation and said, The 3 temple masters are famous, who doesn't know? It's just that we haven't seen the 3 of them with our own eyes, so we are a little curious. I knew it. Let alone the spiritual state, people in the other 8 states also know the name of our temple masters. The young man in black said. Xiaofei, who are these temple masters? Qin Feiyang secretly said. You will know later. Lu Xiaofei smiled mysteriously. Still keeping me in suspense. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Wait a minute. Could it be them? Suddenly, 3 stunning figures appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind. About half an hour later. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky. The crowd hurriedly raised their heads and saw 3 women standing in the sky above them. It's really them, Qin Feiyang muttered. That's right. These 3 people were Ren Wushuang, Fengling and Luo Qingzhu. After hundreds of years, not only did the 3 of them become stronger, but their charm was also far greater than before. Greetings to the 3 temple masters. In an instant, everyone knelt on the ground. A group of men looked up at them as if they were looking at a goddess. Squat down. The white-eyed wolf pulled Qin Feiyang's clothes. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and quickly squatted on the ground. Get up. It was Fengling who spoke. She was wearing a black outfit as usual, which outlined her perfect figure vividly and looked extremely capable. Not bad, not bad. Little Qinzi, you can think about it again. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Think about what? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Nonsense, of course, to marry her. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes. Get lost. Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely, then looked up at Feng Ling again. Don't say it. Her exquisite figure was almost like a demon. This little girl was really becoming more and more attractive. Qin Feiyang looked at Luo Qingzhu and Ren Wuxuang again. Luo Qingzhu was wearing a snow-white dress, which was spotless. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Although her figure was not as good as Feng Ling's, her temperament was different. She was like a fairy in the wind, floating in the dust. Ren Wuxuang was wearing a purple dress. Her figure was exquisite, and her long hair was tied up with an exquisite jade hairpin. Compared to before, she looked noble and sacred at this time. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Little Qinzi, you don't know how lucky you are. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. The white-eyed wolf secretly despised him. Get lost. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Ren Wuxuang was needless to say. He had always treated Ren Wuxuang as an elder sister. Although Luo Qingzhu was interested in him, he also treated her as a younger sister. As for Feng Ling, in his impression, she was the representative of unruly people. He had been bullied by her a lot in the county of Yang. Of course. As for Feng Ling, he also treated her as a family member. He had never had any romantic feelings for her. This kind of relationship was actually quite good. There was no need to mix in other feelings. He also believed that the three of them would find their own home sooner or later. By then, he would faithfully send his blessings. A total of more than 3,500 people were selected this time, more than in previous years. This shows that the spiritual state's holy palace is getting stronger and stronger. Feng Ling looked at the group of people below and said faintly with a great pressure in her voice. The female disciples at the scene were fine, but the male disciples were all looking at the three of them with admiration. The white-eyed wolf stretched out his paw and poked the young man in black who had just spoken to them, saying in disdain, "Hey, hey, hey, you're drooling." "Am I?" The young man in black froze and hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth. There was indeed drool, and he looked a little embarrassed. "It's just a woman," the white-eyed wolf said. "What do you know? Look at these men here. Which one of them isn't here for the three holy palace masters?" The young man in black whispered. "What? Are they here for them?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "Of course. Otherwise, why do you think people from other states would come to our spiritual state's holy palace?" The young man in black said. "What? These people aren't from the spiritual state?" The white-eyed wolf was shocked. "Of course there are from the spiritual state, and many from other states." The young man in black whispered. "That's not right. Don't the other 8 states also have holy palaces?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "The other 8 states do have holy palaces, but can they be compared with our spiritual state? The spiritual state's holy palace not only has the 3 powerful and beautiful holy palace masters, but also our guardian, Lord Qin Feiyang." The young man in black said with a face full of pride. "Ooh." The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. How did this guy get involved again? Lord Qin Feiyang, the guardian of Great Qin, came from our spiritual state. Besides, he used to be a disciple of the Holy Palace, so people from the other 8 states all came here to admire him. The young man in black said proudly. "So, half of the people here are here because of Qin Feiyang, and the other half because of the 3 holy palace masters?" The white-eyed wolf said. "Yes." The young man in black nodded. "Look at you guys. I guess even Qin Feiyang's worn shoes would be fragrant in front of you." The white-eyed wolf was speechless. "How can you say that?" The young man in black stared at the white-eyed wolf and said with admiration, "If I really get a pair of shoes worn by the guardian, I will take it home and worship it like an ancestor." "It's hopeless." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Qin Feiyang was also a little helpless. This was indeed too exaggerated. At this moment, Feng Ling said again, "But don't think that you can enter the inner palace just because you come here. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. They were all selected from the Holy Palace and had been recognized. Why couldn't they enter the Inner Palace? The Inner Palace is the core of the Holy Palace and the place where talents are sent to the capital, so it must be stricter. That's why we came here in person. In other words, you have to pass my test to enter the Inner Palace. Feng Ling'er said. What if we don't pass? Someone asked. Feng Ling'er said, if we don't pass, we will be sent back to the Holy Palace. Palace Master. I don't think there was such a rule before. Someone questioned. Yes. This is a rule that only exists now, and it will be maintained in the future. Feng Ling'er said. Why did you suddenly set this rule? It's not fair to us. Everyone asked in a chatter. There is no fairness in this world. Everything depends on your ability. If you think it's unfair, then you can return to the Holy Palace now or leave the spiritual state. I won't stop you. Feng Ling'er shouted, her eyes as sharp as a blade, making people not dare to look directly at her. Luo Qingzhu and Ren Wushuang behind her looked at each other with a trace of helplessness in their eyes. Actually, they didn't want to set this rule. But there was no other way. There were already many people in the spiritual state. And these years, young people from the other 8 states also flocked to the Holy Palace of the spiritual state. So now, both the Holy Palace and the Inner Palace could no longer accommodate them. So, they had to raise the threshold to enter the Inner Palace. And these years, the Holy Palace and the Inner Palace had been expanded several times, but it still couldn't solve the problem. A little more. Young people from the other 8 states came to the spiritual state, causing the Holy Palace of the 8 states to lose a lot of talent. The higher-ups of the Holy Palace of the 8 states, and even the mansion masters of the 8 states, had come to talk to them more than once. They hoped that they could reject the young people from the 8 states. But they were all citizens of the Great Qin, how could they bear to reject them? So after some discussion, they came up with this idea. Raise the difficulty of entering the Inner Palace and make them retreat. If they couldn't enter the Inner Palace, they might leave the spiritual state in disappointment and return to their state capitals. After all, with their talent, entering the Inner Palace of their state capitals was not a problem at all. Chapter 2778. As soon as Feng Ling'er finished speaking, the scene fell into dead silence. Leave? How was that possible? It wasn't easy to get to this point. Especially the young people from the other 8 states. They came all the way to the spiritual state just to enter the Inner Palace. Because entering the Inner Palace of the spiritual state was not only a supreme honor but also a great future. Because almost everyone in the 9 states knew that the 3 palace masters of the spiritual state were very close to the Emperor and Empress. What kind of existence were the Emperor and Empress? Not only were they the rulers of Great Qin, but they were also Qin Feiyang's father and mother. So, if they could enter the Inner Palace of the spiritual state, perform well, and gain the recognition of the 3 palace masters, they might be directly recommended to the Emperor and Empress. In this way, wouldn't they soar to the sky? Most importantly, there were rumors in the major states that the 3 palace masters of the spiritual state were all war gods. Why was it a rumor? Because in the past few hundred years, Feng Ling'er and the other 2 had never really fought. Therefore, their cultivation was only a legend. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and looked up at Feng Ling'er with a smile. Palace Master, just tell me, what is the test? Feng Ling'er looked down at Qin Feiyang with a trace of surprise in her eyes. This calm expression, without the slightest hint of panic in his eyes, this young man didn't seem to be simple. Wait a minute. Why didn't she see this person when she went to the Holy Palace to choose? Feng Ling'er didn't think too much about it, thinking that she had overlooked this person before. I will personally take part in this test. After Feng Ling'er finished speaking, a terrifying aura burst out of her body and shrouded the stone stairs in front of her. The stone stairs led from the foot of the mountain to the top. Under my divine aura, those who reach the top will pass the test. Now, begin. Feng Ling'er shouted. Divine aura. She is indeed the war god. Thousands of people were shocked, and the admiration in their eyes grew stronger. Everyone, let's go. Once we successfully enter the Inner Palace, we will be able to receive guidance from the divine god of battle. This is a treatment that the other 8 prefectures do not have. Immediately, thousands of people ran towards the stone stairs as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Let's go. The black-clothed young man also called out to Qin Feiyang and the others, and ran towards the stone stairs without looking back. Is running so fast useful? The white-eyed wolf pouted. How could a group of battle emperors withstand the might of a god? However, for it and Qin Feiyang, it naturally existed in name only. Let's go. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and ran towards the stone stairs. How boring. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wasn't this just messing around? Let it be. Anyway, it was rare for him to come back, so he might as well let him play freely. Very soon, the people who rushed to the front stepped onto the stone stairs. Immediately, it was as if all of them were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. This pressure is too terrifying. How can we climb up? Such a thought immediately arose in the minds of those who stepped onto the stone stairs. No way. It's a matter of future and glory. Even if we have to climb, we have to climb up. One of the young men roared, gritted his teeth, and walked up with difficulty. The others also gritted their teeth and persevered, moving extremely slowly. After dozens of breaths, the person at the front had only climbed 10 steps. The others were all blocked at the back. Hey, 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 get out of the way. Don't block the way in front. How are we going to go up? Someone was dissatisfied. The people in front were tactful. Hearing this, they retreated to the side and opened up a path in the middle, allowing those with good talent and potential to pass through. Don't say it. There were really some young people who walked up with ease. The potential of the people chosen this time is not bad. Luo Qingzhu nodded. This is just the beginning, Feng Ling'er said. Hundreds of breaths passed. Half of the people were still lining up at the foot of the mountain. Although everyone tried their best to walk from both sides of the stone stairs, the width of the stone stairs could only accommodate 5 or 6 people. And there were thousands of people at the scene. Therefore, they had to wait for the people in front to go up before the people behind could follow. So slow. The white-eyed wolf frowned. They were at the back. What's the hurry? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, glanced at Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia, and asked, Do you have the confidence to climb up? I'm sure I don't. Lu Xiaojia shook her head. She was only at the war chief level. I'm confident. Lu Xiaofei pondered for a moment, then nodded heavily. Qin Feiyang laughed. All right, then let's wait and see. Half an hour later, everyone had already climbed up the stone stairs. There were more than a dozen young men and women who had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. Obviously, these dozen or so were all young people with good potential. Let's go up as well. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf directly rushed up and did not feel any pressure. Qin Feiyang also followed suit and stepped onto the stone stairs. In an instant, he determined that the strength of this pressure was only at the War Master level. War Master, this probably wouldn't be difficult for Lu Xiaofei. This was because Lu Xiaofei was originally a War Master, and he had even opened the door of potential. Even Lu Xiaojia would be able to barely hold on for a while. After all, Lu Xiaojia had also opened the door of potential. So it's only SOSO. After Lu Xiaofei stepped onto the stone stairs, a trace of pride immediately crawled up his face. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and sent a sound transmission. Uncle Wolf, let's go. Heh. Let's give your aunt a surprise. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly, then rushed towards the peak of the mountain like a wisp of smoke. Lu Xiaofei also followed closely behind. It can't be. In the air. Feng Ling'er and the other 2 stared at the white-eyed wolf and Lu Xiaofei with their mouths agape. It was actually so easy. Are you guys perverts? You can still run so fast. The people on both sides of the stone stairs also looked at the man and the wolf in shock. The white-eyed wolf said disdainfully, It's not that we are perverts, you guys are just too useless. Brother dog, wait, bring me along. The black-clothed young man was also on the stone stairs. When he saw the white-eyed wolf running towards him, he hurriedly reached out his hand and called out. Scram! The white-eyed wolf swatted at him with its paw. The black-clothed young man immediately staggered and almost fell from the stone stairs. "Brother dog, don't be so heartless," the black-clothed young man exclaimed. "Is he close to you?" The white-eyed wolf glared at him, then ran up the stairs without looking back. "What's going on? How can a big black dog be so arrogant?" Feng Ling was stunned. Ren Wushuang said suspiciously, "Ling when you went to the sanctum, did you see this big dog?" "I don't remember at all." Feng Ling shook her head. "You don't remember? Then is it from the sanctum? Could it be a ferocious beast nearby that came to join in the fun?" Ren Wushuang frowned. "It doesn't look like it. Look, it seems to be very familiar with that kid behind it." Feng Ling pointed at Lu Xiaofei. "Oh no, I'm afraid there are a few peerless monsters this time. Ling take special care of them and see how amazing their potential is." Ren Wushuang laughed. "Okay." Feng Ling secretly laughed, and the pressure that enveloped the white-eyed wolf and Lu Xiaofei suddenly doubled. The white-eyed wolf stopped and scanned the pressure in the sky. Lu Xiaofei was also extremely stunned, and then swept a glance at the others. It seemed that there was no change in the pressure of these people. Immediately, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he sent a sound transmission. "Uncle Wolf, we seem to have been specially taken care of by Aunt Ling The pressure they were now enduring had already reached the level of a war saint. Special care. The white-eyed wolf raised its head and glanced at Feng Ling a trace of ridicule in its eyes, and then continued to run up. "Wait for me." Lu Xiaofei hurriedly followed. Although the pressure had increased to the level of a war saint, for him who had opened the door of potential, it was unable to stop him from moving forward. This really comes true. We're not even as good as a dog. Looking at the white-eyed wolf running up the stone stairs, thousands of people's hearts were filled with bitterness. "Ling that big dog glanced at you just now. It seems to be provoking you." Ren Wushuang chuckled. "Little bastard." Feng Ling face darkened, and the pressure increased once again. "War King." Immediately, Lu Xiaofei's footsteps paused, as if his body was frozen. He was extremely dissatisfied in his heart, and muttered, "Aunt Ling is too much." But the white-eyed wolf still didn't feel anything. "Brat, you can't take it anymore." The white-eyed wolf stopped and sat on the stone stairs. He crossed his legs and looked down at Lu Xiaofei, who was below him, and said proudly, "Aren't you just relying on your strong cultivation? What are you being arrogant for?" Lu Xiaofei muttered, "I'll go." This posture of his, "Ling look, this is also arrogant." Ren Wushuang looked at the white-eyed wolf. Feng Ling expression became even uglier. Not only was he sitting there like a human being, he was even crossing his legs. Wasn't this blatantly mocking her? The pressure suddenly soared to the war god level. What a powerful aura, the white-eyed wolf immediately howled. Lu Xiaofei was stunned. The thousands of people below also looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. What was going on? Didn't it run faster than a rabbit just now? Why did it howl all of a sudden? This is the pressure of a war god level. Little girl, you're going too far. The white-eyed wolf stared at Feng Ling angrily. Pressure of a war god level? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this black dog was specially taken care of by the palace master? At that moment, their faces revealed gloating expressions. "Let's see if you can still be arrogant." "Wait, do you guys know why it's called the palace master? It seems to be calling a little girl. It seems to be a little girl. This damn dog, there must be a limit to arrogance." Everyone immediately glared at the white-eyed wolf. It actually dared to offend their goddess. It was simply unforgivable. The veins on Feng Ling forehead were also popping out. It actually dared to call her a little girl. Interesting. Ren Wushuang and Luo Qingzhu looked at each other and couldn't help but want to laugh. That's not right. But suddenly, Luo Qingzhu stared at the white-eyed wolf in shock. What's wrong? Ren Wushuang and Feng Ling were shocked and turned to look at her suspiciously. If it was really imprisoned by the pressure, how could it be shouting there? Luo Qingzhu said in a low voice. That's right. The two of them also suddenly realized and lowered their heads to look at the white-eyed wolf in shock. Hey, You guys found out so quickly. So boring. I still want to play a little longer. The white-eyed wolf grinned at the three girls and slowly got up. He looked at Lu Xiaofei and said, "Kid, take your time. I'll go first." "Don't, take me with you," Lu Xiaofei hurriedly said. "You have to walk your own path. Don't count on others." After the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, he stood up and put his paws behind his back. Like an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, he walked up step by step. He shook his head and sighed deeply, saying, "Invincible is really too lonely. Don't stop me. I'm going to beat it up. This damn dog is too pretentious. I've never seen a person who pretends to be so pretentious. No, it's a dog." The thousands of people below all gritted their teeth and stared at the white-eyed wolf's back. If it was a person, they could accept it. But a dog, damn it, wasn't it just teasing them? Thinking about it, they, the geniuses of the sanctuary, were really worse than dogs. Chapter 2779. But at the same time, Fengling and the other two looked at the white-eyed wolf with grave expressions. Because of the difference in strength, the problem they saw was different. The thousands of disciples saw the white-eyed wolf acting cool. But what they saw was the white-eyed wolf's strength. Fengling was no longer holding back. Her aura was enough to imprison anyone below the level of a combat god. But this black dog acted as if nothing had happened. What did this mean? It meant that its strength was above Fengling This was not good news for Fengling and the other two. As one of the most powerful existences in Great Qin, they knew all the powerful people in Great Qin like the back of their hands. But in their memories, there was no information related to this black dog. In other words, this large black dog was a terrifying existence that had suddenly jumped out of nowhere. Whoosh! Within a few breaths, the black wolf climbed up the stone stairs and then turned to look down at the mountains and rivers below. It sighed faintly. "It's lonely at the top. I can't take it anymore. I want to go up and beat him up. Scoundrel. Just you wait." The thousands of people below glared angrily and rushed up with all their might. But very soon, they were lying on the stone stairs, panting and sweating profusely. "Auntie Ling don't be like this." Lu Xiaofei felt bitter in his heart. Although the aura that enveloped him was only at the level of a combat god, it was difficult for him to move. Below, Qin Feiyang was still standing on the first step, looking up at the white-eyed wolf with a helpless expression. He could not be blamed. That arrogant look was really asking for a beating. "Uncle, why don't I not go up?" Lu Xiaojia's voice suddenly rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Lu Xiaojia and saw her standing in front of the stone stairs, looking hesitant. "Wait a minute. Why is there another combat king?" Suddenly, Fengling and the other two also noticed Lu Xiaojia and were shocked. Lu Xiaojia's cultivation was at the combat king level. There was no point in hiding it. Therefore, she did not hide it from the start. However, she had been silent the whole time, so no one noticed. Qin Feiyang encouraged, "This is actually just the pressure of the War Master level, you can give it a try." "But I only have the cultivation of the War King," Lu Xiaojia said. Battle King, Battle Emperor, Battle Master, from her point of view, the gap between them was huge. "Let's try it." Qin Feiyang smiled. "All right." Lu Xiaojia nodded. She didn't want to disappoint her uncle, so she walked up the stone stairs resolutely. "She is courting death." Fengling expression suddenly changed. How dare a battle king come here? However, in the next moment, a scene that left her dumbstruck appeared. Lu Xiaojia actually stepped onto the second step. Although it was very difficult and strenuous, she could be considered to have succeeded. No way. Luo Qingzhu and Ren Wushuang were also shocked. How could a mere battle king take such a step? Not bad. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xiaojia and nodded with a smile. Even though he had opened the gate of potential, his cultivation was still too weak. If this pressure was only at the level of a war emperor, then it would definitely not be difficult for Lu Xiaojia. However, facing the pressure of a war master level, it was still too difficult for this little girl. "Uncle," Lu Xiaojia's face was also filled with excitement. To her, Stepping onto the second step did not give her any sense of accomplishment. The most important thing was to receive her uncle's praise. After all, she was only a teenager and was still a little girl. And Qin Feiyang, not only was he her elder, he was also her idol. Children all had one thing in common, and that was to obtain the praise and recognition of their elders. All right. Uncle will bring you up. Qin Feiyang grabbed Lu Xiaojia's hand, and that oppressive pressure that was almost suffocating her instantly disappeared. Uncle is really amazing. Lu Xiaojia whispered. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. All right. Lu Xiaojia nodded and obediently followed Qin Feiyang, walking up step by step. What? Feng Ling and the other two were once again tongue-tied. What was going on? Ling something's wrong. Luo Qingzhu stared at Qin Feiyang and sent a sound transmission. Yes. Feng Ling nodded. The little girl had a suffocating look before, but when the young man grabbed her hand, she immediately returned to her normal state. What did this mean? It meant that the young man was able to disperse her pressure. This kind of method could only be done by someone who was at least in the same realm as her. Another terrifying rancor that he had never seen before. Damn, it can't be. What's going on? When Qin Feiyang brought Lu Xiaojia up, the people they met all stared at them with their mouths agape. This indifferent expression, this light footsteps, it didn't seem like he was trapped in a dignified state at all. Previous chapter, next chapter. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang felt that the pressure that enveloped him had suddenly soared to the level of a war god. This woman, Qin Feiyang shook his head. However, he wasn't as bored as the white-eyed wolf. Without any pause, he walked up with ease. Terrifying, Ren Wushuang whispered. Luo Qingzhu and Feng Ling also had grave expressions on their faces. Suddenly, the three of them looked at each other and took a step forward in unison. They landed on the stone stairs above and looked at Qin Feiyang warily, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Thousands of disciples were bewildered. Qin Feiyang also stopped in his tracks, raised his head to look at the three girls, and laughed. "Since I have already stepped on the stone stairs, then let me finish. You are definitely not a disciple of the sanctum. Who exactly are you?" Feng Ling shouted, divine power surging out. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and a wave of pressure also emerged, enveloping the three of them. At that moment, Feng Ling and the other two were imprisoned there, unable to move at all. They were greatly shocked. This oppressive might was actually countless times stronger than their oppressive might. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and continued to walk up with Lu Xiaojia. When he passed by Feng Ling and the other two, he didn't stop. Who the hell is he? Even the three Lord Palace Masters can't escape from the confinement of his pressure. Needless to say, the thousands of disciples were all staring angrily. "Uncle, take me with you." Seeing that Qin Feiyang and Lu Xiaojia had arrived, Lu Xiaofei hurriedly called for help. Who was the one who said that he could go up? Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly and walked up without looking back. Lu Xiaojia turned her head and smiled at Lu Xiaofei. She even made a face at him. Lu Xiaofei's heart was bitter. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. After a short while, Qin Feiyang finally reached the top of the mountain. "You're too slow." White-eyed Wolf picked his nose. "You're not in a hurry to be reincarnated. Why are you running so fast?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, let go of Lu Xiaojia, and glanced around the inner hall. The inner hall seemed to be bigger than before. But it was not unfamiliar. Scenes of the past involuntarily emerged in his mind. He had experienced too much here. It could also be said that this was the place where he really rose to prominence. He still remembered that year when he fought fiercely with Lu Xingchen here. And Dong Qing. Shen Mai, these people who were almost forgotten by him involuntarily emerged in his mind. Reminded of the past, White-eyed Wolf glanced at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. It's a pity that bastard Mu Tianyang won't come out, otherwise he will definitely be like you. No. He will probably fight with you. That's because he and Shen Mai got to know each other here. Do you still remember that night when Lu Xingchen knelt in front of Shen Mai? No, it's Mu Tianyang. White-eyed Wolf joked. Of course I remember. It's really hard for this guy to kneel in front of a woman. But this also proves that he really likes Shen Mai. Qin Feiyang nodded. White-Eyed Wolf said, so, he will seek revenge on you sooner or later. Let's talk about the future later. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned around, and walked to the stone stairs. Standing on the top step, he withdrew his pressure. Feng Ling and the other two finally regained their freedom. They immediately turned to Qin Feiyang and bowed. Greetings, Senior. Even the 3 palace masters have to respectfully address him as Senior? How terrifying is this person's strength? The thousands of disciples were extremely shocked. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. His gaze went past the 3 of them and looked at the several thousand disciples. He said, tell me, why do you all want to cultivate? What do you mean? Cultivation is cultivation. Why do you ask so many questions? The thousands of disciples were stunned. Everyone has something they insist on when they cultivate. Some people cultivate to protect their family. Some people cultivate for personal desires, such as power and status. There are also some people who cultivate for the sake of revenge. These people are more extreme. For example, I used to cultivate hard to become stronger so that I can seek revenge on my enemies and seek justice. In the end, when I really reached this step, I realized that everything was not as I thought. Later, I cultivated hard to protect my family and the common people. And in the end, I did it. Then what about you? What are you holding on to? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Glory, status, power, these are what everyone wants. One of the young men said. That's right. Everyone wants these things, but no matter what, you have to adhere to one principle. No matter what your final achievements are, don't do things that offend the heavens and go against your conscience. Protect justice, defend the common people. This is the real cultivation. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What you've said is too great. We are just ordinary people. Someone said. Ordinary people? It seems that you have a misunderstanding about the words ordinary people. Whether it's a helpless mortal or a powerful powerhouse, they are all ordinary people. Even if he is the ruler of this world, he is just an ordinary person. This kind of thing has no boundaries. It depends on what you think. What do you think? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Everyone was silent and lowered their heads to ponder these words. Come up. The path of cultivation is like this. It is full of difficulties. If you want to stand higher and go further, then you have to face it bravely and move forward step by step. Otherwise, there will be a day when you will be eliminated by this world. In fact, it's just a sentence. Fighting spirit and courage can never be extinguished. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Chapter 2780. Our fighting spirit and courage can never be extinguished, thousands of disciples murmured. Something in their hearts seemed to have been ignited. Their blood couldn't help but boil. That's right. No matter what, they couldn't lose the courage to face difficulties and setback. No matter what, they couldn't lose the fighting spirit to keep moving forward. This was the Tao of cultivation. Thank you for your teachings, Senior. May I know Senior's name? If possible, I hope Senior can tell me. I'll remember Senior's teachings for the rest of my life. One of the young men in white bowed to Qin Feiyang. What's your name? Qin Feiyang murmured. If he revealed his identity, it should be a great incentive for these young people. The future pillar of the great Qin Empire was this young man in front of him. My name, Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, took out a facial restoration pill, threw it into his mouth, and said, my name is Qin Feiyang. As he finished speaking, he returned to his original appearance and voice. Boom. At that moment, everyone's mind was filled with a rumbling sound. Qin Feiyang. Who didn't know the guardian of the great Qin Empire? Not only was he a terrifying expert, but he was also a great person that everyone respected. The person in front of them was actually the guardian of the great Qin Empire. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Everyone roared in their hearts. Looking at Qin Feiyang's face, their faces were full of disbelief. At the same time, Feng Ling Luo Qingzhu, and Ren Wuxuang's delicate bodies trembled violently as they stared blankly at Qin Feiyang. This face, and this voice, wasn't this the man they had been thinking about day and night? It was him. He was back. I don't believe it. Didn't the rumor say that the Guardian has left this continent? It's impossible for him to appear here. Someone shook his head. I don't want to believe it either. But look, he looks exactly the same as that statue. A young woman pointed to the statue at the top of the mountain. Everyone looked at the statue and compared it. It was exactly the same. It's him. He really is our Guardian. We actually saw the Guardian in person. The person who taught us earlier was actually the Guardian God. Oh my God. You must be dreaming. The Guardian God is actually teaching us cultivation. For hundreds of years, no one has ever enjoyed such treatment. We are so lucky. The thousands of disciples were extremely excited. This was especially true for the young talents from the other 8 states. The trip to the Saint Palace of the spiritual state was worth it. Disciple greets Lord Protector. The young man in white who had asked about Qin Feiyang's name was also very excited. When he came back to his senses, he immediately knelt on the stone steps and respectfully called out, "Greetings, Guardian Deity." The other disciples regained their senses and also knelt down to worship. In the past, they had worshipped statues. Now, they were worshipping real people. The young people in front of him had basically grown up listening to the rumors about Qin Feiyang. One could imagine. Now that he had seen the true body of this legendary figure, he was extremely excited. Get up. Also, remember one thing. Don't lose your courage. In your life, don't kneel to the heavens or the earth. Only kneel to your loved ones. Qin Feiyang said. Disciple will remember Lord Protector's teachings. The thousands of disciples roared in unison. Then come up. I believe you can do it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. Everyone, this is Lord Protector's expectation of us. We can't lose face for Lord Protector. Everyone, charge up. Don't fall behind. The thousands of disciples' fighting spirit and courage were stimulated as they madly rushed to the top of the mountain. Some people had already given up in despair. But at this moment, they gritted their teeth and stubbornly climbed up the stone steps. Some people even crawled up. At this moment, no matter how embarrassed they were, it didn't matter to them as long as they could reach the top of the mountain. Even Lu Xiaofei became high-spirited and struggled to take a step forward. Feng Ling and the other 2 finally came back to their senses. They lowered their heads and glanced at the disciples before quickly rushing to the top of the mountain. Sister, Qingzhu, Ling Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Long time no see. It's really you." Ren Wuxuang murmured. "Yes. It's me." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You bastard, you came to tease us as soon as you came back." Feng Ling rushed up, grabbed Qin Feiyang's ear, and shouted, "Apologize, admit your mistake." "Again? Do you think we're still children?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "What? Do you think I don't dare to teach you a lesson now?" Feng Ling gritted her teeth. No. It's my fault, my fault. No. It's not my fault. It's the white-eyed wolf. It's all his bad ideas." Qin Feiyang cried. "It can't be." When the disciples below heard the commotion, they looked up at the mountain peak and were immediately stunned. The temple master was grabbing the guardian god's ear, and the guardian deity had a helpless look on his face. Their relationship was indeed not ordinary. No. They must reach the mountain peak and become an inner hall disciple. Thousands of people worked harder. For glory, for the future, for the future. Even if blood spilled on the stone stairs, it did not matter. At the mountain peak, the white-eyed wolf, Feng Ling and the other 2 were stunned. They frowned and said, "Where's the white-eyed wolf? What a disloyal friend. Run away." The white-eyed wolf had not returned to its original form. Seeing that it was betrayed by Qin Feiyang, it cursed and immediately sneaked away. "Stop." Feng Ling's shout rang out. The white-eyed wolf froze, turned to Feng Ling and asked in confusion, "Little girl, who are you talking to? What do you think?" Feng Ling let go of Qin Feiyang's slap, rubbed her hands, and walked toward the white-eyed wolf. "What are you doing?" "I'm not the white-eyed wolf," the white-eyed wolf said hurriedly. "Brother." Feng Ling was stunned, and joked, "Only that bastard white-eyed wolf would call me brother." That damn catchphrase, the white-eyed wolf cursed, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. "You're still running?" Feng Ling shouted angrily. Luo Qingzhu pulled Feng Ling and said with a smile, "All right, there are so many disciples below. It'll be embarrassing if they see you." Feng Ling's expression froze. She was so happy that she forgot about the disciples. Ahem. Feng Ling coughed, tidied up her appearance, and then glared at Qin Feiyang, and whispered, "I'll deal with you later." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. "Feiyang, when did you come back? How did you know we were in the inner hall?" Ren Wushuang asked. "I've only been back for a few days." Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded to Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia also took a facial restoration pill, and quickly recovered her original appearance. "So it's you." The three women looked at Lu Xiaojia, shook their heads and smiled. "Hee hee." Lu Xiaojia smiled mischievously, ran to Ren Wushuang, and hugged Ren Wushuang's arm, and said with a smile, "Auntie, it was indeed Uncle Wolf's bad idea." "It has nothing to do with Uncle." "Uncle Wolf?" The three women's mouth twitched, and looked at Lu Xiaojia. "It must be the white-eyed wolf who forced you to call him that." "It's not like that. Uncle Wolf and Uncle Wolf are as close as brothers, so it's only right that we call him Uncle Wolf," Lu Xiaojia said. "What a sensible girl." Ren Wushuang rubbed Lu Xiaojia's head, and looked down at Lu Xiaofei, and said, "Then he's your brother." En. Lu Xiaojia nodded, and looked at Feng Ling and said, "Auntie Ling let brother come up." "Come up." Feng Ling looked at Lu Xiaofei, and snorted, "You dare to challenge my dignity with the white-eyed wolf, then you should be prepared to suffer." Lu Xiaojia heard this, and looked at Lu Xiaofei with a helpless expression, and then looked at Lu Xiaofei sympathetically. Luo Qingzhu looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Feiyang, do Auntie and Uncle know that you're back?" "Of course they know. I just came out of the Imperial Palace this morning." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's good. Then you should have met my father and the others in the Butterfly Valley," Luo Qingzhu said with a smile. I also freeloaded breakfast," Qin Feiyang said. "Freeloaded breakfast?" Luo Qingzhu was slightly stunned, and then shook her head and said with a smile, "It's not like you don't know how good my mother is to you. As long as you're willing, she can make breakfast for you every day. To be honest, even I, her biological daughter, am not as good as you." Qin Feiyang laughed, looked at the three of them, and said, "Seeing that you're all doing well, I'm relieved." "What do you mean? Are you leaving now?" The three women were stunned, and quickly asked. "Not at all. I'm just feeling emotional. When I was in the ancient realm, I was always worried about everyone. And everything I saw when I came back this time was better than I imagined, so I'm happy," Qin Feiyang said. "You scared me to death. I thought you were leaving immediately." Feng Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Qingzhu and Ren Wushuang also breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy for them to come back. If they left now, they would not even have a chance to reunite. How regretful would that be? "I'm so tired. Aunt Ling I really hate you to death." Lu Xiaofei finally climbed up. His body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. He lay sprawled on the ground, looking bitterly at Feng Ling and said weakly, "You asked for it. But you're not bad, kid. You actually climbed up. It seems that the gate of potential was not opened for you in vain." Feng Ling took out a healing pill, squatted beside Lu Xiaofei, and said, "Open your mouth." Although her mouth was fierce, her eyes were full of care and love. "How could a real man like me want food given to me by you?" Lu Xiaofei snorted coldly. "Oh, you're still enthusiastic, aren't you?" Feng Ling looked at him unkindly. No. How can the medicinal pills given by Auntie be called food given out of charity?" "Thank you, Aunt." Lu Xiaofei quickly changed his face and smiled flatteringly. "Stinking brat." Feng Ling scolded with a smile, and put the pill into Lu Xiaofei's mouth. Then, Feng Ling stood up and looked at the thousands of disciples on the stone stairs. Each and every one of them was trying their best to climb up. Even though their bodies were covered in blood, none of them gave up. Looking at this scene, Feng could not help but frown. Chapter 2781. What are you doing? They are working so hard. As the Lord of the Inner Palace, you should feel gratified. Qin Feiyang smiled. You haven't been back for hundreds of years. You don't know the current situation of the 9 states. Feng glanced at Qin Feiyang, shook her head, and sighed. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. We are doing this to prevent them from entering the Inner Palace. Feng said. Why? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Everyone knew that the more talents, the better. The strength of a force was closely related to the talents. Why did Feng dislike it? You should already know that many of them are from the other 8 states. Feng said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. If you were the lord of the other 8 states or the lord of the sacred palace, and you saw all the talents in the state come to the sacred palace of the spiritual state, what would you do? Feng asked. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Almost all the young people have come to our spiritual state. Now, the saint palaces in the other 8 states are in a state of shortage. The lord of the 8 states and even the lord of the spiritual state have come to us more than once. That's why we came up with this plan. We want these people to retreat and return to their respective state capitals. Feng said. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and smiled bitterly. Then it seems that I helped them out of kindness. You just realized. Now they are definitely unwilling to return to their state capitals. Feng rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. But, you are not always a hindrance. At least, you inspired their fighting spirit and courage. If they can really climb up, their future achievements will definitely be great. Feng said with a smile. Thank you for your praise, Lord Temple Master. Qin Feiyang said. The corner of Feng mouth twitched. She raised her fist and said fiercely, Are you making fun of me? No. Look at how much these disciples worship you 3 goddesses. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 women and laughed. Luo Qingzhu and Ren Wushuang also rolled their eyes. Time slowly passed. The result was far beyond the expectations of Qin Feiyang and the others. More than 3,000 disciples had all reached the top. Not a single one had fallen behind. Of course. It was inevitable that everyone would support each other and work together. For example, if someone couldn't hold on any longer, the others would rush over to help. That was to say, not only did Qin Feiyang stimulate their fighting spirit, he also made them united as one. This was indeed a good thing. Lord Guardian, how are we doing? The group of people disregarded their exhaustion and looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you for your praise, Lord Guardian. We will continue to work hard and live up to your expectations. The group of people was extremely excited. To be able to receive the teachings and praise of the Lord Guardian was undoubtedly a matter of glory to their ancestors. All right. Quickly go and report, Feng said. Yes. More than 1,000 disciples nodded. Even if they were physically and mentally exhausted and covered in blood, each of them held their heads high and flew toward a hall. Where did this damn dog come from? Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. A white-clothed woman rushed out of a large hall. In front of her, a big black dog was desperately fleeing. What did this white-eyed wolf do again? Feng looked over and her face suddenly darkened. She rushed over like lightning, looked at the woman in white, and asked, What's going on? The woman in white angrily pointed at the white-eyed wolf and said, This damn dog sneaked into our resource hall's warehouse. Feng was stunned. As expected, this woman did not change. She waved her hand and said, All right, you go and do your thing. I'll handle it. Okay. The woman in white nodded. After the woman in white left, Feng turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. What do you want? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to argue with a woman. The white-eyed wolf picked his nose and said. Feng was slightly stunned. She rubbed her hands and walked toward the white-eyed wolf and said, Are you looking down on us women? Whoosh. Seeing that the situation was not good, the white-eyed wolf rushed behind Qin Feiyang and urged, "Little Qinzi, quickly, use your man's masculinity and make her kneel." Get lost. Qin Feiyang's veins were bulging. Would it be boring if he did not cause trouble for a day? You want me to kneel? Bah. Let's see how I make you kneel today. Feng Linge rushed over, grabbed the white-eyed wolf's ear, and directly gave him a fat beating. Qin Feiyang, Luo Qingzhu, and Ren Wushuang all looked at this scene with a gloating face. However, a man's masculinity, the two women glanced at Qin Feiyang and Feng Linge. What she said was too ambiguous. Bitch, stop it. Do you believe that I won't be angry with you? The white-eyed wolf roared. Why don't you show me? Feng Linge was slightly stunned. She desperately grabbed the white-eyed wolf's ear and joked. Pain, pain, pain. The white-eyed wolf wailed. You still know pain? Feng Linge glared at it and finally released her claws. She said, tell me honestly. Why did you go to the warehouse of the resource hall? I just went to take a look. After all these years, how many treasures were there in the resource hall? The white-eyed wolf said. That's it. Feng Linge frowned. What else? Do you think I want to ransack the resource hall? It's not that I look down on your resource hall. With my current strength, even if you give me the entire resource hall, I won't take a liking to it. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of disdain. You just went out to make a living for a few years. Look at you being so smug. Feng Linge rolled her eyes. You have long hair but short knowledge. The white-eyed wolf despised her. Feng Linge's eyes suddenly widened again. Cough, cough. The white-eyed wolf coughed dryly and looked at Qin Feiyang. He urged, Little Qinzi, didn't you say you were going to see your father-in-law? You've been delayed for so long. It's time to go. Father-in-law? Feng Linge and the other two girls were slightly stunned. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You're already married to the mermaid princess? The white-eyed wolf looked at the three of them playfully and said, Look at your reactions. Are you very disappointed and sad? Get lost. The three girls stared at the white-eyed wolf at the same time. Hee. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and looked at them patiently. Qin Feiyang also shook his head helplessly. As long as the white-eyed wolf was around, there would be no peace anywhere. We're not married yet. Qin Feiyang looked at the three girls and said with a smile. Not yet. Then you're a little slow. Look at Lu Zheng and Lu Hong. Their children are already so big. Luo Qingzhu smiled faintly. What about you guys? You guys haven't done anything at all. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and said. Ren Wushuang shook her head and said, No one wants us three old ladies. Qin Feiyang looked at Ren Wushuang in astonishment. His sister had learned to joke. How could no one want the three dignified goddesses? He had set his sights too high. Okay, you guys go ahead. I'll go to the Sea of Despair first. We'll meet at Butterfly Valley tonight. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Okay. The three girls nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up the white-eyed wolf and Lu Xiaofei. He entered the Sea of Despair without looking back. Ren Wushuang shook her head and said with a smile, I really didn't expect them to come back. Feng Linge also nodded with a smile. She turned to look at Luo Qingzhu and said with a smile, Why do I feel that you didn't say much? Say what? Luo Qingzhu was stunned. Didn't you often talk about this when Qin Feiyang didn't come back? Feng Linge joked. Did I? Nonsense. Luo Qingzhu was helpless. Sister, don't hide feelings in your heart. You have to boldly say it. Feng Linge said with a smile. Luo Qingzhu blushed and said, It's not like you don't know that I've already let it go. If you have to say that, then I can't help it. In short, if you like someone, then work hard to pursue him. Don't wait until the day you die to regret. Feng Linge said. The more you say, the more ridiculous it is. Luo Qingzhu shook her head and looked in the direction of the Sea of Despair. She smiled and said, I've really let it go. I also sincerely wish that he and the mermaid princess can always be happy. Feng Linge and Ren Wushuang looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. The Sea of Despair. Qin Feiyang walked on the surface of the sea, glancing around and recalling the past. White-eyed Wolf looked at Lu Xiaofei and his sister and asked, "Have you two been here before?" "Yes." Lu Xiaofei nodded. "Not bad. We've been here before." White-eyed Wolf was surprised. "What's so surprising about that?" "Grandpa Mermaid Emperor also often visits our Lu family," Lu Xiaofei said. Qin Feiyang suddenly asked, "What about the other mermaids? Do they often walk around the spiritual state?" "No. I heard from father and mother that since the end of the war, the mermaid clan has never left the Sea of Despair." Lu Xiaofei shook his head. "Actually, they don't have to do this because the Great Qin doesn't belong to the Qin clan alone. It belongs to all the living beings on this continent. The mermaid clan can come out and walk around more often to get in touch with humans," Qin Feiyang said. "Although that's what you think, can you guarantee that others also think the same? The mermaid clan is very special. It's precisely because of this uniqueness that if they frequently appear in human life, it's hard to guarantee that some people with bad intentions have ulterior motives. Therefore, Grandpa Mermaid Emperor doesn't let everyone leave the Sea of Despair to protect the mermaid clan," Lu Xiaofei said. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Xiaofei rolled his eyes and chuckled. "However, there's a way to cure it." "What way?" Qin Feiyang looked at him curiously. Lu Xiaofei said, "This way lies with you, uncle." "Me?" Qin Feiyang froze for a moment and asked, "You mean, you want me to announce it to the world?" No, you will leave sooner or later. Announcing to the world can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. The only way to truly solve this problem is to get married. As long as you and Aunt get married, then Aunt will be half the master of the Great Qin. Then, naturally, no one will dare to have ulterior motives against the mermaid clan." Lu Xiaofei laughed. "You brat." Qin Feiyang knocked Lu Xiaofei's head and scolded with a smile. Lu Xiaofei rubbed his forehead and chuckled. Chapter 2782. Don't say that. This boy's idea is really good. Why don't you two take advantage of this time to settle this matter? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled sinisterly. "Don't make a fuss. I haven't settled the score with you just now in the inner hall." Qin Feiyang stared at him angrily. The white-eyed wolf said suspiciously, "Did I say anything wrong in the inner hall? Still playing dumb? Now my relationship with them is quite good. Why do you have to expose it? Are you unhappy if you don't cause me some trouble every day?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Just kidding. Everyone knows what you're thinking in your heart. You won't change your mind just because of a single sentence from me," the white-eyed wolf said. "In your eyes, it's just a trivial matter, but in my eyes, it's a potential trouble," Qin Feiyang said. Okay. It's my fault, the white-eyed wolf shook his head. "This bastard. Other men can't wait to hug her left and right, but he clearly has a chance, but he desperately pushes it away." Qin Feiyang shook his head and waved his hand. The mermaid princess appeared beside him. Lu Xiaofei and his sister immediately looked at the mermaid princess and couldn't help but exclaim, "She's so beautiful." "Hello, you two." The mermaid princess looked at the brother and sister. "You are?" the brother and sister asked. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and said, "She's your aunt." "What? You're our aunt?" The brother and sister looked at the mermaid princess in surprise. It turned out that their aunt was so beautiful. No wonder their uncle only liked her. Lu Xiaojia suddenly turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Uncle, didn't you say that only you and Uncle Wolf came back?" "Well, why do children have so many questions?" Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xiaojia pouted, feeling wronged. It was clearly her uncle who was lying, okay? And now, he was scolding her. "Auntie, where is your tail?" Lu Xiaofei actually said that. The mermaid princess paused for a moment before smiling. "Of course I put it away. Can I have a look?" Lu Xiaofei said. "What's wrong with you? You're an adult, don't you know how to be polite?" Qin Feiyang glared at Lu Xiaofei angrily. He looked at the mermaid princess and said, "Don't mind these two little guys. We're already home. Do you want to go back and have a look?" The mermaid princess scanned the sea of despair and finally looked at the bottom of the sea. She smiled and said, "Since we're out, let's go home and take a look." "Let's go then." Qin Feiyang smiled and held the mermaid princess's hand as they plunged into the sea below. "Auntie's charm is really great. The way you look at uncle is like looking at your precious baby," Lu Xiaofei whispered to Lu Xiaojia, who was beside him, as he looked at their backs. Lu Xiaojia turned a deaf ear to him. Her eyes were full of stars as she said, "They're so compatible." Lu Xiaofei was stunned. He shook his head and patted Lu Xiaojia's shoulder. "Let's go." Okay. Lu Xiaojia came back to her senses and quickly followed. It's so cold. As soon as she entered the sea, she couldn't help but shiver. After all, she was only a war king and couldn't withstand the cold of the Sea of Despair. With your cultivation, you must have the cold avoidance pearl to enter the Sea of Despair. The white-eyed wolf waved his claws, and a wave of divine power appeared and enveloped Lu Xiaojia. "Thank you, Uncle Wolf." Lu Xiaojia giggled. "Little girl." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. At the bottom of the sea, a huge city sat at the bottom of the sea. Sea beasts of all shapes and sizes, as well as colorful corals, made the city seem even more magnificent and magnificent. "Look, is that the princess? I think there's also Qin Feiyang. Lu Zheng and Lu Hong, those two children, are also here. And that wolf king, it's really them." The sea beasts in the sea quickly discovered Qin Feiyang and the others and immediately swarmed forward. "Princess, we're not dreaming, are we? Why did you suddenly come back?" All of them looked extremely excited. As the princess of the mermaid clan, the sea beasts of the Sea of Despair were naturally very familiar with her. Moreover, the mermaid princess had a gentle personality and used to treat these sea beasts very well. Therefore, these sea beasts respected the mermaid princess very much. "I came back to see you guys. Have you been well all these years?" The mermaid princess smiled sweetly. "Good, very good. Ever since that battle, not a single human has come to the Sea of Despair to disturb us. Furthermore, the current emperor has personally ordered that no humans are allowed to step into the Sea of Despair. All these years, we've been living more peacefully than ever." The sea beasts were chattering non-stop. "That's good. Then I'll go back and see my father first. Let's talk when I'm free." The mermaid princess smiled. "Okay." The sea beasts nodded and then dispersed in a hubbub, shouting, "Quickly tell everyone that the princess is back." At that moment, the news of the mermaid princess's return spread in the Sea of Despair. In the city, in a large hall, the mermaid emperor, the Black Wing King, and the White Wing King were sitting together, chatting and drinking tea. The three of them were not so close in the past. The Black Wing King and the White Wing King were eyeing the position of the mermaid emperor covetously. But now, with the support of Qin Feiyang and the entire Qin clan, the two of them naturally did not dare to have any thoughts of causing trouble. Putting aside Qin Feiyang and the entire Qin clan, just the strength of the mermaid princess was enough to crush all their ambitions. So now, they were all playing their part. Whoosh! Suddenly, 4 people and 1 wolf silently appeared at the entrance of the hall. "Who is it?" The 2 mermaids guarding outside were shocked. But when they saw the person's face clearly, the 2 of them were stunned. "The princess, Qin Feiyang, what's going on?" The mermaid emperor's voice came from the hall. But the 2 mermaids did not seem to have heard it and stared at the mermaid princess and Qin Feiyang. Were they dreaming? The 2 of them rubbed their eyes and looked again. It was the real person. "Greetings, princess." "Greetings, your highness." The 2 of them immediately went down on one knee and bowed to Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. "Princess, your highness." The mermaid emperor and the other 2 in the hall heard and quickly turned their heads. "Daughter, Feiyang." The mermaid emperor suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Black Wing King and the White Wing King were the same. They stared at Qin Feiyang and the girl with their big eyes. "Get up." The mermaid princess looked at the 2 mermaids kneeling on the ground at the door. Yes. The 2 of them got up. The excitement in their eyes could not be described with words. "Your daughter greets father and uncles." The mermaid princess walked into the hall and bowed before the mermaid emperor and the other two. Qin Fei Yang, the white-eyed wolf, and the Lu siblings also walked slowly into the hall. Daughter. The mermaid emperor came back to his senses and immediately went forward to support the mermaid princess. He asked, "Is it really you? Father, are you not dreaming?" "It's me." The mermaid princess nodded and smiled. The mermaid emperor still had not recovered. He looked at Qin Fei Yang and the white-eyed wolf again. "Uncle." Qin Fei Yang smiled slightly. You." The mermaid emperor looked back and forth between the two of them and the wolf. The Black Wing King smiled. "Old man, don't be so agitated. Be careful of your breath." The mermaid emperor turned to look at the Black Wing King. "Are you sure you're not dreaming? Isn't everyone standing in front of you?" The Black Wing King was speechless. He then looked at Qin Fei Yang and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness. We're family. There's no need to be so polite." Qin Fei Yang smiled. "Family," the Black Wing King murmured. He then looked at the White Wing King. For a moment, the two of them were filled with emotions. Thinking back, they hated Qin Fei Yang so much. Now. But Qin Fei Yang treated them as his own family, so he felt guilty in his heart. "It's not a dream," the mermaid emperor whispered. Only then did he recover. He hugged the mermaid princess and said, "Daughter, you're finally back. Father missed you so much." "Father," when the mermaid princess heard this, her heart ached. "It's all your daughter's fault for being unfilial and making you worry." No. The mermaid emperor shook his head and let go of the mermaid princess. He grabbed the mermaid princess's shoulders with both hands and said, "You've lost weight. You must have suffered a lot outside." "Did I?" The mermaid princess looked at herself and smiled. "It's good to lose weight. If I'm too fat, I won't be able to hold someone's heart." Qin Fei Yang touched his nose. Could they not drag him into this? When the mermaid emperor heard this, he immediately glared at Qin Fei Yang and said, "Kid, tell me honestly. Did you flirt outside and make my daughter suffer?" "How would I dare?" Qin Fei Yang was helpless. The mermaid princess hurriedly said, "Father, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Can you joke about such things?" The mermaid emperor was stunned and looked at the mermaid princess speechlessly. Yes. The mermaid princess nodded. The White Wing King shook his head. "Old man, don't let them stand." Yes. The mermaid emperor nodded repeatedly. He pulled the mermaid princess and said, "Daughter, come and sit." "Grandpa mermaid emperor, there's still us," Lu Xiaofei said unhappily. "Ah." The mermaid emperor was slightly stunned and smiled. "Xiaofei, Xiaojia, you're here too." "Yes. We've been standing here for a long time. You only noticed us now?" "Sigh. I realized that ever since Uncle came back, my sister and I have been neglected." Lu Xiaofei shook his head sadly. "Ha." The mermaid emperor laughed and said, Sit. Everyone sat around the table. The Black Wing King and the White Wing King stood. "Sit. Why are you standing?" The mermaid emperor looked at the two in a daze. The two were a little hesitant. They glanced at Qin Fei Yang from time to time. "We're family. What are you afraid of?" The mermaid emperor shook his head helplessly. Qin Fei Yang was also very depressed. Was there a need to be so afraid of him? He was not the devil. Yes. Hearing the mermaid emperor's words, the two nodded and then sat at the side. However, they still could not let go. Although Qin Fei Yang did not release any aura, the two felt as if there was an invisible pressure. In fact, this pressure was due to their fear of Qin Fei Yang. "How long have you been back? Now that you're back, you won't leave again, right?" After the mermaid emperor calmed down, he looked at Qin Fei Yang and the mermaid princess and said. Chapter 2783. The mermaid princess could not help but look at Qin Fei Yang. If he knew that they would leave again, her father would definitely be sad, so she did not know how to explain it to him. "Daughter, why are you looking at him?" The mermaid emperor frowned. The black-winged king glanced at the mermaid emperor and said, "Look at this old man. He's so excited that he's lost his mind." Yes. Looking at the princess's expression, I know that she will definitely leave again. The white-winged king thought to himself. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Uncle, we're only here to visit you temporarily. We'll leave again after some time. Leave again? The mermaid emperor was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. There are still many things in the ancient realm that have not been settled. I'm puzzled. What is it that needs you brats to settle? Are there no other big shots in the ancient realm? The mermaid emperor frowned. Father, look at what you're saying. Feiyang is no longer a brat. The mermaid princess looked at the mermaid emperor unhappily. You haven't married him yet, and you're already speaking up for him? This daughter of yours is indeed raised by someone else. The mermaid emperor shook his head and sighed. The mermaid princess said helplessly, Father, Feiyang is now one of the big shots in the ancient realm. So what if he's a big shot? If you want to marry my daughter, then you have to listen to me. The mermaid emperor snorted coldly. Ah! The mermaid princess and Qin Feiyang were stunned. Although this was a little unreasonable, they really could not find a reason to refute it. What about the ancestors? Don't you care about the ancestors' lives? The mermaid princess said. What? Ancestors? The mermaid emperor was surprised. The black-winged king and the white-winged king's eyes trembled slightly, then they stared at the mermaid princess. Yes. Ancestors. Whether it's the first mermaid emperor, the first black-winged king, or the white-winged king, they're all alive. The mermaid princess said. Not dead. How are they now? The mermaid emperor hurriedly asked. It's all right, but the opponents they are facing right now are very, very strong, so they need Feiyang to assist them. The mermaid princess said. How strong? The Black Wing King asked. The mermaid princess said, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that any one of them could instantly annihilate Great Qin and the entire Forgotten Continent. No way. The three of them looked at each other. This was too terrifying. It was completely beyond imagination. Of course. Feiyang also has this ability now. Thus, he must return to the ancient realm. The mermaid princess said. What? The black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. This kid had already become so powerful. They could destroy Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent. The mermaid emperor looked at Qin Feiyang, took a deep breath, and asked, what about the Qin emperor? The Qin emperor is still alive. And Lu Zhengyang. They are all the strongest in the ancient realm. The mermaid princess said. The mermaid emperor pondered for a moment. After a while, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, all right, I don't care if you go or stay. I only have one request. Please speak. Qin Feiyang said. Get married. After you get married and give birth to a grandson for me, only then can you return to the ancient realm. The mermaid emperor said resolutely. The black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. It was indeed as they had expected. However, Qin Feiyang was in a difficult position. I say, you brat. You've known my daughter since you were young. Even if you want to experience the process of love, it should be about time, right? Or are you saying that you don't plan to marry my daughter at all? The mermaid emperor raised his eyebrows. No, no. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, heaven and earth can bear witness to my feelings for your daughter. Then why are you hesitating? Is it so difficult to get married? The mermaid emperor said angrily. Father, why are you so fierce? The mermaid princess said angrily. Shut up. The mermaid emperor glared at the mermaid princess. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I only have one daughter. I don't want her to waste her youth on an unpredictable man. Father, love is mutual and mutual investment. How can it be a waste? The mermaid princess was dissatisfied. I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? Now that your wings have hardened, you won't even listen to your father's words. The mermaid emperor said angrily. The mermaid princess lowered her head, feeling wronged. Qin Feiyang grabbed the mermaid princess's hand and gave her a comforting look. Then, he looked at the mermaid emperor and said, I believe you know that the people I admire the most in my life are my ancestors. I know. The mermaid emperor nodded. Therefore, when I get married, I hope to receive my ancestors' blessings. I also hope that all my relatives are here. But now, you are in Great Qin, and my ancestors are in the ancient world. It is impossible to have the best of both worlds. Also, now that the situation is not settled and the dragons have not been eliminated, I really don't have the mood, let alone having a child. You have been through it. You know how it feels to have a child. With a child, there will be more worries. With worries, there will be no way to go all out. You don't know how powerful our enemies are. If we are not careful, we will be smashed to pieces. Uncle, I don't dare to take the risk. Because if we lose, not only me, but all my companions and my ancestors will only have one ending. They will die in the ancient world and won't even have the chance to return to their hometown. Qin Feiyang sighed. Yes, father. The enemies Feiyang is facing now are not comparable to the former imperial preceptor. He has to fight with them wholeheartedly and without any worries. Before he came back, Feiyang encountered a great enemy of the past and almost died. The mermaid princess said. Hearing this, the mermaid emperor looked at the two of them with an uncertain expression. Old man, they are not young anymore. They have their own considerations and plans. Don't blindly interfere. The Blackwing monarch shook his head. The Whitewing monarch also looked at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess and said with a smile, You too have to understand. Seeing Lu Zheng's children all grow up, this old man is anxious. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at each other and could not help but shake their heads and laugh. You talk too much. The mermaid emperor rolled his eyes at the Blackwing monarch and the Whitewing monarch. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess and said, Fine, fine. Do as you wish. Thank you, father. Thank you, uncle. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at each other and smiled. Then when are you leaving? The mermaid emperor asked. I'm not sure yet. The mermaid princess said. The mermaid emperor pondered for a while and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, I know you are very busy, so I won't force you to stay here. But my daughter, the mermaid emperor then looked at the mermaid princess and said, You must stay here for a while and talk to father. Okay. The mermaid princess nodded. The mermaid emperor then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, But no matter how busy you are, you have to stay for a meal. That's for sure. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and said, Give me a portion of all the delicacies you have here. I'll accompany you for a few drinks. Sure. The mermaid emperor laughed and looked at the Blackwing monarch and the Whitewing monarch. He said, You two are not allowed to leave either. I couldn't ask for more. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. The mermaid emperor also laughed. He looked at the door and shouted, Men. The two mermaids outside the door immediately walked in. The mermaid emperor said, Hurry up and prepare a banquet at noon. Make it the most luxurious. I want to accompany my future son-in-law and have a few drinks. Yes. The two of them responded respectfully, turned around, and quickly ran out. Sister, we're in for a treat. Lu Xiaofei chuckled. You little brat, when have I not given you and your sister good food and drinks? The mermaid emperor glared at Lu Xiaofei. Lu Xiaofei said, How can that be compared to the banquet for uncle? Your uncle is an adult, and you're a kid. Of course, it can't be compared. The mermaid emperor pouted. I'm not a kid anymore. Lu Xiaofei was dissatisfied. Then you're a big kid. The mermaid emperor said. Lu Xiaofei's expression stiffened. He said angrily, Grandpa mermaid emperor, you're doing this on purpose. Ha ha, the mermaid emperor laughed. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at the group. You guys chat. I'll go out for a walk. After saying that, he ran out like a wisp of smoke. Don't mess around again. Qin Feiyang immediately shouted. Got it. The white-eyed wolf said without turning his head. His tone was extremely impatient. Don't worry about it. Let it do whatever it wants. Anyway, it's our home. The mermaid emperor waved his hand. You don't know. If you don't do anything about this guy, he'll cause a lot of trouble here. Qin Feiyang said. It doesn't matter. The mermaid emperor waved his hand, looked at the mermaid princess, and asked, Daughter, did the three ancestors treat you well in the ancient realm? Of course. They like me very much. They even personally taught me cultivation and taught me the supremacy-level divine arts. The mermaid princess nodded. Supremacy-level divine arts? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He said suspiciously, "Why didn't I know about this?" "You didn't ask. It's not just me. Sister Rushuang, old Zhao, and the others all have supremacy-level divine arts." The mermaid princess said. "All of them?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He said, "All of you have it, but I don't." "That's too unfair." The mermaid princess shook her head and smiled. "Do you still need them to give it to you? It's not a matter of giving it or not. It's a matter of attitude. Also, how can you call Qin Rushuang sister? If you call her sister, what should I call her? Wouldn't the seniority be messed up?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "She asked me to call her that," the mermaid princess said. "Nonsense." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Wait a minute," the mermaid emperor interrupted them and said, "What's a supremacy-level divine art? Is it powerful?" "Of course." The mermaid princess nodded. "How powerful?" The black-winged king and the white-winged king were also curious. "This, how should I put it? It seems that you won't understand even if I tell you." The mermaid princess was a little troubled. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's talk about something else. For example, what did you experience in the ancient realm?" The mermaid emperor waved his hand. "There's nothing to talk about my experience because it was Feiyang who protected me. Feiyang's experience is rich." The mermaid princess smiled. "Kid, you tell us." The mermaid emperor looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of anticipation. "Then you must sit tight. Don't be scared." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Brat, am I that weak?" The mermaid emperor stared at Qin Feiyang. "Ha ha," Qin Feiyang laughed, casually picked some small matters, and slowly told them. As for those soul-stirring events, he automatically ignored them. Because he did not want everyone to worry about him. Chapter 2784. However, even if it was just a small matter, it was still shocking for the mermaid emperor and the other two. After all, the environment and altitude were different. Time flew by. Noon soon arrived. At the dining table, Qin Feiyang asked Hu Yi for a few more jars of celestial immortal wine. This made Hu Yi extremely depressed. When he brought the 5-clawed golden dragon to the Heaven Immortal Tower, he also spent a lot of effort to get these jars of celestial immortal wine. Now, it all benefited Qin Feiyang. But there was no other way. If he wanted to go to the Heaven Immortal Tower again, he had to rely on Qin Feiyang's spacetime gate. So, although he was very reluctant, he still obediently gave it to Qin Feiyang. After tasting the celestial immortal wine for the first time, the mermaid emperor and the other two were full of praise. Such a divine brew was comparable to bejeweled nectar. After eating, Qin Feiyang took out the tea leaves and drank for a while. These tea leaves also amazed the mermaid emperor and the other two. They were also more and more curious about the ancient realm. What kind of place was it? Even the tea leaves and wine were so different. On the street outside. Princess. Son-in-law. Qin Feiyang walked on the street. The mermaid princess was holding his neighbor's arm with a happy smile on her face. Everywhere they went, the mermaids they met would happily greet them. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess naturally responded with a smile. Unknowingly, a square entered their sight. There were 4 statues in the square. Each statue exuded a shocking aura. This was the forbidden land of the mermaid clan, the land of inheritance. The 4 statues were of Qin Batian, the first mermaid emperor, the first Blackwing king, and the first Whitewing king. The first mermaid emperor, the Blackwing king, and the Whitewing king all had 5 pairs of wings on their backs. They looked majestic. Qin Feiyang suddenly asked, "How many wings do they have now?" "Which one?" Qin Feiyang's sudden question made the mermaid princess somewhat unable to react. "That's them." Qin Feiyang pointed at the statues of the first mermaid emperor. The mermaid princess nodded, then shook her head and said, "They usually keep their wings, so I don't know." "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled and asked, "How many wings do you have now?" 9 pairs of wings. The mermaid princess said. "So many." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Every time I make a breakthrough, I'll gain a bunch of wings. From the War King to the 9 Heavens realm, there are exactly 9 great realms. That's not right. You don't even know how many wings I have. It seems that you don't care about me at all. The mermaid princess pouted, feeling wronged. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "You have never opened your wings before, have you? Me. You just don't care about me." The mermaid princess snorted coldly. All right. It's my fault. Qin Feiyang quickly apologized. There was no need to say anything. No matter how big the world was, his wife was the most important. The mermaid princess giggled and leaned her head on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, saying, "Feiyang, I won't go to the gathering at the Butterfly Valley tonight. It's good that you don't go. If everyone knows that you came back, they will definitely force us to get married." Qin Feiyang said, "Are you so afraid of getting married?" The mermaid princess seemed a little disappointed. Afraid? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the mermaid princess's face and said helplessly, "Don't you know what I'm thinking?" Okay. Whatever you say." The mermaid princess nodded. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. To be honest, the mermaid princess was very tolerant of him. If it were another woman, they might have already quarreled with him. Therefore, he cherished this woman in front of him very much. No matter what, he could not let her down, let alone let her suffer any grievances. In the future, he would definitely give the mermaid princess a wedding that no woman would envy. Unknowingly, the two walked to the square. "Greetings, princess." "Greetings, your highness." The mermaids guarding the land of inheritance quickly bowed. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and waved his hand, saying, "Leave the square first." "Leave the square?" The group of mermaids was stunned. What did he mean? "Don't tell me you think that I'm going to do something to the land of inheritance?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Hearing this, the group of mermaids smiled embarrassedly and then ran out of the square. What a joke. Although this land of inheritance was of great significance to the mermaid clan, it was the same for Qin Feiyang. Besides, the princess was next to him. Even if Qin Feiyang had this idea, he did not have the guts. Obviously, they had already labeled Qin Feiyang as a henpecked husband. "Feiyang, actually, this is not necessary." The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Why is it not necessary? The Lu family and the imperial palace both have crystal veins and spirit veins. Why can't you favor one and discriminate against the other? Besides, this is my father-in-law's home." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You're not serious." The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. "Isn't it? You little girl, don't tell me you have other thoughts. I'm telling you, this is not allowed. You must be mine." Qin Feiyang said. "Who is yours?" "I am me. I'm not anyone's." The mermaid princess raised her arrogant head, but her eyes were full of happiness. Qin Feiyang lovingly scratched the mermaid princess's nose and then rose into the air. The mermaid princess also rose into the air and stood next to Qin Feiyang. "Look, what are the son-in-law and the princess doing?" "I don't know." The mermaids around all looked at Qin Feiyang and the princess curiously. Boom. Suddenly, waves of divine power emerged from Qin Feiyang's body and flooded into the ground. Boom. The next moment, as Qin Feiyang waved his hand, the entire land of inheritance was directly uprooted from the ground. The surrounding mermaids' faces changed. Those who did not know the truth really thought that Qin Feiyang was going to destroy the land of inheritance. The Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged King, and White-Winged King heard the noise and hurried over to check. "Grandpa Mermaid Emperor, don't worry. Uncle is placing the crystal vein and soul vein." Lu Xiaofei followed and comforted them. "Crystal vein? Soul vein?" The Mermaid Emperor and the other two were stunned. "These two things are very helpful for cultivation. You'll know in a while." Lu Xiaofei kept them in suspense. Sure enough, as Lu Xiaofei's voice fell, 10 crystal veins and soul veins suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. They were all 8th stage divine level. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang waved his hand again, and the crystal vein and soul vein were neatly arranged in the huge pit below. A torrential surge of energy also surged out. Boom! The cultivation of some nearby mermaids also began to break through uncontrollably. What's going on? My cultivation. All of them were shocked and bewildered. The Mermaid Emperor and the other two were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Lu Xiaofei chuckled and said, "This is the power of the soul vein and crystal vein. What kind of supreme treasure is this?" Hearing Lu Xiaofei's words, the Mermaid Emperor and the other two looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. After everything was done, Qin Feiyang brought the Mermaid Princess and landed beside the Mermaid Emperor. "Feiyang, thank you." The Mermaid Emperor was grateful. "Didn't you say that we are family? Why are you being so polite?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. We are family, we are family." The Mermaid Emperor nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the Mermaid Princess. "I'll go find Ling Yunfei and pick you up." "Okay." The Mermaid Princess nodded obediently. Qin Feiyang looked at the Mermaid Emperor and the other two and said with a smile, Uncles, I'll take my leave first." "Are you in such a hurry? Sit for a while more," the Mermaid Emperor said. "I haven't seen these brothers of mine for a few hundred years. I can't wait," Qin Feiyang said. "All right then." The Mermaid Emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said loudly, "White-eyed wolf, let's go." Whoosh! At that moment, Qin Feiyang swept up the Lu siblings and flew towards the surface of the sea. Somewhere in the city. What was the white-eyed wolf doing? Hearing Qin Feiyang's voice, he also flew towards the surface of the sea. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back view, the Mermaid Emperor was filled with emotions. Thinking back to the first time he saw Qin Feiyang, how old was he? He was just a little kid. And now, he was already an existence that countless people respected. Even his various deeds had become legends. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the Mermaid Emperor looked at the Blackwing Monarch and asked. He saw the two of them standing there in a daze, not saying a word. Hearing the Mermaid Emperor's voice, the two were slightly stunned and asked, "Did you hear him call us uncle just now?" The Mermaid Emperor was stunned. "You are elders. Shouldn't he call you uncle?" No. After all, back then the two quickly waved their hands and said. The Mermaid Princess smiled and said, "Feiyang has already let go of what happened back then. You don't have to keep brooding over it." The two looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed. To Qin Feiyang, these might be small matters, but to them, these were memories that could never be erased. On the other side of the Sea of Despair was the border of the county of Yang, the Desert of Death. Above the desert, Qin Feiyang, the White-Eyed Wolf, and the Lu siblings walked slowly. "White-Eyed Wolf, do you still remember the scene when we crossed this desert back then?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "Of course. At that time, it was someone called Commander who escorted us into the Desert of Death." The White-Eyed Wolf said. "Commander Shu." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's right. At that time, he was ordered to kill us. In the end, he was persuaded by us and turned back. I still remember that later on, we met a giant python. We fooled it and sent us to the Sea of Despair." The White-Eyed Wolf said. "This giant python followed us and transformed into a dragon. Now, I don't know where it is fooling around with the Crocodile Emperor and the others." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Needless to say, they must be living a good life. The White-Eyed Wolf pursed his lips. "Isn't it a relief for us if they are living well?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Chapter 2785. That's true. The White-Eyed Wolf nodded. After all, they were partners who had gone through thick and thin together. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Also, this is where I got the elixir scripture back then." The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. After thinking carefully for a moment, he nodded and said, Yes, Ling Yunfei was there too." "Yes. At that time, we were here to help Ling Yunfei find out the truth behind his father's death. I didn't expect to find a valley and meet Mu Tianyang's divine bone." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I remember that valley was formed by Mu Tianyang's spatial divine item." The White-Eyed Wolf said. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Without realizing it, The three of them and the wolf had passed through the death desert. They saw many people in the desert. These people were all looking for treasures in the desert. Because there had always been rumors that there were many treasures in the death desert. Of course. There were indeed treasures. As for whether they could find them or not, it depended on their luck. And from the beginning to the end, no one found Qin Feiyang and the others. After all, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were too fast. The people in the county of Yang were generally battle monarchs and below. Naturally, they couldn't catch them. Not long after, the three of them and the wolf arrived above a city. The city wasn't big. With Qin Feiyang's current cultivation, he could cross the entire city in one step. This city was Black Bear City. Back then, Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei met in Black Bear City. And Feng Ling and Feng Cheng. The Black Bear King and his son also met outside the city. Apart from these people, there were many others. But the others were just passers-by in Qin Feiyang's life. After looking for a while, Qin Feiyang walked in the direction of Iron Ox Town. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, a lake came into sight. The lake was not big, and it was surrounded by green weeping willows. The lake water was also very clear and sparkling. Beside the lake, there was a courtyard. The courtyard was not big and looked very simple. In front of the courtyard, there was a small path paved with cobblestones that surrounded the entire lake. This was a place with a beautiful environment, fresh air, and tranquil health. And this was Qin Feiyang and Uncle Yuan's former residence. Hey! Qin Feiyang looked around the lake in amazement. Hundreds of years had passed, yet this place was still in such good condition. No. This place is better than before. Just like that secluded path, it was not so exquisite in the past. The small courtyard was also very clean. There was not even a single blade of grass. In the middle of the lake, there was a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a statue. This was also a statue of Qin Feiyang. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Could it be that there were still people living here? Daddy, did you catch it? Come out quickly. Suddenly, an anxious voice could be heard from the other side of the lake. This was the voice of a little girl, which sounded very immature. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Following the voice, he saw a 5 or 6-year-old girl squatting under a weeping willow. The girl was wearing a small flower dress, with 2 ponytails and a small bell around her neck. She looked very cute. There is indeed someone living here, Qin Feiyang murmured. But why did this little girl look a little familiar? Familiar? How could she be familiar? He had not come back for hundreds of years. It was impossible to see this little girl. But Qin Feiyang felt that she was a little familiar. Could she be? Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. You know her? Qin Feiyang asked. I'm not sure. Lu Xiaofei shook his head, then looked around and murmured, but I think she is the only one who will stay here. Who? Qin Feiyang said. Sister Yang Lu Xiaofei said. Sister Yang Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Xiaofei said, she is Uncle Ling Yunfei's daughter. What? She is little Ling's daughter? White-eyed Wolf was stunned. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xiaofei suspiciously and said, since she is Ling Yunfei's daughter, how can you not know her? The last time I saw her was when she was 2 years old. Now she is 5 or 6 years old. Her appearance has changed a lot. It must be difficult to recognize her. Lu Xiaofei said. Qin Feiyang asked, in that case, this place is also cleaned by Ling Yunfei? Uncle Ling is a man. How can he be so meticulous? Everything here was cleaned by my aunt. Last time I heard from aunt that she would come here to clean every once in a while. The reason is that this is your home and you will come back sooner or later. And usually, their family also treats this place as a vacation place. They will stay here for a while when they have nothing to do. Lu Xiaofei said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. Zhao Shuang this little girl, was really considerate. This is a little niece. Let's go and have a look. White-eyed Wolf chuckled and flew to the opposite side. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked over with Lu Xiaofei and his sister. White-eyed Wolf said, Little girl, what are you doing? The little girl was startled by the sudden voice. She quickly looked up at White-Eyed Wolf and Qin Feiyang. Wolf. The little girl suddenly stood up. Her little face was full of panic. White-Eyed Wolf showed a smile that he thought was very kind and said, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I am not a bad wolf that eats people." But he did not know that his smile, which he thought was very kind, was fierce in the eyes of the little girl. "Daddy, there is a wolf," she shouted and stepped back. "Get out of the way." Qin Feiyang pushed White-Eyed Wolf away, landed in front of the little girl, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, we are really not bad people." The little girl was still panicking. But suddenly, she stared at Qin Feiyang's face and then looked at the statue in the middle of the lake. Why did this uncle in front of her look so similar to the statue? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "You should know who I am. You are Uncle Qin." The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked, "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and walked up with a smile. "Don't come over. My daddy said that Uncle Qin went outside. You are definitely not him. How dare you pretend to be Uncle Qin? Just you wait. When Daddy comes out, he will beat you up. Daddy, come out quickly. There are bad people." The little girl hurriedly shouted. Qin Feiyang was stunned. White-Eyed Wolf walked to Qin Feiyang's side and muttered, "This little girl is quite cautious. This shows that Ling Yunfei and Zhao Shuang'er taught her well. Children should be like this, lest they encounter real bad people and suffer a big loss." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying divine power erupted from the bottom of the lake. "Who bullied my daughter?" Following closely, accompanied by a roar, a young man with his upper body exposed rushed out of the lake, holding a 2-meter-long fish in his hand. The big fish was still struggling desperately. As soon as this person appeared, he looked at White-Eyed Wolf and Qin Feiyang with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Daddy, it's them." The little girl pointed at Qin Feiyang and the others. "Not only did you break into my house, but you also bullied my daughter. You are fucking courting death." Ling Yunfei let out a loud roar as his surging divine might pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the others. "Little Ling, I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. Your temper is getting worse." White-Eyed Wolf smiled and slowly turned around to look at Ling Yunfei. This voice, Ling Yunfei was stunned. When White-Eyed Wolf completely turned around, Ling Yunfei's expression suddenly froze. "Wolf pup. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" White-Eyed Wolf grinned. "Damn it. What's going on? Why is White-Eyed Wolf here?" Ling Yunfei was confused. At this time, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xiaofei also turned to look at Ling Yunfei. Looking at the three of them, especially Qin Feiyang, Ling Yunfei was completely stunned. "Uncle Ling, you didn't even recognize me. I'm so sad." Lu Xiaofei shook his head and sighed. "Xiaofei, Xiaojia." Ling Yunfei looked at Lu Xiaofei, Lu Xiaojia, and finally looked at Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf. "Your sister, you're not dreaming, right?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Is this your reaction when you meet an old friend?" Ling Yunfei's body trembled. "Isn't this the voice of that bastard?" White-Eyed Wolf said helplessly, "I say, how long are you going to be stunned?" Ling Yunfei glanced at White-Eyed Wolf and then looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xiaofei as if to confirm. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you give me some reaction?" White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. Ling Yunfei quivered and hurriedly said, "Wait a minute." After that, he threw the big fish in his hand and took out his cosmos bag. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at him suspiciously. After a while, Ling Yunfei took out a Heaven's Eye stone from his cosmos bag and looked at them, saying, "Let's verify your identities first." Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Lu Xiaofei said discontentedly, "Uncle Ling, you're too much. Cut the crap, hurry up." Ling Yunfei shouted. Okay. Lu Xiaofei nodded and held the Heaven's Eye stone in his hand. Ling Yunfei stared at the Heaven's Eye stone. After a while, there was no reaction from the Heaven's Eye stone. Lu Xiaofei handed the Heaven's Eye stone to Lu Xiaojia. "It's really troublesome." White-Eyed Wolf shook his head and a terrifying aura burst out. Immediately after, the golden beast shadow of the fighting soul roared out. Ling Yunfei suddenly raised his head and looked at the golden beast shadow in a daze. That's right. This was the fighting soul of the wolf cub. Damn, when did you guys come back? When he came back to his senses, Ling Yunfei was immediately overjoyed and ran to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and asked, "You don't doubt it now?" White-eyed wolf pursed his lips and kept his fighting soul. Ling Yunfei hugged white-eyed wolf's neck and laughed, "Brother wolf, who can impersonate your fighting soul?" "Of course." White-eyed wolf smiled proudly and said helplessly, "But you kid, you're too cautious. Isn't this too sudden?" "Of course, I have to confirm it." Ling Yunfei laughed. "Hee hee." White-eyed wolf also grinned and put his arm around Ling Yunfei's shoulder, saying, "How have you been these years? Do you miss your brother?" "Of course." Ling Yunfei nodded, his face full of smiles. Chapter 2786. At least you have a little conscience. The white-eyed wolf said. Ling Yunfei said, "Just kidding, after all, we are brothers who have gone through fire and water, right?" "Yes." "Good brother." The white-eyed wolf nodded. When Ling Yunfei heard the words good brother, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. But after all, he was a man and could control his inner emotions. He let go of the white-eyed wolf and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also looked at Ling Yunfei. Suddenly, the two of them smiled at the same time with tacit understanding, opened their arms, and gave a big bear hug. Ling Yunfei said, "Welcome back." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Although it was only a simple sentence, they could feel the other party's joy and sincerity. Between brothers, there was no need to say anything more. The little girl next to them looked at the two of them and asked, "Daddy, is he really Uncle Qin?" Ling Yunfei walked in front of the little girl and carried her up. He smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Qin Feiyang, Uncle Qin, whom Daddy often talks about." "Uncle Qin, hello." The little girl was very obedient, very sensible, and very likable. Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang again and said, "She is my daughter, 5.5 years old this year. What do you think? She looks like her mother." "Yes. I was wondering why this little girl looked so familiar. It turns out that it is because of Shuang-Er." Qin Feiyang suddenly patted his head. This little girl really looked like Zhao Shuang-Er. "Little girl, hello." Qin Feiyang's face was full of smiles as he gently pinched the little girl's cheek. The little girl said, "Uncle Qin, you are more handsome than the statue." "Is that so?" "I think so too." Qin Feiyang looked at the statue in the middle of the lake and laughed. "I haven't seen you for hundreds of years. How did you become narcissistic? You weren't like this before. Besides, no matter how handsome you are, can you compare to me?" Ling Yunfei spoke in disdain. After that, he glanced at the little girl and smiled. "Yang, tell me, who is more handsome? Daddy or Uncle Qin?" Qin Feiyang also looked at the little girl and said, "Children shouldn't lie. You have to tell the truth." The little girl looked at Ling Yunfei and then looked at Qin Feiyang. She rolled her black eyes and giggled. "Daddy and Uncle Qin are both handsome." "Ha ha." Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong immediately burst into laughter. "What a mischievous little girl." The white-eyed wolf asked, "Little Ling, what's my niece's name?" "Ling Xiaoyan." Ling Yunfei said. The white-eyed wolf stood up and looked at Ling Xiaoyan. He chuckled and said, "Yang, come, call me Uncle Wolf. Uncle Wolf will give you candy. Mommy said that children shouldn't eat candy. Otherwise, their teeth will rot." Tiny Tot shook her head. "Ah." The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. "However, Mommy also said that children should be polite. Although you look a little fierce, you are Daddy and Uncle Qin's friend, so I should call you Uncle Qin." "Hello, Uncle Wolf." Tiny Tot greeted him affectionately. What a lovely girl. The way she called him Uncle Wolf melted the white-eyed wolf's heart. In particular, her innocent and romantic smile seemed to have the ability to heal the soul. The white-eyed wolf stretched out his paw and said, "Little Qin Zi, give me the soul-calming divine pearl." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Give it to me," the white-eyed wolf urged. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He understood what the white-eyed wolf meant. He took out the soul-calming divine pearl, erased the blood contract, and handed it to the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf said with a smile, "Yang come here. This is Uncle Wolf's gift to you." This, Tiny Tot looked at Ling Yunfei hesitantly. Ling Yunfei said with a smile, "It's a gift from Uncle Wolf. It'll be a waste if you don't take it." Hee hee. Tiny Tot smiled, took the soul-calming divine pearl, and said, "Thank you, Uncle Wolf." "You're welcome." The white-eyed wolf was also beaming with joy. "Uncle Wolf, this is unfair. My sister and I took the initiative to ask you for a gift before you gave it to us." Lu Xiaofei pursed his lips. "Is it funny? You're jealous of a child. Besides, Yang is also your sister." The white-eyed wolf said angrily. "Hee hee." Lu Xiaofei laughed dryly and walked in front of Tiny Tot. He rubbed Tiny Tot's head and said with a smile, "Yang, do you still remember me?" "You are." Tiny Tot looked at him suspiciously. "I'm your big brother Xiaofei." "And her." Lu Xiaofei pulled Lu Xiaojia over and said, "She's your big sister Xiaojia. When you were born, we even came to see you. Big brother, big sister, hello." Tiny Tot called out sensibly again. In fact, she had no impression at all, because the last time Lu Xiaofei and his sister came to see her was when she was 2 years old. A 2-year-old child had no memory at all. "Good girl." Lu Xiaofei smiled slightly, looked at Ling Yunfei, and asked, "Where's Auntie?" "Your auntie and the others went to buy groceries," Ling Yunfei said with a smile. Lu Xiaofei laughed and said, "Could it be that Auntie knew that we would come, so she started preparing in advance?" "In your dreams. We plan to stay here for a while." Ling Yunfei rolled his eyes at him. "It turns out that I was thinking too much." Lu Xiaofei shook his head in disappointment. "Brat." Ling Yunfei knocked his head, looked at Lu Xiaojia, and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a few years. Xiaojia has grown so tall." Lu Xiaojia giggled and said, "Little sister Yang is also so big." "Yeah. Time passes so quickly." Ling Yunfei sighed, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "What about you? Did you and the mermaid princess have a good relationship? Can you guys stop talking about this?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Ling Yunfei snorted and said, "Aren't we concerned about you? You don't know what's good for you." "I thank you for your concern." Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. "All right. Let's not stand here. Let's go sit in the courtyard over there." Ling Yunfei smiled, carried Tiny Tot, and walked along the path to the opposite side. "Little Ling, you guys have taken good care of this place." White-eyed Wolf said. "It has nothing to do with me. I don't have the time to do this. It's Shuang. She comes here to clean every few days. She really has nothing to do." Ling Yunfei pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang and White-eyed Wolf looked at each other and could not help but shake their heads and laugh. He had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. This guy was the perfect example. Very soon, a group of people came to the courtyard. Ling Yunfei pushed open the door of the courtyard. There were many flowers planted in the courtyard, and the fragrance assailed their nostrils. There was a stone table next to it. It was simple, but when they walked into the courtyard, they felt very at ease. "Do whatever you want. Don't stand on ceremony." Ling Yunfei put down the little girl and greeted. But just as he finished speaking, the little girl raised her head and looked at Ling Yunfei, correcting, "Daddy, are you mistaken? This is Uncle Qin's home. If you want to say don't be polite, it should be Uncle Qin who says that to us, because we are the guests." "Ah." Ling Yunfei was stunned. Qin Feiyang, White-eyed Wolf, Lu Xiaofei and his sister were also stunned little girls. "Ha ha." Ling Yunfei smiled awkwardly and said, "Look at my memory. After living here for so long, I thought it was my own home." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, looking at the little girl and said, "Yang, this is not only Uncle Qin's home, but also your home, do you know?" "Yes. Mother said the same thing." The little girl nodded. "Then go and play." Qin Feiyang rubbed the little girl's head, his face full of love. "Okay." The little girl nodded, holding the soul-calming divine pearl, ran to the side, and played with it curiously. Ling Yunfei sat at the stone table and asked, "Wine or tea?" "Tea." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. After so many years, you still have a soft spot for tea. Ling Yunfei shook his head, took out a tea set, and began to make tea. How does it feel to have such a cute daughter? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Cute. Ling Yunfei was stunned and shook his head. It's so annoying. Although he said that, his eyes were full of love when he glanced at the little girl. If it's so annoying, then give it to us. Little sister Yang is so obedient. Mother and father will definitely spoil her. Lu Xiaofei teased. Ling Yunfei immediately glared at Lu Xiaofei and said, Boy, are you itching for a beating? If you want a sister, go and ask your father and mother to have another one. Isn't there a ready-made one? Why bother? Lu Xiaofei said with a smile. Ling Yunfei's face darkened. He raised his arm and made a punching gesture. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Hee hee. Lu Xiaofei laughed. Ling Yunfei shook his head, poured tea, and looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, I really didn't want to have a child before. I felt that having a child was troublesome, but since this little girl was born, I think it's quite interesting. Then continue to work hard. I heard from Aunt Xue in the Butterfly Valley this morning that Aunt Liu Ji wants you to have another fat boy. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Don't. Ling Yunfei hurriedly waved his hand and said, One is enough. If another one comes, I will be worried to death. What are you worried about? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You're a bachelor. You don't understand the hardships of raising a child at all. It's useless to tell you. Ling Yunfei shook his head in disdain. You just got married and had a child before me. Look at you being so arrogant. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. So? Not convinced? Then hurry up and have one for me to see. Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang provocatively. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He could only be convinced. Ling Yunfei frowned and said, Speaking of which, only the two of you came back? Where are the others? They are all in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang did not hide it. After all, they were all young people, so he could understand. Ling Yunfei was stunned, shook his head and said with a smile, All right, now that I know why they are hiding in the Black Tortoise world, I won't force them. When do you plan to leave? I'm not sure yet. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ling Yunfei picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a sly smile, Then I wish you a peaceful death. A peaceful death? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf heard this, and their faces instantly darkened. Wasn't this a blessing for the dead? Bastard. The man and the wolf glared at Ling Yunfei fiercely. He was already a father, but he was still so unruly. A leopard cannot change its spots. This saying was indeed true. Chapter 2787. Ling Yunfei smiled and asked, How have you been these years? What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked. The ancient world, Ling Yunfei murmured and shook his head. How can I have a good life in such a place? Yes. I've been on tenterhooks every day. I also want to end it as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang sighed. He didn't hide anything from Ling Yunfei. Just like Lu Zheng and Lu Hong, they were all young people who had experienced many life-and-death disasters. Their mental endurance was stronger than the older generation. Of course. It wasn't that the older generation hadn't seen much of the world. It was because the older generation cared too much about them. There was a good saying, caring makes you confused. End it as soon as possible. Then you should work hard. After all, you are different from us. You were born with a different fate. Ling Yunfei said with a smile. Why is my fate different from others? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Aren't you talking nonsense? The castle and Chang Shui were born together. How can it be the same as us? Ling Yunfei rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He couldn't refute. Mom, Grandma, suddenly. The little girl's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He hurriedly turned his head and saw the little girl looking at the entrance. Her little face was full of joy. Qin Feiyang also looked and saw two women coming this way. One of them was about 20 years old. She was wearing a white dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall. She looked elegant and refined. That's right. She was Zhao Shuang'er. The other woman was about 37 or 38 years old. She was also dressed very simply. And she was Ling Yunfei's mother, Liu Ji. After the catastrophe, her son got married and had children. She was in a good mood. Compared with her previous haggard appearance, she was glowing. "Mom, Grandma." The little girl skipped and ran over to her. "Yang Er." Both mother and daughter-in-law were holding 2 large bags filled with daily necessities. Seeing the little girl run over, Zhao Shuang'er put down the bag in her hand and picked up the little girl. She smiled and said, "Did you listen to your father?" "Yes." The little girl nodded. "Yang Er is the best." Liu Ji also had a doting look on her face. "Hee hee." The little girl smiled. Zhao Shuang'er suddenly noticed the soul-setting divine pearl in the little girl's hand and asked suspiciously, "Yang Er, what is this pearl in your hand?" "I think it's called soul-calming divine pearl. It's a gift from Uncle Qin and Uncle Lang." The little girl said. "Soul-anchoring divine pearl?" Zhao Shuang'er was stunned. Just by hearing the name, she felt that it was extraordinary. "Wait." Suddenly, Zhao Shuang'er frowned and asked, "What Uncle Qin? What wolf uncle?" The little girl pointed to the courtyard by the lake and said, "It's Uncle Qin and Uncle Wolf sitting in the courtyard." Hearing that, Zhao Shuang'er raised her head and looked over suspiciously. She saw a familiar face looking at her at that moment. "Qin Feiyang?" At that moment, Zhao Shuang'er's body stiffened. "What's wrong?" Liu Ji looked at Zhao Shuang'er doubtfully and also looked toward the courtyard. Her expression suddenly froze. "Wasn't this that kid?" Ling Yunfei said, "What are you doing there? Come here quickly." The mother and daughter-in-law came back to their senses, hurriedly grabbed the bag, carried the little girl, and walked toward the courtyard. In their hearts, they were nervous and expectant. Qin Feiyang's appearance was too sudden, causing them to wonder if they were hallucinating. At the same time, they were also hoping that it was not an illusion. "Feiyang, is it really you?" Walking into the courtyard, the mother and daughter-in-law put down the little girl and the bag, then ran to Qin Feiyang and looked up and down at Qin Feiyang. "Auntie, it's me." Qin Feiyang looked at Liu Ji and nodded, then looked at Zhao Shuang'er and said with a smile, "It's only been a few hundred years. Even I can't recognize you." "No, you came back too suddenly this time. There was no news at all," Zhao Shuang'er said. "Otherwise, how can it be called a surprise?" The white-eyed wolf next to her grinned. Zhao Shuang'er looked at the white-eyed wolf. Looking at that familiar smirk and those familiar eyes, a smile gradually crept onto her face. She was finally sure that this was not a dream. Zhao Shuang'er looked at the man and the wolf and said with a smile, "Welcome back." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Child, have you been well these years outside?" Liu Ji stepped forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand. Like a mother, her face was full of love. "Look at my strong appearance, you can tell that I must have been well," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Do you think Auntie doesn't know you? Since childhood, you have been more sensible than your peers. No matter what pressure you encounter, you bear it by yourself. You never tell us because you don't want us to worry," Liu Ji said. "Ha," Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. "Fine. If you don't want to say, Auntie won't force you. However, no matter what happened outside, now that you are home, all the troubles can be put down first," Liu Ji said. "Thank you for your concern, Auntie." Qin Feiyang was touched. "Silly child, there is no need to thank me. Well, you young people talk first. I will make some white fungus soup for you to try." Liu Ji looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You are just being polite." Liu Ji helplessly glared at Qin Feiyang, and then took 4 big bags into the backyard. "How is it? This old mother is good to you, right?" Ling Yunfei said. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Whether it was Luo Chenxue or Liu Ji, they all treated him as their own child. This was a treatment that others did not have. So in this world, no one was happier than him. Seeing that Liu Ji and Zhao Shuang'er ignored him from beginning to end, Lu Xiaofei shook his head and sighed. "Sister, we seem to be ignored again. You are so talkative." Lu Xiaojia rolled her eyes at him. Zhao Shuang'er looked at the brother and sister and said, "Who dares to ignore you? Aren't we happy? We don't have time to care about you." Okay. You adults talk slowly. I will help Grandma Liu Ji. Grandma Liu Ji's white fungus soup is the best in the world. Lu Xiaofei smiled, got up and ran to the backyard. I will go too. Wait for me. Lu Xiaojia hurriedly shouted. These two little ones. Zhao Shuang'er shook her head and smiled. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "They must have been following you all the time." That's right. I can't drive them away. Qin Feiyang smiled. This is normal. They have admired you since they were young. Especially Xiaofei, this child has always regarded you as his idol and goal. Zhao Shuang'er said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then he has to work harder." Zhao Shuang'er was stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and asked curiously, "What cultivation have you reached now?" She couldn't see through the strength of these two guys at all. "I said you don't know." The white-eyed wolf said proudly. "If you don't tell me, how will I know?" Zhao Shuang'er was speechless. The white-eyed wolf asked, "Have you heard of the Ninth Heaven Realm?" The Ninth Heaven Realm? Zhao Shuang'er was stunned and shook her head. "No. That's right. Anyway, with the strength of little Qin Zi and I now, we can kill any of you in seconds." The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. "Even Uncle Yuan and the snow python can be killed in seconds?" Zhao Shuang'er asked. "Of course. They are just half-step divine lords. Compared with us, the gap is like heaven and earth." The white-eyed wolf said. "It can't be." Zhao Shuang'er was shocked. In her opinion, half-step divine lords were already very powerful, but she didn't expect that Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's current cultivation were even stronger than half-step divine lords. Jealous. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Zhao Shuang'er couldn't help laughing and said, "What's there to be jealous of? No matter how strong they are, can they live a peaceful and stable life like us?" Ah. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and pursed his lips. "We don't have any pursuits." "It's not that we don't have pursuits, it's just that what we pursue is different. You can ask Qin Feiyang. Doesn't he yearn for the life we have now? Unfortunately, this kind of life is still far away from him." Zhao Shuang'er smiled. "Yes. It's still far away." Qin Feiyang nodded. Frankly speaking, although he was very strong, he was really envious of everyone's current life. Life should be like this. But to him, it was simply an extravagant hope. So this time, when he came back, he had to cherish this rare time. "Where are the others?" Zhao Shuang'er asked. Qin Feiyang laughed. "In the Black Tortoise realm, they don't plan to come out." "All right. Then let's not disturb them." Zhao Shuang'er smiled slightly, apparently understanding everyone's feelings. Then, she looked at the soul-calming pearl in the little girl's hand and said suspiciously, "This should be a divine artifact." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You guys are spoiling her too much. Why would a child give her a divine artifact?" Zhao Shuang'er said unhappily. "It's fine. This divine artifact doesn't have any killing power. Its only function is to protect the divine soul." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Protect the divine soul?" Zhao Shuang'er was stunned. "That's right. The soul-calming pearl is a supreme-level divine artifact. Although Yang has not reached the war god level and her soul has not evolved into a divine soul, it can still protect her soul. With the soul-calming pearl protecting Yang soul, even the white-eyed wolf and I can't hurt her." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Supreme-level divine artifact," Zhao Shuang'er muttered. What level of divine artifact was this? In short, this soul-calming pearl is very precious. Even in the ancient world, it's rare. Qin Feiyang said. Since it's so precious, then keep it for yourself to save your life in the future. Yang quickly return it to Uncle Qin. Zhao Shuang'er said. The little girl was slightly stunned. She raised her head and looked at Zhao Shuang'er, saying, "But mother, I really like it." "You can't do this," Zhao Shuang'er reprimanded. "It's really fine. I basically don't need it now, so let her play with it. We'll talk about it later. This is also a token of appreciation from the white-eyed wolf and I for this little niece." Qin Feiyang laughed. Then, all right. Zhao Shuang'er hesitated for a while, nodded with a smile, then looked down at the little girl and said, Yang quickly thank Uncle Qin and Uncle Wolf. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Thank you, Uncle Wolf. The little girl looked at the two and smiled sweetly. Good girl. Qin Feiyang laughed and couldn't help but pinch her little face. Chapter 2788. Ling Yunfei watched this scene with a smile and didn't speak from beginning to end. Because he didn't care about any greeting gifts at all. As long as Qin Feiyang could come back safely, that was more important than anything else. Zhao Shuang'er smiled and said, Yang endure the pain. Mother will drip blood for you. Okay. The little girl nodded. Zhao Shuang'er urged a wisp of divine power and gently scratched the little girl's fingertip. A bloody wound appeared. Immediately, a drop of blood fell on the soul-anchoring pearl. After the blood merged with the soul-anchoring pearl, Zhao Shuang'er looked at the little girl and said with a smile, Now you only need to think about it, and the soul-anchoring pearl will enter your body. Really? The little girl asked in surprise. Zhao Shuang'er nodded. The little girl stared at the soul-anchoring pearl. With a thought, the soul-anchoring pearl immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared between her eyebrows. It's so fun. The little girl suddenly became playful. She put it away for a while and took it out for a while, playing with it happily. Ling Yunfei shook his head and smiled, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, The children of this generation are so happy. Happy? Qin Feiyang was stunned. See. They were born carefree, as long as they have fun. Unlike us, who suffered thousands of disasters and struggled painfully. Especially the few of us children. They were born to enjoy treatment that others don't have. Because of our relationship, no matter where they go, they are respected. For example, now you give this little girl a divine artifact. Even in the entire Great Qin Empire, a divine artifact is a supreme item. But now, you are playing with this little girl like a toy. Isn't this happier than us? Ling Yunfei said with a smile. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and said, This confirms the old saying, the predecessors plant trees, the descendants enjoy the shade. Ling Yunfei shook his head and said, But living in such an environment may not be a good thing for them. That depends on how you educate them. We are all people who have been through this before. We know how dangerous it is to be a hedonistic son of rich parents. Thus, we cannot allow our descendants to walk the path of hedonistic sons. Even more so, we cannot let them be like the other martial marquises, living under the protection and light of their ancestors. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Ling Yunfei nodded and said with a smile, But for now, our children like Lu Xiaofei, Lu Xiaojia, and Sichu Feiyang are all okay. I can see that too. Now, there's only Fatso and Li Yang's child. I haven't seen it yet. Qin Feiyang said. This kid's personality is similar to his father's. Although he's a little shameless, he has a good heart. Ling Yunfei smiled. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Like father, like son. Zhao Shuang'er suddenly looked at Ling Yunfei and frowned. Where's the fish I asked you to catch? Fish? Ling Yunfei was slightly stunned and suddenly patted his head. He hurriedly looked at Zhao Shuang'er and said with a flattering smile, My wife, I'm sorry. I just saw Qin Feiyang and I was a little excited, so, then what are you still waiting for? Zhao Shuang'er said. Yes, I'll go right away. Ling Yunfei quickly got up and ran to the lake. This kid is really henpecked. White-eyed Wolf snickered. That's good. Qin Feiyang smiled. The tremella soup is here. After a while, Liu Ji came out with a small pot. Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia followed behind with bowls and spoons. It smells good. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. I'm not bragging. Grandma Liu Ji's tremella soup is really delicious. Lu Xiaofei said. How can it be so exaggerated? It's just some pollen. Liu Ji shook her head, filled a bowl, and handed it to Qin Feiyang, saying, Here, try it. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Feiyang took the small bowl, took a spoon, and took a bite. The taste was really good. It was sweet but not greasy, with a little floral fragrance. Where's Yunfei? Liu Ji looked around and asked suspiciously. He was driven by his wife to catch fish. White-eyed Wolf laughed. Liu Ji shook her head and then sat opposite Qin Feiyang, looking at Qin Feiyang lovingly. Dawn. Soon. Ling Yunfei rushed out of the lake with a big fish and landed in front of the yard. Seeing that everyone was eating, he said unhappily, "Why didn't you wait for me?" "Why should I wait for you?" Liu Ji rolled her eyes at him. "My dear mother, I'm your son," Ling Yunfei cried sadly. And then, Liu Ji looked at him in amusement. Ling Yunfei said unhappily, "Shouldn't you be nicer to me? Am I not good to you? I cook for you all day, wash your clothes, and take care of your children. Don't be discontent." Liu Ji rolled her eyes. Ling Yunfei mumbled, "That's because you forced us to give birth to her." "You're right, aren't you? Then from today onwards, you'll starve," Liu Ji said. No. I was wrong. Mother, please forgive me." Ling Yunfei waved his hands repeatedly. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene, his face full of envy and desire. What a wonderful life. Everyone sat together and chatted for a while. Liu Ji looked at the sky, got up, and said with a smile, "Yunfei, wash the fish later. I'll cook some dishes for you too tonight." "Okay." Ling Yunfei nodded. "Auntie, don't be busy. I've already told my sister and the others that we'll gather at Butterfly Valley tonight." Qin Feiyang smiled. Butterfly Valley? Liu Ji was stunned. "The more the merrier," Qin Feiyang said. "It seems that I haven't visited them for a long time. Okay, I'll go and prepare. Bring this fish with you too." After Liu Ji said that, she got up and cleaned the table, then went to the backyard to get busy. Ling Yunfei leaned over to Qin Feiyang and whispered, "You've already met Ren Wushuang and the others?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Ling Yunfei said with a sneaky smile, "Don't you feel particularly stunned when you see them now?" "Particularly stunned?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "Damn. It's been hundreds of years. Why are you still like a piece of wood? If you continue like this, you'll definitely be single forever." Ling Yunfei shook his head in disdain. Qin Feiyang was stunned, but then he understood Ling Yunfei's meaning. He said speechlessly, "I don't think you've changed. You still like to fool around like a white-eyed wolf. Is this fooling around? You really don't understand at all. What a good woman. I feel pity for you." Ling Yunfei shook his head. "Pity? Then do you want me to give them to you?" Zhao Shuang'er couldn't help but keep quiet. But when she heard the last sentence, she couldn't help but smile at Ling Yunfei and ask, "Give them to me." "Okay." Ling Yunfei instinctively replied. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong and quickly looked at Zhao Shuang'er. "You bastard. I didn't expect you to have feelings for Sister Ling and the others. See how I'll deal with you today." Zhao Shuang'er flipped out. Ling Yunfei naturally didn't have a good time. He kept begging his wife for mercy. "I can see that the one who is most afraid of his wife is this guy." White-eyed Wolf leaned over to Qin Feiyang's ear and whispered, "You have to control him like this. Otherwise, with his personality, it's hard to guarantee that he won't cause any trouble." Qin Feiyang was gloating the whole time. In the evening, the sky gradually darkened. The night of February was still a little cold. However, the atmosphere in Butterfly Valley was warm and comfortable. By the lake, a bonfire was burning, illuminating all directions. Above the bonfire, a goat was being roasted. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. One could smell the fragrance of roasted meat from afar. There was also a pot of fish soup stewing beside it. It was very fresh and fragrant. Just smelling it made one drool. Qin Feiyang, White-eyed Wolf, Lu Xiaofei and his sister, Ling Yunfei and his family, Old Man Ren, Old Man Feng, Old Man Yi, Jiang Zhengyi and his wife, Yang Nanshan and his wife. There was also Ren Wushuang, Luo Qingzhu, Feng Ling everyone gathered around the bonfire, eating meat and drinking wine. They laughed and cheered, presenting a jubilant scene. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Especially Qin Feiyang and the other young people. They chatted for the whole night. There were joys and sorrows. It's hard to find a confidant in life. For our rare friendship, cheers. The next morning, the gathering finally ended. This celestial immortal wine is really the best. Do you have any more? Can you give me some? Ling Yunfei hugged a wine jar. There was still half of it left. He looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. I do have some, but if you ask him for more, he will definitely fall out with me on the spot. Qin Feiyang shook his head. For Hu Yi, this celestial immortal wine was his life. Stingy. Ling Yunfei pursed his lips. Drink, drink, drink. Sooner or later, you'll die from drinking. Zhao Shuang'er glared at Ling Yunfei. If I die from drinking, won't you be a widow? Ling Yunfei laughed. Zhao Shuang'er rolled her eyes at him. She looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, where are you going next? Let's go to the Forgotten Continent to take a look. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yang Wei and his Sky Tiger tribe are in the 1st district. Wang Yangfeng and the Wang clan are also in the 1st district. Zhao Shuang'er said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He asked suspiciously, why did Wang Yangfeng and the others go to the Forgotten Continent? Back in the ancient pagoda, weren't they neighbors with the Sky Tiger tribe? As time passed, their relationship deepened. So after you left, Wang Yangfeng brought the people to the Forgotten Continent and continued to be neighbors with the Sky Tiger tribe. Zhao Shuang'er smiled. Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang's dusty memories resurfaced. Back then in the ancient pagoda, the Sky Tiger tribe and the Wang clan had fought over territory. However, later on, under his deterrence and persuasion, the two sides reconciled. Slowly, the two clans even established a deep friendship. When the Wang clan was mentioned, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but think of Wang Xiajie. This kid was his only disciple. He wondered how much he had grown. There was also Qin Chen. Qin Chen's original name was Mu Chen. He was a member of the Mu clan. However, because of Mu Qing's wrong decision, the Mu clan was destroyed. Therefore, he hated the Mu clan to the core. Chapter 2789. Back then, Mu Chen was bullied by the disciples of the Mu family and happened to run into him. Hence, he kindly helped him and changed Mu Chen's name to Qin Chen. From then on, he would be his shadow, which was also his assassin. Although Qin Chen did not perform amazingly in the past few years, and being Qin Feiyang's shadow had become an empty promise, Qin Chen still left a deep impression on Qin Feiyang. Because compared to Wang Xiajie, Qin Chen seemed more mature and steady. Moreover, Qin Chen was also forced by Mu Qing to take the spiritual disaster pill and his cultivation was crippled. He had the same experience as Qin Feiyang. Apart from Wang Xiajie and Qin Chen, there was also a woman who left a deep impression on Qin Feiyang. This woman was Wang Jin. Wang Jin was Wang Xiajie's sister and also had a tragic experience. Her virginity was ruined. Later on, it was also Qin Feiyang who saved her. It was also because of this that Wang Jin developed feelings of admiration for Qin Feiyang. However, she was rejected by Qin Feiyang. It was not that he despised Wang Jin for losing her virginity, but because apart from the mermaid princess, he really could not accept any other woman. Of course, there were more old friends in Forgotten Continent. There was also Mr. Hao, who hated him. Wang Yue, who loved and hated him. Gongsun Bei, Wang Zicheng, Barbarian Bull, and so on. Finally, there was a man, Pei Yi. Pei Yi was from the Divine Python tribe and had long become the chief of the Divine Python tribe. Qin Feiyang admired this person. Although he was about the same age as him, in terms of mentality and character, he was more open-minded than anyone else. Qin Feiyang still remembered that the chief of the Divine Python tribe at that time was Pei Yi's biological uncle. And Pei Yi's father was killed by his biological uncle. At that time, Qin Feiyang found out the truth and was afraid that Pei Yi would be devastated. Hence, he had been hesitant to tell Pei Yi. However, when he found Pei Yi, he found out that Pei Yi had already known the truth long ago. He just did not hide it in his heart. Moreover, even when faced with this truth, he did not go crazy like other people, nor did he hate his uncle. With such a temperament, even Qin Feiyang felt ashamed of his inferiority. Back then, he even took the initiative to give Pei Yi some potential pills. Pei Yi was probably the first outsider to make Qin Feiyang willingly give out those pills to him. Clearly, he admired Pei Yi a lot. Who? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Then I'll go to the Forgotten Continent first." "When will you be back?" "Don't run back to the ancient world without saying a word," Ling Yunfei said. "How is this possible?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. After pondering for a while, he said, "I might stay for a few hundred years." "Hundreds of years? That's great." Everyone was stunned for a moment before they were pleasantly surprised. "But I can't be sure. What if something unexpected happens midway?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. All right, hurry up and go." Ling Yunfei waved his hand. "When Uncle Yang and the others wake up, let them know," Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." Ling Yunfei and the others nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up the white-eyed wolf and Lu Xiaofei, appearing in a stone room. This was the secret room at the bottom of the Butterfly Valley. The teleportation altar that led to the Forgotten Continent sat in the center of the secret room. Qin Feiyang pointed his index finger, and a wisp of divine power fused with the altar. The altar immediately recovered. Forgotten Continent. Glacier Forest. After a few hundred years, this place was still covered in snow. The ice lake had always been there. After all, this was the place where the snow python cultivated. Even if it was destroyed in battle, it could be rebuilt. Heavy snow floated in the sky. The entire world was filled with bone-chilling cold. Swoosh! 3 people and a wolf appeared out of thin air above the ice lake. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. What a familiar scene. Qin Feiyang glanced around and said with a smile, "Yes." The white-eyed wolf nodded. In the past, they had experienced too many things here. As if they were chased by someone and fled here. As if the snow python was making things difficult for them. It was also here that they killed Mu Tianyang, Mu Tianjun, the demon dragon, and the demon ancestor, and completely ended that catastrophe. Of course. It was also here that the snow python took away the blood of Mu Tianyang and the others and asked Qin Yuan to help them be reborn. "Snow python," the white-eyed wolf murmured. Boom! A monstrous divine power burst out like an invisible torrent, crashing into the ice lake below. Crack! The ice lake turned into ashes on the spot. "Who dares to be presumptuous here?" Accompanied by an angry roar, a huge snow python rushed out of the ice mist. "Long time no see." The white-eyed wolf looked at the snow python and joked. When the snow python saw Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, its eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. "You must be surprised. The people who went to the ancient world suddenly appeared in front of me." The white-eyed wolf looked at it with a playful expression. "Why are you back?" The snow python was shocked. "Let's talk about this later. Let's settle our old scores first. We will be taken care of by you in the future." The white-eyed wolf waved its claws and a gust of wind suddenly blew. Pieces of snow rose into the air and turned into a giant hand that covered the sky and slapped at the snow python. "Bastard!" The snow python was furious. It raised its giant tail and slapped at the giant hand. "Ant!" The white-eyed wolf's eyes were full of disdain. The giant beast formed by the snow slapped at the snow python. The snow python immediately howled and was sent flying. "What? So powerful?" The snow python was extremely shocked by his unstoppable combat power. "Life is full of ups and downs. Are you still going to jump now?" The white-eyed wolf looked at her with contempt. The snow python fell silent. It was obvious that the white-eyed wolf had grown to a height that even she could only look up to. Lu Xiaofei and his sister were also shocked when they saw this scene. They also knew the snow python. She was the guardian of the Forgotten Continent. In the entire Great Qin, there was only one person who could fight with the snow python. Qin Yuan. Although their uncle and Uncle Wolf said that with their current strength, they could even kill the snow python in an instant, they did not see it with their own eyes. They still had some doubts. At this moment, when they saw it with their own eyes, they realized that their Uncle Wolf's strength was really terrifying. "Back then, we needed your permission to pass through this altar. There was even one time when you almost let little Qin Zi's purple gold dragon blood dry. But after you merged with the purple gold dragon blood, I didn't see you recover your white dragon body." The white-eyed wolf sneered. The snow python said in a deep voice, "The curse of the golden small beast can't be broken. You know that too. If it wasn't for you, would Mu Tianyang and the others be reborn? Now I'm going to destroy you." The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Qin Feiyang, tell the white-eyed wolf not to go too far." But at this moment, Dong Zhengyang's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Obviously, Dong Zhengyang heard the movement outside. One had to know. Dong Zhengyang's previous life was the winged dragon, and he was the snow python's partner. Naturally, he would not allow the white-eyed wolf to hurt the snow python. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and waved his hand. Dong Zhengyang appeared out of thin air. "White-eyed wolf, stop." Dong Zhengyang immediately stood in front of the snow python and stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. "Do I have to stop just because you say so? Do I have to give you face? Well, I also want to see how strong you are now at the peak of the ninth heaven realm." The white-eyed wolf directly activated his fighting soul, and the world was suddenly shrouded in a terrifying pressure. Dong Zhengyang's pupils contracted, and he could not help but look at Qin Feiyang. "Forget it." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Forget it." The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. "It's all in the past, what's there to care about?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Okay, you're open-minded, you're magnanimous." The white-eyed wolf snorted and withdrew his fighting soul. After the fighting soul disappeared, the pressure slowly dissipated. At this moment, whether it was the snow python, Lu Xiaofei and his sister, they all felt the threat of death. Uncle Wolf's fighting soul, how terrifying is it? The brother and sister pondered in their hearts. After the fighting soul disappeared, the snow python finally regained its senses, and its eyes immediately locked onto Dong Zhengyang's back. The corner of its eyes could not help but shed a drop of tears. Dong Zhengyang also heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had no confidence to fight with the white-eyed wolf now. Although he was in the castle when he was fighting with the giant beast in hell, he could hear the sounds outside, so he knew the changes in the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul. Now, not only could it deprive the fighting soul, it could also deprive the cultivation. Anyone who faced such a fighting soul would instinctively fear. Because depriving the cultivation was more terrifying than depriving the fighting soul. Without the fighting soul, although the battle strength would drop greatly, at least the cultivation would still be there. But if the cultivation was gone, it would all be over. Following closely, Dong Zhengyang slowly turned around, looked at the snow python, and smiled. "How have you been these years?" Good. The snow python nodded its head, and its emotions were like a broken dam, completely uncontrollable. "It's been hard on you." Dong Zhengyang stretched out his hand and stroked the snow python's head. No. The snow python shook its head, also enjoying Dong Zhengyang's stroking. Although the winged dragon had taken over Dong Zhengyang's body and became a real human, his love for the snow python had never changed. The snow python asked, "How have you been in the ancient world all these years?" "Pretty good. I met Qin Batian and the others, and with their help, my strength has greatly improved. Now, I'm cultivating in Qin Feiyang's Black Tortoise realm. The time array in the Black Tortoise realm is 1,000 years. I believe that it won't be long before I can break through to the imperishable realm. But unfortunately, I still haven't found a way to break the curse. I'm sorry." Dong Zhengyang lowered his head in self-reproach. "It's okay." The snow python shook its head. "But don't worry, I will definitely find a way to turn you back into a white dragon." Dong Zhengyang looked at the snow python, and his eyes were filled with determination. "I believe." The snow python kept nodding. "Curse," Qin Feiyang muttered. For the snow python, Dong Zhengyang stepped into the ancient world without fear of death. As for him, in fact, he also had an old man who was worth him going through fire and water. This old man was Uncle Yuan. There was also a curse on Uncle Yuan's body, and his cultivation would forever be stuck at the half-step Divine Lord level. He also had to think of a way to break this curse for Uncle Yuan. Chapter 2790. Sigh. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at Dong Zhengyang and the snow python, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, he looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Let's go." No matter what, Dong Zhengyang and the snow python's relationship with each other was still worthy of respect. Moreover, other than reviving Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor, Dong Zhengyang actually didn't do anything too excessive. As for the snow python's previous difficulties, for the current Qin Feiyang, it was just a passing cloud. The white-eyed wolf coldly looked at Dong Zhengyang and the snow python, and finally turned around and left. Lu Xiaofei and his sister followed closely beside the man and the wolf. The snow python looked at the back of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and asked, "Are they very strong now?" "Very strong. If they go all out, they can instantly destroy the entire forgotten continent and Great Qin. As for me," Dong Zhengyang laughed bitterly, shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I'll only be killed in an instant." The snow python was shocked. This was too shocking. In short, the current Qin Feiyang is no longer something you and I can control. His target is no longer us insignificant people, but the heavens. Dong Zhengyang pointed to the sky and whispered, "Heavens." The snow python raised its head to look at the sky, and could not help but set off stormy waves in its heart. How many years had it been? Who would have thought that Qin Feiyang had already grown to such an extent? It was too terrifying. "Little Qin Zi, I'm still very unhappy." "No. I'm very unhappy." Above the glacier, the white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. "Take it easy. Just think like that. With your current strength, you can already kill her in an instant. In front of you, she's just an ant. What's there to argue with an ant?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Ant." The Lu siblings looked at each other. These two uncles were probably the only people who dared to call the snow pythons ants. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He grinned and said, "Hearing you say that makes me feel much better." "Ha ha," Qin Feiyang laughed and asked, "Little Fei, little Jiao, where are the Sky Tiger tribe and the Wang clan? Come with us." Lu Xiaofei and his sister ran to the front to lead the way. Very soon, the few of them flew out of the glacier. "What are you doing? Let me go." Suddenly, the sound of quarreling was transmitted to their ears. It was a woman's voice, and there was a hint of anger in it. "What? I only drank some wine and you actually insulted me in front of everyone. How can a man like me have any face left?" It was a man's voice, and his tone was filled with anger. "You call that a little? Idling around all day, doing nothing but drinking. No matter what, I'm the only woman running around outside. You have the nerve to say that you're a man? I think you don't deserve to be a man at all." The woman's angry voice sounded again. "You still dare to humiliate me?" The man's roar sounded, followed by a loud slap. "There are actually people quarreling." Lu Xiaofei shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let's go, this sounds like a quarrel between husband and wife." "En." Lu Xiaofei nodded. The group continued to move forward. But suddenly, Lu Xiaofei was stunned and stopped again. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Lu Xiaojia looked at him suspiciously. "Why do the voices of these two people sound a little familiar?" Lu Xiaofei frowned. "Familiar?" Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Lu Xiaojia were stunned. "You dare to hit me?" The woman's angry roar suddenly sounded. "Yes, I'm hitting you." The man laughed angrily, and then another slap sounded. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and muttered, "This woman's voice, why do I suddenly feel a little familiar?" "You also find it familiar?" The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. "En." Qin Feiyang nodded. "If even you find it familiar, then they must be our old friends. Let's go down and have a look." The white-eyed wolf said. "En." Qin Feiyang nodded. They landed in the forest and walked in the direction of the quarrel. Soon, they were under a big tree in front of them, looking at a man and a woman. The woman was lying on the ground in a sorry state, crying sadly. The man stood aside, looking down at the woman with a sneer on his face. "If I didn't marry you back then, would anyone want a slut like you? You even put on an arrogant attitude all day long, as if it's a blessing that I married you. Who do you think you are?" After the man finished speaking, he bent down and grabbed the woman's hair. He pulled the woman's head up and slapped her face again. "It's her." Seeing the woman's face, Qin Feiyang's gaze suddenly trembled slightly. I didn't expect it to be her. The white-eyed wolf muttered, obviously also recognizing this woman. It's them. Lu Xiaofei also whispered. Brother, you know them? Lu Xiaojia was suspicious. Lu Xiaofei nodded. Looking at the man and woman, there was a trace of anger in his eyes, and at the same time, a trace of suspicion. Then why don't I know them? Lu Xiaojia was suspicious. Since you were young, how many times have you been to Forgotten Continent? Lu Xiaofei rolled his eyes at her. Lu Xiaojia was puzzled. Then who are they? That woman is Brother Jie's sister, Wang Jin. That man is Sister Wang Jin's man, Yang Yun. Lu Xiaofei said. Brother Jie? Lu Xiaojia was stunned. It's uncle's disciple, Wang Shoro Jie. When you were 10 years old, he came to our house. Lu Xiaofei whispered. So it's him. Lu Xiaojia tried hard to recall for a moment and nodded in realization. What's going on? Last time when Sichu Feiyang and I went to play, weren't they quite lovey-dovey? Sister Wang Jin and Yang Yun even brought us to their house and personally cooked for us. Lu Xiaofei was puzzled. However, Lu Xiaofei obviously did not notice that Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's expressions were extremely gloomy. Looking at Wang Jin again. Hearing Yang Yun's words, her body suddenly trembled. She looked at Yang Yun in disbelief and asked, What did you say? What did I say? I said that you're a slut. Do you think that everyone doesn't know what happened to you in the village back then? It's just that we don't want to talk about it and hurt your pride. You're really proud? I married you because I pity you, understand? Yang Yun sneered. You scoundrel. Wang Jin suddenly got up like crazy and pounced on Yang Yun. The king of hell sneered and kicked Wang Jin in the stomach. Wang Jin flew out on the spot and curled up on the grass. Her face was full of pain. Damn it. Lu Xiaofei was furious and was about to rush forward. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang reached out and pulled him. What's the matter? Lu Xiaofei was slightly stunned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang asked, Have you met them? Yes. Once, Sichu Feiyang and I went to look for Brother Xiajie and Yang Wei's grandpa to play. We even went to their house to have a meal. Lu Xiaofei nodded. How's their relationship? Qin Feiyang asked. They were very lovey-dovey at that time. Yang Yun also treated Sister Wang Jin very well in front of us. But I don't know why she hit Sister Wang Jin today. Lu Xiaofei frowned. White-eyed wolf sighed. I think the love you see is just an act. An act? Lu Xiaofei was stunned. Just watch. White-eyed wolf did not explain and looked at Yang Yun coldly. Lu Xiaofei suppressed the anger in his heart and looked up at the two of them. What's wrong? Lying on the ground and pretending to be pitiful again? Yang Yun walked in front of Wang Jin, her face full of ridicule. Wang Jin held her stomach and looked at Yang Yun. I was really blind to marry a scum like you back then. I'm a scum. Yang Yun laughed loudly repeatedly and said, Just a rotten thing like you also has the nerve to call me scum? Yes. I accept it. I have an unbearable past, but I want to ask you, after marrying you, have I done anything to let you down? Wang Jin said angrily. Yang Yun sneered. Who knows if you have done it or not? You. Wang Jin's face was filled with despair. Yang Yun said, Are you going to call me a bastard again? You are a bastard to begin with. Wang Jin said angrily. Haha, yes. I am a bastard. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I married you purely because of your brother, Wang Xiajie. Yang Yun laughed. Wang Jin looked at him suspiciously. Your brother is Qin Feiyang's disciple. Whether it is the Emperor of Great Qin or our Forgotten Continent's Chief Tower Master Gongsun Bei, he has a deep relationship with them. As long as I marry you, I can naturally rely on this relationship to soar. Yang Yun sneered. What? Wang Jin's delicate body trembled. I also heard that you liked Qin Feiyang. Unfortunately, Qin Feiyang disliked you and rejected you. Tell me the truth. I really admire your courage. With your body that has been violated, you dare to run after Qin Feiyang? Yang Yun sneered. Wang Jin's face turned pale. She never thought that this man would marry her for benefits. Don't lie on the ground and pretend to be pitiful. Hurry up and come back with me. Let me tell you. If you dare to speak of today's matter, I will kill you. Yang Yun's eyes flashed with madness. Wang Jin's delicate body trembled again, her face incomparably miserable. Women, no matter what experience, should be respected. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Who? Yang Yun was shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice, only to see 3 people and a wolf walking towards them step by step. Lu Xiaofei? When he saw Lu Xiaofei, Yang Yun's gaze suddenly trembled, and he asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" But at the same time, Wang Jin's gaze was firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang's body. This face, this figure, wasn't this him? Yang Yun also saw Qin Feiyang, but he only glanced at him hurriedly and might not have reacted for a moment. You scum! Lu Xiaofei angrily rushed over and slapped Yang Yun. You actually saw me. Then I'm sorry, even if you have a strong background, I can only kill you to silence you. Killing intent surged in Yang Yun's eyes, and his aura suddenly erupted. It was the cultivation of a 9-star war saint. Lu Xiaofei was a war master, so he was naturally no match for Yang Yun. Boom! Lu Xiaofei's entire body was immediately sent flying, his arm shattered on the spot, and his internal organs shattered. Brother, Lu Xiaojia called out, and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Uncle. Chapter 2791. Uncle? Yang Yun looked at Qin Feiyang again and was about to speak. But suddenly, his expression froze, and a trace of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Bullying a woman and killing her to silence her. I didn't expect there to be such an awe-inspiring person in Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang walked over step by step. You are, Yang Yun stared at Qin Feiyang, his face filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, try and see if you can kill me to silence me too. Don't come over. Yang Yun retreated in fear. Why would this person appear? Didn't he leave Great Qin hundreds of years ago? Weren't you very awe-inspiring when you were bullying a woman just now? What? Have you become a soft-footed shrimp now? Qin Feiyang took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Yang Yun. Yang Yun instinctively threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pointed his index finger at Yang Yun's fist. Immediately, Yang Yun's fist stopped in the air. What a powerful force! Yang Yun was shocked. Since you married her, you have to treat her sincerely. With your attitude, calling you a scum is too flattering. You're worse than a scum. Qin Feiyang opened his mouth, and a terrifying force suddenly roared out from his fingertips. Yang Yun screamed and flew out. His arm was also directly shattered, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Serves you right. Lu Xiaofei got up and stared at Yang Yun in disgust. You're still gloating? Look at yourself, what have you become? Lu Xiaojia rolled her eyes at her brother and took out a regeneration pill. She tiptoed and put it into Lu Xiaofei's mouth. It's just a small injury. Lu Xiaofei chuckled. Qin Feiyang ignored Yang Yun and turned to Wang Jin. He stopped beside her and smiled. Long time no see. It's really you? Wang Jin asked. Yes. Nodding his head, Qin Feiyang held onto Wang Jin's arm and smiled. Get up. Wang Jin nodded. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly hugged his stomach and groaned in pain. His face was full of pain. What happened? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. White-eyed Wolf suddenly looked at the ground and shouted, Little Qin Zi, there's blood. Blood. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked down. There was indeed a large pool of blood on the ground. He took another look. The blood came from Wang Jin's inner thigh. Are you hurt? Qin Feiyang was surprised and quickly took out a healing pill. Wait. Lu Xiaofei hurriedly waved his hand and ran over. He said in shock, Uncle, this doesn't seem to be an injury. What is it? Qin Feiyang looked at him anxiously. It's a miscarriage. Wang Jin said weakly. Miscarriage? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. I'm already pregnant with his child. Just now, he kicked me in the stomach. It may cause me to miscarry. Wang Jin said. His face was extremely pale. You're already pregnant with his child? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Lu Xiaofei and said, Then what should we do? How should I know? Lu Xiaofei was speechless. He had never encountered such a thing. Although Qin Feiyang had been through hundreds of battles, it was also the first time he encountered such a thing. For a moment, he was at a loss. Uncle, this. Let's send her home first. Lu Xiaojia said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. He picked up Wang Jin and looked at Lu Xiaofei, saying, lead the way. Okay. Lu Xiaofei came to his senses and quickly ran forward. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yang Yun, who was lying on the side and looking at Wang Jin in shock. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he said, White-eyed wolf, take him with me. Okay. White-eyed wolf took a step forward and kicked Yang Yun's back. He shouted, let's go. Yang Yun came to his senses and looked at White-eyed wolf. He said, she said that she's already pregnant with my child, right? And then, White-eyed wolf said, so, I have a descendant. Yang Yun murmured, you don't know? It seems that you're really an irresponsible man. Hurry up, don't force me to make a move. White-eyed wolf shouted. A village was located in a mountain. The village was made up of simple wooden buildings. There were as many as 1 million people in the village. This was where the Sky Tiger tribe and the Wang clan were located. The people of the two tribes were very leisurely. The old people drank tea and chatted outside while sunbathing. The younger generation was training and hunting in the surrounding mountains. The children gathered in various places, laughing and playing. A stone statue stood at the entrance of the village. The stone statue was exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying aura rolled over from afar. The people in the village were shocked and looked up. Who was that? The aura was so strong, and it seemed a little familiar. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black figure rushed out from a wooden building halfway up the mountain and stood in the sky above the village with a trace of surprise in his eyes. This seems to be the young master's aura, the person murmured. Whoosh! Another old man flew into the sky, his face full of surprise and doubt. Old Yang, this aura. The old man looked at the void in the distance in surprise. That was right. These two people were Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng. After hundreds of years of getting along, the two of them had become good friends despite their age difference. This is impossible. The young master is in the ancient realm. How can it be his aura? Yang Wei shook his head. But this aura is exactly the same as his, Wang Yangfeng said. Whoosh! The aura approached from afar and soon entered the sight of Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng. It's the young master. Looking at Qin Feiyang who was carrying Wang Jin, their eyes trembled. Immediately after, their faces were full of surprise and joy. When the two of them came back to their senses and were ready to welcome him, Qin Feiyang had already landed in front of them. Greetings, young master. The two of them immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully, it's him, Qin Feiyang. The people of the Sky Tiger tribe and the Wang clan were also in an uproar in an instant. Are you blind? Can't you see that Wang Jin's situation is not good? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and shouted. Right now, he was not in the mood to reminisce. Wang Jin, Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng were stunned. Only then did they notice that Qin Feiyang was carrying Wang Jin. They hurried forward and asked, what's wrong with her? It seems to be a miscarriage. Qin Feiyang said. What? Jinna is pregnant. Why didn't we know? Wang Yangfeng was stunned. Qin Feiyang said angrily, is this the time to make a fuss? Understood. Wang Yangfeng hurriedly took Wang Jin, looked at an old woman below, and said, come up quickly and help me take a look. The old woman flew up, took Wang Jin, and laid her flat in the void. Immediately after, the old woman waved her hand, and a battle chi emerged. A barrier appeared, blocking everyone's sight. Young master, what's going on? Yang Wei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang was silent. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf also flew over with Yang Yun. White-eyed wolf, Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng looked at the white-eyed wolf, but found that the white-eyed wolf's eyes were also terrifyingly gloomy. Immediately after, the two of them looked at Yang Yun and asked, Yang Yun, what's going on? Yang Yun lowered her head, not saying a word. Her face was full of fear. This atmosphere is not right. Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng looked at each other and couldn't help but feel nervous. The people of the Sky Tiger tribe and the Wang clan below were the same. Master. Soon after, accompanied by a cry of surprise, two young men aggressively flew out from the void in the distance. These two people were Wang Xiajie and Qin Chen. Originally, he and Qin Chen were hunting in the distance, but suddenly sensed Qin Feiyang's aura, and immediately ran back to check. Running back to take a look, it was really Master who had returned. Wang Xiajie landed in front of Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, "Master, when did you come back?" Qin Chen was silent, but there was also a trace of joy in his eyes. But Qin Feiyang only glanced at the two of them, and then shifted his gaze to the barrier. "What's going on?" Wang Xiajie and Qin Chen looked at each other, and then looked at Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia. The white-eyed wolf. Lu Xiaofei and his sister, the white-eyed wolf, were also silent. This feeling was not right. Wang Yangfeng walked to Wang Xiajie's side and whispered, "Xiajie, your sister is pregnant." "What? Sister is pregnant? Then, am I going to be an uncle?" Wang Xiajie was stunned. But before Wang Xiajie could be happy, Wang Yangfeng said again, "But it seems that she is going to have a miscarriage." "Miscarriage?" Wang Xiajie was stunned and hurriedly said, "Why would she have a miscarriage?" "I don't know either. It was already like this when young Master brought her back." Wang Yangfeng shook his head. Wang Xiajie glanced at Qin Feiyang, walked to Yang Yun's side, and said, "Brother-in-law, tell me, what's going on?" Yang Yun lowered his head, not daring to look at Wang Xiajie at all. At this time, the barrier dissipated. The old woman got up and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking, "Did Xiao Jin's stomach suffer a heavy blow?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Who did it? So cruel. If Xiao Jin didn't use battle qi to protect the fetus, she would definitely have a miscarriage." The old woman said angrily. "Then how is she now?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Although there is battle qi to protect the fetus, it still affected the fetus. Moreover, Xiao Jin is very weak now and has to be treated immediately. I'll take Xiao Jin down first." After the old woman finished speaking, she carried Wang Jin, landed in the village below, and entered a wooden building. Wang Xiajie couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Master, what the hell is going on?" Yang Wei, Qin Chen, Wang Yangfeng, and the people in the village below also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yang Yun and said, "Do you want to say it yourself, or do we help you?" Swish. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Yang Yun. Yang Yun was extremely panicked. "Say it quickly," White-Eyed Wolf shouted. "It's me. I just had a small quarrel with Xiao Jin. On impulse, I hit Xiao Jin. I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. I don't know either. Xiao Jin is pregnant." Yang Yun hurriedly shouted, "You dare to hit my sister?" Wang Xiajie suddenly rushed in front of Yang Yun, grabbed his clothes, and roared, "Xiajie, I really didn't mean it." Yang Yun shook his head. "Just a small quarrel. Did he just hit Wang Jin?" Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. Yang Yun's body trembled, and he looked at Qin Feiyang in panic. His face couldn't help but turn pale. Chapter 2792. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xiaofei and said, "Xiaofei, tell everyone." "Yes, uncle." Lu Xiaofei nodded and looked at Wang Xiajie. "Brother Xiajie, this is what happened." Lu Xiaofei immediately recounted the process of this matter in detail. "What? He married my sister because of my relationship with Master?" Wang Xiajie was stunned. Yang Wei, Wang Yangfeng, and the people below all looked at Yang Yun in disbelief. "Young Master, is there a mistake? In my impression, Yang Yun is not such a person." Yang Wei looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Yes. Although he is a little addicted to alcohol, he is still very good to Jin. We can all see this." Wang Yangfeng added. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said, "Are you suspecting that I have wronged him?" "We wouldn't dare." The two of them quickly lowered their heads. With the young master's status and strength, was there a need to wrongly accuse a small Yang Yun? "Bastard! How dare you humiliate my sister? I'll kill you." Wang Xiajie suddenly roared, grabbed Yang Yun's clothes, and punched Yang Yun in the face. Yang Yun immediately screamed, blood splattering from his face. Xiajie, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Yang Yun wailed desperately. My sister has had an unbearable experience, but her character is obvious to all. Respect the old and love the young. She is educated and reasonable. It's not easy for my sister to get to where she is today. I will never allow anyone to hurt her again. The furious Wang Xiajie was completely out to kill. He kicked Yang Yun in the stomach, shattering Yang Yun's energy sea on the spot. Following that, Wang Xiajie punched Yang Yun's back again. Yang Yun immediately smashed into a patch of grass in the village below like a meteorite. With a bang, a large pit appeared. Xiajie, I am your brother-in-law, and the father of the child in your sister's stomach. If you kill me, they will become orphans and widows. Xiajie, I'm really sorry. Please, give me another chance. I will definitely make up for the harm I've done to your sister. Looking at Wang Xiajie, who was like a god of death, Yang Yun was terrified. He hurriedly crawled up and cried out. You don't have to make it up to me. As for my sister and her child, as her younger brother, I will take good care of them. Wang Xiajie shook his head. Wang Yangfeng hurriedly pulled Wang Xiajie and said, Xiajie, don't be rash. You have to listen to your sister's opinion on this matter. Sister is too naive, that's why she was deceived by him for so many years. Wang Xiajie shook off Wang Yangfeng's hand and walked coldly towards Yang Yun. Sigh. Wang Yangfeng sighed. He looked at Yang Wei and said, Old Yang, persuade little Jie. After all, Yang Yun is from your Sky Tiger tribe. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He turned to look at Yang Wei and frowned. He's from your Sky Tiger tribe? Yang Wei's gaze trembled. He hurriedly knelt in the air and said, Young lord, please forgive me. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. Not bad. Not bad at all. I really want to know how many more of such scum there are in the Sky Tiger tribe. Qin Feiyang scanned the people in the village below. Everyone in the Sky Tiger tribe was trembling with fear. Yang Wei was even more panicked. Young lord, old Yang was also fooled by Yang Yun's facade. Actually, the people of our Wang clan and Sky Tiger tribe are all quite good people. Wang Yangfeng bowed and said, when the forest is big, there will always be a few scum. This Yang Yun is indeed hiding his strength. After interacting with him for so long, even I didn't realize that he was such a person. Qin Chen shook his head. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Yangfeng and Qin Chen. He took a deep breath and looked at Yang Wei. Get up. Thank you for your kindness, young lord. Yang Wei got up. Qin Feiyang said, in the future, keep your eyes open. People like him should be killed as soon as possible. Yes. Yang Wei replied respectfully. Although this matter has nothing to do with you directly, as the clan leader of the Sky Tiger tribe, it is your dereliction of duty for not educating your tribesmen well. You have to deal with the aftermath of this matter properly. Qin Feiyang said. Yes, young lord. Yang Wei said. Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Wang Jin's life was already miserable enough. Now that she had met such a scum, the heavens were too cruel to her. No, Xiajie, I beg you, don't kill me. I really will change. Below. Yang Yun looked at Wang Xiajie, who was standing in front of him like a devil god. His entire being was scared out of his wits. Go to hell and repent slowly, Wang Xiajie said coldly. He raised his arm and pressed it on Yang Yun's head. No, Yang Yun screamed. But it was useless. As Wang Xiajie exerted force, Yang Yun's head exploded like a watermelon on the spot. Then, he slowly fell to the ground. Killing you is not enough to vent the anger in my heart, Wang Xiajie roared ferociously. With another kick, Yang Yun's body was also smashed. Flesh and blood were all over the ground. The entire village was dead silent at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. On one hand, they were a little sad. Although Yang Yun deserved to be killed, without Yang Yun, Wang Jin and the child in her stomach would become an orphan and a widow. The future days would be even more difficult. On the other hand, Wang Jin was such a well-behaved and sensible girl. Why was her fate so rough? Couldn't the heavens pity her a little more? Shou Jie, stop, at this time. Wang Jin ran out of the wooden building. Xiao Jin, you can't move around now, the old woman shouted as she chased after him. Wang Xiajie finally put away his killing intent, walked in front of Wang Jin, and said with a smile, "It's all right, sister, mother and we will take care of you and the child in your stomach." Wang Jin looked at the place where Yang Yun died, then turned around and walked into the wooden building. Although fate was unfair, he still had to live on strong. Shou Jie, at this time. A woman ran over, looking very worried. Wang Xiajie looked at the woman and smiled. "Mother, go accompany sister and comfort her." "Yes." The woman nodded and quickly walked into the wooden building. Sigh. What a pitiful child. The old woman also sighed and turned to return to the house. Whoosh. Wang Xiajie took a deep breath, flew into the sky, and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He bowed and said, "Thank you, master, for saving my sister again." Qin Feiyang sized up Wang Xiajie and said, "Not bad, compared to before, you have become more decisive." Wang Xiajie said, "After all, hundreds of years have passed, this disciple should have matured." Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Chen again, and said with relief, "You are also not bad, still like before, able to keep calm at all times." Qin Chen rubbed his head, revealing a silly smile. Qin Feiyang asked, "Have you let go of the hatred for the Mu family and Mu Qing?" When Qin Chen heard this, his eyes suddenly sank. Qin Feiyang said, "Hatred may be the motivation for you to work hard, but it may also be the root of the disaster that will destroy your life." "I understand. The hatred for the Mu family has long dissipated with the destruction of the Mu family. But the hatred for Mu Qing, I really can't forget." Qin Chen shook his head. "I understand. However, it is not easy for you to find Mu Qing for revenge. Perhaps there will never be hope," Qin Feiyang said. In the past, Qin Chen had told him about the grudges with Mu Qing. In the past, in order to eat and wear, Qin Chen went to a restaurant to be a waiter. But because he accidentally bumped into Mu Qing made things difficult for him, making the restaurant owner fire Qin Chen and shattering his Qi ocean. As a direct descendant of the Mu family, Mu Qing opened his all-seeing eye and was deeply doted on by the Mu family. Naturally, no one dared to go against his wishes. Later, Qin Chen's Qi ocean was destroyed, and he was chased out of the restaurant. He was dissatisfied and ran to find the Mu family to reason, but in the end, he met Mu Qing at the door. It was also at that time that Mu Qing forced him to take the Calamity Spirit Pill. It was also because of taking the Calamity Spirit Pill that Qin Chen lost his cultivation and became a cripple. It was also because of this that Qin Chen's parents died of depression. At that time, Qin Chen even thought of suicide, which showed how big of a blow it was to him. In other words, Mu Qing was the executioner that caused the destruction of Qin Chen's family. Other grudges can be put down, but the death of one's parents, in all fairness, I believe that no one can easily put it down. Whether there is hope or not, I will not give up, Qin Chen said. Qin Feiyang sized up Qin Chen. This little guy's perseverance and unyielding character really made people have a whole new level of respect for him. "Young master, don't keep standing here, let's go over there and sit and talk," Yang Wei said. "Forget it. Originally, I came with a good mood, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing, and my mood was instantly ruined." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I'm sorry." Yang Wei lowered his head and blamed himself. "All right, just discipline your clansmen well in the future." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Yes." Yang Wei nodded respectfully. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 10 crystal veins and spirit veins appeared. "This is..." Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng were surprised. "Spirit vein, crystal vein," Qin Feiyang explained briefly, looked at the two of them and smiled. "This is for you. This is too precious, please don't." Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng hurriedly waved their hands. Qin Feiyang said unhappily, "Since I'm giving it to you, just accept it. Why are you being so polite?" The two of them looked at each other and nodded. "All right then, thank you, young master." Qin Feiyang waved his hand again, and 20 supreme-level divine arts and hundreds of legendary divine artifacts appeared. Looking at the two of them, this is also for you. These divine artifacts and divine arts each have the power to destroy heaven and earth. So in the future, when you teach these divine artifacts and divine arts, you must look at the other party's character. White-Eyed Wolf said. White-Eyed Wolf is right. You must not give them to people with bad intentions. Qin Feiyang nodded. This subordinate will remember. The two of them bowed. Also, take good care of Wang Jin. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them nodded. All right then, I'll go to the Central Divine Kingdom first. When I return, I'll meet up with you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Farewell, young master. The two of them smiled at each other and bowed. It seemed that the young master was just annoyed and didn't want to stay here any longer. He wasn't really angry with them. Qin Chen, you also come with me to the Central Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Chen and said. Me too. Qin Chen was stunned. Master, what about me? Wang Xiaojie hurriedly asked. You won't stay at home to take care of your sister? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Wang Xiaojie smiled awkwardly and nodded. All right, I'll look for you after my sister calms down. Qin Feiyang shook his head and took a step forward. He brought along the White-Eyed Wolf, Lu Xiaofei and his sister, and Qin Chen, and quickly left. After Qin Feiyang left, Yang Wei immediately looked at the clansmen below and shouted sternly, You've all seen it, right? If anyone dares to be like Yang Yun in the future, don't blame me for being rude. The people of the Wang clan will also remember this lesson. In short, you have to remember one thing. Talent is secondary, character is the most important. No matter how talented one is, if one has bad character, he will only become a scourge in the end. We will not tolerate such people. We will kill whoever we find. Wang Yangfeng also shouted with a murderous aura. The people below couldn't help but lower their heads. Moreover, from now on, Wang Jin is my, Yang Wei's, adopted daughter. Anyone who dares to harm her or slander her behind her back will be my, Yang Wei's, enemy. Yang Wei shouted again. This was to protect Wang Jin. Yang Wei was not only the chief of the Sky Tiger tribe, but he had also followed Qin Feiyang for many years. Whether it was in the Great Qin or in the Forgotten Continent, he had a very high status. Even the emperor and Lu Qiuyu treated him with respect. Therefore, if Wang Jin became his adopted daughter, her status would undoubtedly rise. Naturally, no one would dare to say anything. When the clansmen below heard this, they seemed to be very gratified by Yang Wei's decision. Yang Wei retracted his gaze and looked at Wang Yangfeng. Old Wang, go and take a look at Xiao Jin first. I will settle these spirit veins and crystal veins. Also, Yang Wei gave Wang Yangfeng a divine weapon and a divine art, and said, Give these to little Jin as well. Uncle Yang, why are you giving these to my sister? We'll talk about it later. How can the harm Yang Yun caused my sister be compensated with these external things? Wang Xiaojie said unhappily. Xiaojie, compensation is only one aspect. I also hope that Xiao Jin will have the ability to protect herself when she encounters difficulties in the future. For example, if she had the ability to protect herself this time, why would she be bullied by Yang Yun? Xiao Jin's fate in this life is already bumpy enough, so I can't let her suffer in the future. Also, when the young master returns, I will find some pills to help your sister raise her cultivation and unlock all the doors of potential. This way, even if you are not by her side in the future, she can take care of herself. Yang Wei sighed. I see. Wang Xiaojie was enlightened and nodded. All right then, thank you, Uncle Yang. There's no need to thank a family. Yang Wei smiled and immediately got busy. Wang Yangfeng also brought the divine weapon and divine technique to visit Wang Jin. Wang Xiaojie raised his head and looked in the direction where Qin Feiyang and the others left. Why did Master call Qin Chen? This made him very concerned. Xiaojie, why are you still standing up there? Wang Yangfeng asked suspiciously when he saw Wang Xiaojie still standing in the void. I'll be right there. Wang Xiaojie snapped back to his senses and hurriedly retracted his gaze and flew down. Chapter 2793. Walking above the mountains and rivers, memories of the Forgotten Continent involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If his life was divided into 3 parts, the forgotten continent would be 1/3. For example, Yang Wei, Tan Tai Li, and Mu Qing, they all met here. So this was a place he would never forget. Little Qin Zi, do you still remember how your great-grandmother tricked you? White-eyed Wolf suddenly said. Of course I remember. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. At that time, because of Tan Tai Li's torment, he almost faced the situation of being the enemy of the whole world in the forgotten continent. In the end, he found out that it was to train him. Uncle, then can you tell us about your experience in the forgotten continent? Lu Xiaofei was curious. Experience, Qin Feiyang murmured with a smile, this is a rather long experience, it can't be finished in 10 days or half a month. It's okay, take your time, Lu Xiaofei said. Qin Chen followed by the side, not saying a word. In the past, the forgotten continent was not like now, where you could enter and leave as you wish. Qin Feiyang said. It's the same now. Although we can enter the forgotten continent as we wish, it's difficult for others to enter the Butterfly Valley. It's the same for the people of the forgotten continent. It's difficult to enter the Ice Lake. Lu Xiaofei said. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked, the two continents are not connected? No. Because grandfather and Uncle Gongsun Bei considered that if the two continents were connected, it might bring a lot of trouble. Lu Xiaofei said. So it was their decision. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Since it was the decision of his father and Gongsun Bei, they must have gone through layers of consideration. Uncle, continue. Lu Xiaofei's face was full of expectation. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. When your Uncle Wolf and I first entered the forgotten continent, it was not long after we entered the spirit state. Qin Feiyang slowly explained. Time passed little by little. Finally, a city covered in ice and snow entered the line of sight of the group. This was the 9th region, Ice Crystal City. It was also the entrance to the Central Divine Kingdom. I never thought that you would have experienced so much in the forgotten continent. Compared to you, my sister and I are really like flowers in a greenhouse. Lu Xiaofei shook his head and sighed. You only know now. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Ha, Lu Xiaofei laughed dryly. There are too many problems in a person's life. If you want to grow up, you have to learn to face them alone. Qin Feiyang said. I also want to go out and gain experience, but father and mother won't allow it. Lu Xiaofei rubbed his forehead and said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, it's not that they don't allow it. It's just that you're not ready. Do we still need to prepare for this? Lu Xiaofei was stunned. Of course. Do you think that just running out casually is called training? You need to have a goal for your training. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Target. Lu Xiaofei lowered his head and pondered. Very soon. The group of people approached Ice Crystal City. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, in order to avoid unnecessary sensations, let's hide our identities. You still know how to hide your identity. Brother thought that you were going to run in openly like this. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. In today's Great Qin and Forgotten Continent, who didn't know Qin Feiyang? Once Qin Feiyang appeared in Ice Crystal City, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. This damn wolf cub really didn't let go of any opportunity to look down on him. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and an illusory form pill appeared. He threw it into his mouth and turned into the appearance of a big man. The white-eyed wolf turned into a big black dog. Lu Xiaofei and his sister, Qin Chen, didn't change their appearances. The explanation they gave was that there weren't many people who knew them anyway. Moreover, they knew the person guarding the altar, so it would be convenient for them. Ice Crystal City. Although there were guards guarding it, they weren't very strict. The group of people entered the city smoothly. A few hundred years had passed. Ice Crystal City had expanded a lot, but walking on the streets and looking around, Qin Feiyang could still see some of the shadows of the past. Come and take a look, the best mink fur coat. The sounds of hawking could be heard all around, and the streets were also filled with people and carriages, forming a bustling scene. Unknowingly, the group of people walked to a plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a majestic statue. This statue was Qin Feiyang again. There's even a statue of you here. The white-eyed wolf was astonished. This is very normal. It was only because of Uncle that the Forgotten Continent was able to escape that disaster, so the people here are naturally extremely respectful towards Uncle. Lu Xiaofei said in a low voice. Actually, there's no need to do this. Everyone living well is the best reward for me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's what you think, but everyone doesn't think so. You saved 2 continents, they should at least show some appreciation for you. And, only in this way will you not be forgotten. Otherwise, after a few hundred years, how many people will still remember you? Lu Xiaofei said. Is it that important whether they remember me or not? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Lu Xiaofei said, are you kidding? This is a supreme glory, of course it's important. Glory, Qin Feiyang muttered. Some things, even if explained to Lu Xiaofei, he wouldn't understand. After all, he was still too young. Beside the statue was the altar that led to the central divine kingdom. Between the statue and the altar, there was an old man in black sitting cross-legged. The old man was as motionless as a mountain. Although it was snowing heavily, there wasn't a single snowflake on the old man's body. When the snowflakes fell on him, they instantly melted. An old acquaintance. Looking at this old man, Qin Feiyang's eyes gradually revealed a trace of a smile. Grandpa Yi. Lu Xiaojia shouted to the old man and ran over happily. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Lu Xiaojia. There was a touch of affection on his old face. Grandpa Yi, did you miss me? Lu Xiaojia ran over, hugged the old man's arm and asked coquettishly. Yes. The old man looked kind and dotingly rubbed Lu Xiaojia's head. Grandpa Yi, what about me? Lu Xiaofei also ran over. Yes, I missed both of you. The old man chuckled. At this time, Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Qin Chen also entered the square and walked toward the old man. Greetings, senior. Qin Chen bowed to salute. You're here too. The old man lightly smiled to Qin Chen. After that, he glanced at Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. After which, he turned to Lu Xiaofei and his sister as he asked in a low voice, are they together with you too? Yes. Lu Xiaojia nodded. Then who are they? Why haven't I seen them before? And where did you meet them? The old man asked in a low voice. Grandpa Yi, what do you mean? Are you suspecting that they are bad guys? Lu Xiaofei asked in astonishment. You two are too young and too naive. You don't know how cruel the world is. The old man said in a deep voice. He, Grandpa Yi, they are not bad guys. They are our uncles. Lu Xiaojia laughed. Uncles? The old man was slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf for a while and wondered, why didn't I know that you have such an uncle? Old man Yi, what are you thinking? If we are really bad guys, do you think the two of them can still see you? White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. The old man looked at White-Eyed Wolf in surprise. The White-Eyed Wolf chuckled and said, take a guess, who exactly are we? There will be a prize if you guess correctly. You. The old man looked at Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf. He had no impression of them at all. However, judging from the big black dog's tone, they seemed to be very close. And he was Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia's uncle. He seemed to have heard from Lu Zheng that because of Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong's relationship, the Qin clan became Lu Hong's family. If he was really the uncle of Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia, then the person in front of him must be the son of the emperor and Lu Qiuyu. However, he had seen all the children of the emperor and Lu Qiuyu, and there was no such person at all. The old man racked his brains, but he still could not figure it out. He had thought of Qin Feiyang, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Because he knew that Qin Feiyang had gone to the ancient world and could not be in the great Qin. The old man smiled helplessly. He looked at the siblings and said, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Lu Xiaojia giggled and said in a low voice, Grandpa Yi, he is Qin Feiyang's uncle. What? The old man's eyes widened, and he immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. It's been a long time. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. You. The old man was dumbfounded. It was completely out of his expectations. You old man, they all call us uncle, and you still can't guess our identity. It seems that the older you get, the more muddle-headed you become. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. The old man looked at the white-eyed wolf, then at Qin Feiyang, and then at Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia. The siblings nodded with a smile. Is it really Qin Feiyang? The old man looked at Qin Feiyang, then at the white-eyed wolf and asked, Then you are the white-eyed wolf? You are the white-eyed wolf. Your whole family are white-eyed wolves. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes. The old man looked at the white-eyed wolf in a daze. This seemed to be something that only the white-eyed wolf could say. No. Why are you here? Didn't you go to the ancient world? The old man was a little incoherent. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, We came back a few days ago, so, we specially came to see you old friends. Then what about your appearance? The old man asked. Do you still need to ask? With such a big statue erected here, if we didn't change our appearance, would we be able to walk here alive? The white-eyed wolf said. Ha, that's true. The old man laughed dryly and nodded. How is it? How have you been these years? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Good, very good. The old man quickly nodded and asked, How about you? And Miss and Rushuang, have they come back? How are they doing now? The miss he mentioned was Tan Tai Li. As for Qin Rushuang, she was not only his relative, but also his disciple. Naturally, the old man's identity was revealed. Yishu. We are all good. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and transmitted his voice. Great-grandmother, do you want to come out for a while? Chapter 2794. Forget it. Otherwise, everyone will be teary-eyed when we leave. After a moment of hesitation, Tan Tai Li's voice sounded. Okay. He looked at Yishu and said with a smile, Great-grandmother and the others didn't come back, but they're doing very well. You don't have to worry. It was also them who told me to come back and see you when I came back. They didn't come back, Yishu murmured, a trace of disappointment on his old face. Then, he smiled and said, All right, as long as they're doing well. They're very happy now. The white-eyed wolf said. Why do you say that? Yishu looked at the white-eyed wolf curiously. The white-eyed wolf said, Because they found Qin Batian. What? Qin Batian is still alive? Yishu was surprised. Of course. He's in the ancient world. The white-eyed wolf nodded. They found Qin Batian. It would be strange if Miss and Rushuang weren't happy. Yishu chuckled. Qin Feiyang also smiled and asked, What about the others? How are they doing? They're doing well. Yishu nodded and smiled. Let's not talk here. Let's go to the central divine kingdom first. Everyone will be happy to see you back. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled. He was also somewhat impatient. Yishu waved his hand, and the altar quickly recovered. Why are you guarding the altar here? Did you do something wrong and Gongsun Bei sent you here? The white-eyed wolf smiled slyly. You're still as funny as ever. The world is peaceful now. What mistake can I make? I'm just bored. Gongsun Bei takes care of everything in the Pill Pagoda. I really have nothing to do, so I came here to guard the altar. Yishu shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, It seems that you admire Gongsun Bei's ability. Gongsun Bei is truly capable. Thank you for being merciful and not forcing him to stay by your side. Yishu chuckled. With Gongsun Bei's ability, if he really followed me to the ancient realm, his achievements would probably be far greater than what they are now. Qin Feiyang's tone was somewhat regretful. That's for sure. But wouldn't our pill tower lose this talent? Although it's a bit selfish of me to think this way, my pill tower really needs someone like him to lead us. Otherwise, our pill pagoda will sooner or later decline. Yishu smiled. Aren't you exaggerating a bit too much? I don't believe that no one in the Forgotten Continent can surpass Gongsun Bei. The white-eyed wolf pouted. You don't say, there really isn't. Even Wang Zicheng and the others cannot compare to Gongsun Bei. Yishu shook his head. Qin Feiyang asked, Wang Zicheng and the others are also in the pill tower? Yes. All these years, they have been assisting Gongsun Bei and have never left. Although their abilities are slightly inferior to Gongsun Bei's, they are still very outstanding. As for now, whether it's Gongsun Bei or Wang Zicheng, they have all become existences that countless people admire. Yi Shu smiled. After all, it's been hundreds of years. If they still don't have any achievements, it would be too embarrassing. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Don't say that. Wang Zicheng and the others are working so hard because of you. Yi Shu said. What does it have to do with me? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. They don't want to disappoint you. Because we all know that you will return sooner or later. When you return, how embarrassing would it be to see that there are no achievements? Moreover, they are all your subordinates. Everyone is paying attention to them. Naturally, they have to work harder. Yi Shu said. These guys. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Yi Shu looked at the activated teleportation altar and smiled. Let's go. The group stepped onto the altar one after another. The white-eyed wolf said, Aren't you afraid that no one will guard the altar and take the opportunity to sneak in? Are you kidding? Who would have the guts to do that? Besides, there are people guarding the central divine kingdom. Without our permission, it's impossible to sneak into the central divine kingdom without anyone noticing. Yi Shu smiled confidently. Is that so? When Brother Zheng Jing and little Qin Zi entered the central divine kingdom, didn't it mean that no one was there? The white-eyed wolf looked at him smugly. Ah! Yi Shu was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, Can the others compare to you freaks? Freaks? Old man, you're mocking us. The white-eyed wolf glared at him unhappily. Ha ha, Yi Shu laughed. The central divine kingdom. Pill Pagoda Square. This place had not changed much. Trees lined both sides of the square. Young men and women hid in the trees to flirt. There was also a statue erected in the center of the square. It was another statue of Qin Feiyang. On the other side, there was an altar. An old man sat cross-legged beside the altar. This old man had a monkey face. He was not very tall, but his aura was extremely powerful. He was one of the hidden powerhouses of the Pill Pagoda, the monkey-faced old man. Back then, this person had even hunted down Qin Feiyang. Of course. At that time, the monkey-faced old man was deceived by young Master Hao's father and did not know the truth. There was also an old man with an aquiline nose. He was also a hidden powerhouse of the Pill Pagoda. Back then, when Qin Feiyang was wandering in the Forgotten Continent, they were two fake gods. As for their current cultivation, needless to say, they had already entered the war god realm in the miracle. Behind the monkey-faced old man was a stone staircase. Above the stone staircase was the main pagoda. Buzz. Suddenly, the altar shone brightly. The monkey-faced old man opened his eyes and looked at the altar. There was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Soon, 4 people and 1 wolf appeared on the altar. Old Yi. The monkey-faced old man was stunned and said in surprise, Why did you suddenly come back? Can't I come back? Do you really think I was sent to the 9th region? Yi Shu was dissatisfied. The monkey-faced old man laughed and looked at Qin Chen and Lu Xiaofei. He smiled and said, You guys are here too. Yes. The 3 nodded and landed in front of the monkey-faced old man. They said respectfully, Greetings, senior. No need to be so polite. The monkey-faced old man waved his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. A trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He said, Old Yi, who are they? Take a guess. There will be a prize if you guess correctly. Yi Shu chuckled. The monkey-faced old man was speechless, still keeping him in suspense. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf seriously. After a while, he looked at Yi Shu and said, Are they the young people you took a fancy to and specially brought to the main pagoda? How is that possible? Yi Shu shook his head. Then the monkey-faced old man frowned and looked at Qin Chen and Lu Xiaofei. He said, They are from the great Qin? You guessed half of it. Yi Shu smiled. The monkey-faced old man said impatiently, I said, Don't be mysterious. Just tell me. Yi Shu whispered in the monkey-faced old man's ear. What? The monkey-faced old man suddenly stood up and stared at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. His face was full of disbelief. Yi Shu said, I knew you would have such an expression. How is that possible? The monkey-faced old man muttered. Senior, I didn't scare you, did I? Qin Feiyang smiled. You don't say, I was really scared. The monkey-faced old man smiled bitterly and looked at the man and wolf. He shook his head and said, You guys came back too suddenly. The white-eyed wolf said proudly, We want to catch you guys off guard. Heard about it? The monkey-faced old man shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, the monkey-faced old man seemed to have thought of something and asked, What about Miss and Rushuang? Why don't I see them? They didn't come back. Yi Shu shook his head regretfully. Why didn't they come back? The monkey-faced old man was stunned, and his face suddenly changed. Could it be that they, don't. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped and said, Great-grandmother and the others are fine now. Don't think too much. The monkey-faced old man asked, Since they're fine, why didn't they come back together? This, I can't explain it clearly in a short time. It's a coincidence that I can come back. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right, as long as Miss and the others are doing well in the ancient world, that's more important than anything. Yi Shu patted the monkey-faced old man's shoulder. Are you sure you're not lying to me? The monkey-faced old man looked at Qin Feiyang. Why would I lie to you? Qin Feiyang was helpless. All right then. The monkey-faced old man nodded and smiled. It's rare for you to come back. Old man Yi and I will accompany you around. It's an honor. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Elder He. The monkey-faced old man looked at the main tower above and shouted. Immediately, a middle-aged man came down like lightning. This old man has something to do. Guard the altar for this old man. The monkey-faced old man said. Yes. The middle-aged man respectfully replied. By the way, where is Gongsun Bei now? The monkey-faced old man asked. The main tower master is in the meeting hall. Follow. The monkey-faced old man looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Let's go. Qin Feiyang nodded. Immediately, a group of people stepped on the stone stairs and walked up the main tower step by step. Who is this young man? Even old man Yi and the others have to accompany him personally. Elder He looked at Qin Feiyang's back with eyes full of disbelief. The main tower had also been expanded a lot. However, the 10 pill towers that Qin Feiyang was familiar with were still there. Along the way, they met many disciples of the main tower. There were both men and women, and all of them were in high spirits. The main tower had always been a supreme existence in the Forgotten Continent. To be able to enter the main tower was naturally a great honor. However, at this moment, when they saw Qin Feiyang, these young disciples could not help but stop and look. What's the situation? Old man Yi and the others are accompanying him personally. This person, I have never seen him before. But why does he look like he has a background? And that big black dog, look, that arrogant attitude, that disregard of its relatives. I feel that old man Yi and the others are just small followers in front of it. The disciples whispered in each other's ears. However, Qin Feiyang and the others turned a deaf ear to these discussions. They walked past the disciples one by one with an indifferent expression. The number of disciples in our main tower is now twice as many as when you were in the main tower. It can be said that there are many talents. The monkey-faced old man smiled. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. The white-eyed wolf asked curiously, then what position do Wang Zicheng and the others hold in the main tower? They don't have an actual position, that is, they stay in the main tower all year round. The monkey-faced old man shook his head. Then, the white-eyed wolf glanced at Qin Feiyang hesitantly and asked, What about Wang Yu-er and young Master Hao? Chapter 2795. Wang Yu-er has also been in the main tower, replacing Gongsun Bei as the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall. She's been working hard all these years. As for young Master Hao, we haven't seen him for a long time. The monkey-faced old man shook his head. You haven't seen him? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. Yes. Over the past few hundred years, he's been training in the Endless Ocean most of the time. The monkey-faced old man nodded. The Endless Ocean, the white-eyed wolf murmured, frowning. Could his training in the Endless Ocean have something to do with his father? His father? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Have you forgotten? His father was sealed in the Endless Sea, Yizichan said. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and nodded. That's a good thing. After the great battle, all the strong enemies were killed, but then 3 pieces of flesh were found under a pile of rocks. The owners of the 3 pieces of flesh were Zhuge Shunfeng, the Grand Tutor, and the Chief Tower Master. At that time, the inner demons suggested keeping them as stepping stones for the child Qin Haotian. Later, after some discussion, everyone agreed to it. However, the Grand Tutor's piece of flesh was destroyed by them, leaving only the Chief Tower Master and Zhuge Shunfeng. At that time, Qin Yuan personally went to seal it. The location of the seal was the endless ocean of the Forgotten Continent and the reincarnation ocean of the Great Qin. Now, the white-eyed wolf was obviously suspicious. Was young Master Hao training in the endless ocean to save the Chief Tower Master? That doesn't matter. The seal was set up by Uncle Yuan. With young Master Hao's strength, he can't break the seal. However, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yi Shu and the monkey-faced old man. Has young Master Hao changed in the past few years? For example, in terms of personality. The other changes are not big, but he has become taciturn. Yi Shu said. That's for sure. After such a big change, it would be strange if he could still be as carefree as before. Qin Feiyang said. Furthermore, his hatred for you doesn't seem to have dissipated. Yi Shu said. Let him be. In any case, I don't have any killing intent towards him. Besides, the gap between us will only widen in the future. His opponent is no longer me, but my brothers and sisters. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yi Shu and the monkey-faced old man looked at each other and shook their heads. In this world, the only person who could say something like this was probably this kid. This was not because he was looking down on young Master Hao, but because he was absolutely confident and domineering. The two of them were no longer on the same level. Not to mention young Master Hao, even they could only look up to Qin Feiyang. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and asked, Is Wang Yue married? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. What was this damned wolf cub thinking about? No. The monkey-faced old man and Yi Shu glanced at Qin Feiyang and shook their heads at the white-eyed wolf. She's not married yet. The white-eyed wolf was surprised. There are a lot of people pursuing her over the years. Her grandfather, Wang Su, and her father have been urging her, but she has always been silent. We think she's probably not going to marry for the rest of her life. Yi Shu shook his head and sighed. In fact, Wang Yue was really a good girl. Whether it was her ability or her character, she was 1 in 100. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on people. Wang Yue is not wrong, and Wang Su is not wrong either. It's Wang Yuanshan's fault. If it weren't for Wang Yuanshan, maybe Wang Yue and I might really be together. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yes. At that time, you had already tried to accept her. And she had also given a lot to you. At that time, we all thought that you would definitely be together. But we didn't expect Wang Yuanshan to appear halfway. The white-eyed wolf said. This might be fate. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Fate was indeed a mysterious thing. Many things were always beyond one's expectations. They chatted along the way. The group stopped in front of a hall. Inside the hall, more than 20 people were sitting at the table, seemingly discussing something. This was the main tower's conference hall. Qin Feiyang secretly checked with his divine sense on the way, so he knew that Gongsun Bei and the others were now in the conference hall. The group stood outside and didn't make a sound. However, the people in the hall noticed Qin Feiyang and the others. Because the door wasn't closed. Sitting at the top was a man in white, about 27 or 28 years old, sitting upright in the chair, exuding a calm temperament. This person was Gongsun Bei. Below, the leader was a woman wearing a long black dress, her hair was tied up, giving off a cold aura. She was Wang Yue. Wang Zicheng, Raging Bull, Viper, the Spirit Empress, and the others were also there. Everyone had shed the frivolity of the past, becoming mature and steady, exuding the aura of a superior. Apart from these people, the rest were the upper echelons of the main tower. For example, the Tower Masters and Peak Masters. Among them, Qin Feiyang also saw 2 familiar faces, which were Wang Yue's parents. Because Wang Yuer's parents used to be the Peak Master of Saint Peak and Sacred Tower Master. Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang and the others outside the door, and a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. Then, he looked at the people present and smiled. That's all for today's meeting. Everyone nodded, immediately got up, and walked toward the door. Greetings, elders. Walking out of the door, everyone bowed to Yi Shu and the monkey-faced old man. At the same time, they cast a puzzled look at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Like the other disciples, they found it a little unbelievable that Yi Shu and the monkey-faced old man accompanied them. Who was this person? Then, we'll be leaving too. Wang Zicheng and the others also got up and looked at Gongsun Bei. Okay. Gongsun Bei nodded. You guys don't have to leave. Yi Shu walked into the hall and looked at them with a smile. Huh. Wang Zicheng and the others were stunned and looked at Yi Shu suspiciously. The monkey-faced old man, Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, Qin Chen, and Lu Xiaofei followed into the hall under everyone's puzzled gazes. Wang Yuer did not leave either. Her cold face suddenly had a trace of a smile as she walked toward the Lu siblings and said, "You two are here. Hee hee. Auntie Yuer is getting more and more beautiful." Lu Xiaojia hugged Wang Yuer's arm affectionately. Hey, they're quite close. The white-eyed wolf was surprised. Last year, Auntie Yuer made a special trip to Great Qin to celebrate little Jia's birthday. Lu Xiaofei whispered. I see. Then why do you call her auntie? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Mother told us to call her that. She said that it's affectionate. Lu Xiaofei thought to himself. I'm really speechless. Obviously, you should call her auntie. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. It's just a title. It doesn't matter. Lu Xiaofei shrugged and ran to Wang Yuer, saying, Auntie, a day apart feels like 3 years. I really miss you so much. Brat. Wang Yuer glared at Lu Xiaofei, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and asked in puzzlement, They are? They are. Lu Xiaojia wanted to say it out loud without thinking. However, Lu Xiaofei hurriedly stopped his sister and transmitted his voice, Children, don't talk nonsense. Lu Xiaojia was slightly stunned. Then, she looked at Wang Yuer and Qin Feiyang. Her big eyes blinked and gradually revealed a look of realization. What are you siblings doing? Wang Yuer looked at them suspiciously. Nothing. You guys talk. Don't worry about us. We'll just watch from the side. Lu Xiaofei hurriedly pulled Lu Xiaojia and turned around to retreat to Qin Chen's side. Seeing this, Wang Yuer could not help but feel angry. What was going on? Yuer, let's go. A voice sounded outside the door. It was Wang Yuer's mother. Okay. Wang Yuer nodded. Xiao Yu, Yi Shu was about to speak, but he was stopped by Qin Feiyang, who shook his head and said, Let her go. Aren't you guys going to talk? Yi Shu looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. With my relationship with her, if we meet face to face, it will only make the atmosphere more awkward. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. All right. Yi Shu nodded. After Wang Yuer left with her parents, Gongsun Bei stood up and said with a smile, What are you two doing? Acting so mysterious. Yes. Who are this man and dog? And they let you personally lead the way? They're quite influential. Wang Zicheng looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Of course. The white-eyed wolf jumped up and onto the table. With an arrogant and domineering attitude, he shouted, All of you, kneel down and sing conquer to this big brother. Gongsun Bei and the others were stunned. Was there something wrong with this dog? And from the looks of it, it seemed to be quite sick. What's with your reaction? Believe it or not, this big brother will kill you. The white-eyed wolf shouted. Forget it. This is the main tower. If you behave atrociously again, I'll throw you out directly. The big barbarian bull stretched its muscles, and the muscles all over its body concealed a terrifying power. Ouch! How dare you be arrogant in front of this big brother? The white-eyed wolf slapped with his paw and shouted, Get down! The big bull was stunned. He looked at Yi Shu and the monkey-faced old man and asked, Can I do it? Go ahead. Yi Shu chuckled. A cold light flashed in the big bull's eyes. He raised his bow-like fist and smashed it at the white-eyed wolf. The terrifying power hidden in his body surged out like a torrent. Boom! The fist and the paw collided. The great barbarian bull immediately lay down and heavily smashed into the ground, causing the entire great meeting hall to shake. What? Gongsun Bei, Wang Zicheng, and the others stared at the big bull with their mouths agape. It was defeated just like that. How was it? The white-eyed wolf stood on the table, his eyes full of pride. So strong. The big bull got up and stared at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. Not just you, all of you together can only take a single paw. The white-eyed wolf said proudly. Arrogant. Wang Zicheng was furious and shouted, kill it and eat dog meat. Boom. The aura of the group suddenly erupted. The people outside were alarmed and looked at the conference hall. TSK. The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully, raised his paw, and gently lowered it. A trace of divine power appeared. The aura of the group collapsed. Wang Zicheng and the others were also sent flying. Although the white-eyed wolf was merciful and did not suffer any fatal injuries, they were all in a sorry state. Chapter 2796. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Although they were not as strong as the white-eyed wolf, they had been quite united after all these years. Unity was what he wanted to see. However, Wang Zicheng and the others were stunned. Gongsun Bei was the same. This large black dog was too ridiculously strong, wasn't it? What do you think? Do you admit defeat? The white-eyed wolf looked at them proudly. Wang Zicheng sized up the white-eyed wolf, walked to Yi Shu's side, and asked in a low voice, Old man Yi, where did this damn dog come from? Ha ha. Yi Shu smiled but did not say anything. Can you not keep us in suspense? Wang Zicheng was dissatisfied. Although the other party was very strong, he clearly had no ill intentions. However, their status in the Forgotten Continent was not low now. They knew all the slightly famous powerhouses, but they had never heard of this big black dog. Open your little eyes and take a good look at who I am. The white-eyed wolf grinned, and his appearance immediately began to change. First, his hair turned from black to gold. Then, two small golden wings appeared on his back. Wang Zicheng and the others stared at the white-eyed wolf. Seeing the white-eyed wolf's transformation, a trace of surprise gradually crept into their eyes. When the white-eyed wolf completely reverted to his true form, the others immediately froze on the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief. Ha ha! The white-eyed wolf grinned and looked at them. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Fuck, it's you, you bastard. Wang Zicheng came to his senses and immediately cursed. He ran to the white-eyed wolf and sized him up, as if to confirm whether he was real or not. White-eyed wolf, Gongsun Bei was also stunned on the spot, muttering to himself. What's going on? What happened? Suddenly, a suspicious voice sounded from the outside. Everyone quivered and turned to look, only to see Wang Yu and her parents return. They had returned because they heard the commotion. However, when they arrived outside the main hall, they immediately found that the atmosphere was not right. Following closely, they looked at the white-eyed wolf and were stunned. Wasn't this it? At this moment, the entire hall was dead silent. On one hand, it was the identity of the white-eyed wolf. On the other hand, the return of Wang Yu and her parents undoubtedly made the atmosphere even more awkward. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. In the end, he still had to face it. Everyone present was smart enough to guess the identity of the white-eyed wolf once he revealed his true identity. As expected, when everyone came back to their senses, they all looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, no longer hiding his true appearance. Qin Feiyang, young master, Gongsun Bei, Wang Zicheng, Wang Yu, and her parents all stared fixedly at Qin Feiyang's face. This face. Who could forget it? Long time no see. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang, Gongsun Bei shuddered and quickly walked in front of Qin Feiyang. He grabbed Qin Feiyang's shoulders with both hands and said excitedly, I didn't expect it to be you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then I wonder if brother Gongsun welcomes me. Of course, Gongsun Bei nodded, but before he could say anything, a cold voice rang out. My chief tower doesn't welcome you. Get lost immediately. Everyone immediately looked at Wang Yue's father. Because the person who spoke was Wang Yue's father. Father, the chief tower is here. You don't have the right to speak. Wang Yue also turned her head to look with a trace of displeasure on her face. It's fine. Gongsun Bei waved his hand, looked at Wang Yue's father, and sighed. It's been hundreds of years. No matter how deep the grudge is, it should be over by now. Over by now? How can it be so simple? Wang Yue's father snorted coldly. That's where you're wrong. We all saw what happened to Wang Yuanshan with our own eyes. It's all his fault. At that time, Qin Feiyang was already very kind. Because he gave Wang Yuanshan more than once, but Wang Yuanshan didn't cherish it. If it were us, we would have killed him too. Yi Shu said. Wang Yue's father couldn't help but fall silent. Wang Yue glanced at Qin Feiyang, then turned to look at her parents and said, "Let's go." Yue. The two of them quickly looked at Wang Yue. Enough, it's really enough. Wang Yue sighed and left without looking back. Her back looked extremely sad. Wang Yue's parents looked coldly at Qin Feiyang, then turned and chased after Wang Yue. Sigh. Gongsun Bei also sighed deeply. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. I'm not blaming myself. I just feel a little sorry for them. As a big shot of the forgotten continent, they can't even distinguish between right and wrong." Qin Feiyang shook his head. They're actually pardonable. After all, they're Wang Yuanshan's descendants. You haven't seen Wang Su. He's been drinking all these years. He's no longer as elegant as he used to be. Gongsun Bei shook his head. Drinking all day? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Thinking back, he was such an awe-inspiring old man. And now, he's depressed all day long. His heart is like dead ashes. If you see him again, you probably won't recognize him. Gongsun Bei said. It's his own fault. Who's to blame? White-eyed Wolf pursed his lips. Gongsun Bei sighed. Even so, it's still pitiful. That's enough. The young master finally came back. Let's not talk about these disappointing things. Viper said. Yes, yes, yes. The big barbarian bull nodded repeatedly. He ran to Qin Feiyang and said with a silly smile, "Young master, when did you come back? Did you bring back any gifts for us?" Qin Feiyang looked at the big barbarian bull in shock and said, "Asking for gifts as soon as you open your mouth. This isn't your style." Of course, Qin Feiyang knew about the big barbarian bull. Don't be fooled by his charmingly naive and well-developed appearance. In fact, he was very shrewd. Someone as smart as Wang Zicheng had been schemed against by him many times. Hearing this, the big barbarian bull smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "I'm really gratified to see that you guys are so capable and still so united." "You're kidding. We're your soldiers after all. How can we embarrass you?" Viper said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He looked at Viper and asked, "Are you still studying the use of poison?" "Don't you know me? I'm loyal to one person." Viper said. "Loyal to one person?" Qin Feiyang shook his head speechlessly and asked with a smile, "Have you achieved anything now?" "Of course." Viper smiled proudly and said, "I can even poison the god of war to death now." Qin Feiyang was stunned and said speechlessly, "Is this something to be proud of?" "Isn't this something to be proud of?" Viper asked. "I know an old man who uses poison in the ancient world. The poison he created can even poison the overlords of the Nine Heaven State." Qin Feiyang was naturally talking about the Grand Elder of the Nine Heaven Palace. The deputy pavilion master of the Ru Bao Pavilion was so strong, but he was still crippled by the Grand Elder. It was obvious. How terrifying was the Grand Elder's use of poison? Nine Heaven State? Viper was stunned. Gongsun Bei, Wang Zicheng, and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Above the god of war is the Divine Lord, above the Divine Lord is the Paragon God, and above the Paragon God is the Nine Heaven State. Think about it, how big is the gap between you and that old man? Qin Feiyang looked at Viper and smiled. Viper was stunned. There are so many realms above the god of war. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. Viper asked, Then what is your and Brother Wolf's cultivation level now? Us. I'm really not talented, I've just stepped into the 9-heaven state. Qin Feiyang laughed. Ah. The group of people looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. After not seeing him for a few hundred years, this guy had also learned how to act cool. However, Qin Feiyang's self-destruction of his cultivation had really scared them quite a bit. Who would have thought that this man and wolf would have already become so strong? It was no wonder that they were no match for the white-eyed wolf's claws when they joined forces. This was an absolute suppression. Are you guys done? Qin Feiyang looked at them and asked. We're done. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang laughed. Then let's go to the land of inheritance. Why are we going to the land of inheritance? Gongsun Bei was suspicious. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang would say that everyone would gather at the restaurant, but he didn't expect that they would actually go to the land of inheritance. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I haven't been back for too long, I want to take a look. All right then. Gongsun Bei couldn't figure out Qin Feiyang's thoughts, so he didn't ask anymore and opened a portal. Immediately after, everyone entered in a single file. The land of inheritance. Qin Feiyang had once obtained the experience of the soul refining technique here. There were a total of 4 statues here. The first statue was of the first-generation Chief Pagoda Master, Tan Tai Li's father. The second statue was of the first-generation Chief Pagoda Master's disciple. The third statue was of Tan Tai Li herself. The fourth statue was of Qin Batian. At this moment, in the square where the statue was, an old man was sitting cross-legged. He had the cultivation of a god of war. He was the old man with a hooked nose. Yishu ran to the 9th area. The monkey-faced old man was in the Pill Pagoda Square, while the old man with a hooked nose stayed in the land of inheritance. Sensing the aura of Qin Feiyang and the others, the old man with a hooked nose opened his eyes. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, his gaze trembled. Greetings, old senior. Qin Feiyang bowed. I wouldn't dare. The old man with a hooked nose hurriedly got up and waved his hand. What a joke. Qin Feiyang was the savior of the great Qin and the forgotten continent. Even if he had to bow, he should be the one bowing to Qin Feiyang. After not seeing you for so many years, old senior has become more polite. Qin Feiyang smiled. The old man with a hooked nose shook his head and smiled. There was nothing he could do about it. If it were someone else, he could accept this bow with a clear conscience. But the person he was facing was Qin Feiyang. This was absolutely impossible. After all, back then, Qin Feiyang had sacrificed himself to save countless people who had died tragically. Such a noble act was enough to earn anyone's respect. When did you come back? Where's Miss and Rushuang? After the old man with a hooked nose calmed down, he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. A few days ago. As for great-grandmother and the others, they're still in the ancient realm. They're doing well. Qin Feiyang smiled. He knew that the old man with a hooked nose would definitely ask about Tan Tai Li and Qin Rushuang's current situation like Yishu and the others, so he said it in advance. That's good. The old man with a hooked nose smiled and asked, Then why did you and the white-eyed wolf come back this time? I missed you, so I came back to see you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ha ha. The old man with a hooked nose laughed, clearly not believing him. It's true. Qin Feiyang said. Is that so? The old man with a hooked nose was taken aback and smiled. Then it's our honor. Although hundreds of years had passed, this young man was still the same as before. He did not put on any airs and gave people a sense of familiarity. Chapter 2797. As you can see, the land of legacy hasn't changed at all. What's there to see? Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. But here, there are memories that belong to me. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 4 statues and smiled faintly. Memories, Gongsun Bei murmured. The past emerged in his mind like a tide. Indeed. There were memories of Qin Feiyang here. Back then, Qin Feiyang obtained the legacy here and became the disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master. He also became the successor of the next Chief Pagoda Master. But because of the selfishness of the previous Chief Pagoda Master, he once wanted to kill Qin Feiyang. In fact, At that time, Qin Feiyang was not interested in the position of the Chief Pagoda Master at all. It was completely the imagination of the previous Chief Pagoda Master. It was also because of this that the conflict intensified. In the end, they were like archenemies. Of course, Gongsun Bei also knew that even if there was no such thing, Qin Feiyang and the previous Chief Pagoda Master would sooner or later be angry. Because the previous Chief Pagoda Master had almost killed Tan Tai Li. As Tan Tai Li's junior, Qin Feiyang naturally could not stand by and watch. Thinking back, how good was my relationship with Mr. Hao? We were like brothers. Unfortunately, fate is also playing tricks on people. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. At that time, Mr. Hao had given him a lot of help. And at that time, whether it was Qin Feiyang or Mr. Hao, they had no illusions about the position of the Chief Pagoda Master. It was because of the Chief Pagoda Master's self-righteousness that everything changed. Perhaps this is the cycle of cause and effect. Gongsun Bei sighed. The sins that had been committed in the past would be retribution sooner or later. The Chief Pagoda Master was the best example. Because of his jealousy of Qin Batian, because of his desire for power, he ruthlessly killed Tan Tai Li. Later, Tan Tai Li returned and made him lose everything. This was the so-called where there is cause, there is effect. Cause and effect, Qin Feiyang murmured. Yes. Like Qin Haotian. Back then, he had killed Qin Haotian's mother. Now, Qin Haotian wanted to take revenge on him. Like his father. His father had driven him out of the imperial capital and crippled his cultivation. Later, he had entered the imperial capital to seek revenge. And, the dragons wanted to plunder Qin Feiyang and Qin Baishan's bloodline power. Qin Feiyang and Qin Baishan's revenge was the result. Another example, he saved the common people because of karma. Now, the people of the world were grateful to him. This was the result. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang seemed to have understood something, and his body quietly filled with an obscure aura. The white-eyed wolf was the first to notice Qin Feiyang's abnormality. He looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. At this moment, he felt that Qin Feiyang had become very ethereal. He was clearly right in front of him, but he seemed to be unable to capture him. What was going on? That's right. Everything in this world can't escape karma. It doesn't matter if it's a human or a ferocious beast. Every living thing in this world must have a cause and effect. In fact, this cause and effect is also a kind of power. Furthermore, this power seems to be inextricably linked together by thousands of threads. In this way, cause and effect are formed, Qin Feiyang whispered and slowly raised his arm. A wisp of almost transparent flame slowly condensed. This wisp of flame exuded an incomparably mysterious and profound aura. At this moment, the surrounding void began to distort. Gongsun Bei and the others finally noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality, and they all had a look of surprise. This is the aura of the power of law. The white-eyed wolf stared at the flame, and his eyes suddenly widened. The power of law. Gongsun Bei and the others were taken aback and turned to look at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. The power of law is a kind of power that surpasses divine power. For example, the time array evolved from the power of time. Little Qin Zi has already comprehended the power of law of light in the ancient realm. And now, he seems to have comprehended another power of law. The white-eyed wolf explained, his eyes full of disbelief. There really wasn't any sign at all. Could this be the so-called epiphany? At a certain point in time, when a person came into contact with a matter or a sentence, they could enter a state of enlightenment. This kind of enlightenment was called epiphany. Where there's cause, there's effect, Qin Feiyang murmured, and seemed to have awakened from the state of epiphany. He lowered his head and looked at the flame in his palm, and a smile crept onto his face. Little Qin Zi, this is? The white-eyed wolf hurriedly asked. The power of cause and effect, it's the law of cause and effect, Qin Feiyang smiled. The law of cause and effect. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He knew about the law of slaughter, the laws of light and darkness, and even the law of life and death, but this was the first time he had heard about the law of cause and effect. I didn't know about the law of cause and effect before. But when I just had my epiphany, I suddenly realized that everything in this world can't compare to the law of cause and effect. So, this law of cause and effect is also a kind of power. Qin Feiyang smiled. Even if the law of cause and effect really exists, isn't it too simple to comprehend a power of law? The white-eyed wolf was speechless. There's no time or place for epiphany. You'll comprehend it when you come. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. With a thought, the flame in his palm disappeared into his body. Monster. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He turned to look at Gongsun Bei and said, "Thank you, Brother Gongsun." "Why are you thanking me?" Gongsun Bei looked at him in confusion. Every kind of epiphany is stimulated at an unintentional moment. And just now, that law of cause and effect you mentioned is equivalent to a trigger point, which is also the so-called fuse. In other words, if it weren't for your words, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend the law of cause and effect. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. So that's how it is. Gongsun Bei suddenly understood and smiled. Then, this is also the reason why you're so talented. Epiphany doesn't have much to do with one's talent. It's evolved from rich experience and comprehension of the world. Qin Feiyang said. Rich experience, comprehension of the world. Everyone couldn't help but ponder over this sentence. They didn't quite understand it. Don't blindly think about it. With your current ability, you won't be able to understand the true meaning. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. The group smiled bitterly. Everyone understood the meaning of this sentence, but they just couldn't understand the concept behind it. He felt that it was just a very ordinary sentence. The white-eyed wolf asked, "Do you know how many people in the entire ancient world have comprehended the law of cause and effect?" "How many?" Everyone looked at him curiously. The population of the ancient world is innumerable, and there are countless experts. Among them, there are also a lot of people who are stronger than little Qin Zi. But the number of people who have comprehended the law of cause and effect can be counted on one hand. It's not an exaggeration to say that even undead stage experts who have surpassed the 9 heaven stage will find it difficult to comprehend the law of cause and effect in their lifetime. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Undead stage. Everyone was surprised. Undead stage experts can destroy the entire Great Qin and Forgotten Continent with a wave of their hand. How terrifying do you think undead stage experts are? The white-eyed wolf said. So powerful. Everyone looked at each other. It was completely beyond their imagination. The white-eyed wolf isn't exaggerating. Among the experts we know, any one of them has the strength to destroy the world. Qin Feiyang nodded. Is the ancient world the biggest world in this world? Wang Zicheng asked. The biggest, Qin Feiyang murmured and shook his head. I don't dare to say for sure. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. If it was before, I would tell you with certainty that the ancient world is the biggest and strongest world. But now, when Qin Feiyang said this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky. His deep eyes seemed to be able to peek into the world beyond the sky. There was a 4th level in the divine level, and the small beast also said that there were as many undead stage experts on the 4th level as dogs. If the small beast wasn't exaggerating, then it was hard to imagine how terrifying the 4th level was. Even the ancient realm was probably just a small world the size of a pellet in front of the 4th level. Of course. Before seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't jump to conclusions. After all, the small beast's words weren't necessarily true. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, everyone tactfully didn't ask anymore. Because even if they asked and knew, they could only stare. However, after understanding how powerful this world was, their goals were different. In the past, their vision was limited to the Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent. They felt that it was good enough for everyone to step into the War God stage. But now, their goal was to reach a higher realm. For example, Sir God and Paragon God. Although the chances were slim, they still wanted to try. Fire Lotus, give me 10 crystal veins and spirit veins. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and secretly transmitted his voice. I've already prepared them for you. Fire Lotus's voice immediately sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. You've already prepared them? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and shook his head with a bitter smile. This girl really knew him too well. She didn't even need him to say anything, and she knew what he wanted to do. To be honest. Probably even the Emperor and Lu Qiuyu didn't know him as well as Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 10 crystal veins and spirit veins immediately appeared. The energy next to them immediately surged in all directions with the land of inheritance as the center. This, Gongsun Bei and the others were shocked and raised their heads to look at the spirit veins and crystal veins. Because at this moment, their cultivations were actually loosening. Do you still remember the Soul Stone? Qin Feiyang looked at Gongsun Bei and asked with a smile. Soul Stone? Gongsun Bei was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Are you talking about the Soul Stone that you got from the Guo family when you entered the ancient world?" Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Of course I remember. Back then, you were able to step into the War God stage so quickly because of the Soul Stone. Gongsun Bei said. The Soul Stone is produced from these spirit veins. Qin Feiyang pointed at the 10 spirit veins and smiled. What? Gongsun Bei's eyes trembled. The other 10 are crystal veins. The divine crystals produced by them have the effect of recovering divine power. I'll give these to your main tower, Qin Feiyang said. This is also very valuable. That karma cycle just now, I just said it casually. You don't have to thank me. Gongsun Bei hurriedly waved his hand. Ah. Qin Feiyang looked at Gongsun Bei in shock and said, You think I'm giving you these spirit veins because I comprehended the law of karma? Isn't that the case? Gongsun Bei was stunned and looked at him suspiciously.